Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Deku became the one I loved part 2. If you guys enjoy this what if and want to see part 3, comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content and leave a like. And don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends and check out the description in my playlist. The author of the story 𝗧𝗵𝗲_𝗵_𝗧𝗏 from L3. So let's start the video. Yeah sure, you're okay? 𝗵𝗲 asked 𝗧𝗑 as they exited the hospital elevator. 𝗧𝗏 then placed a hand on 𝗧𝗑's back. It's Deku, the #1 hero. Of course, he's going to be okay, right, bro? 𝗧𝗑 can only give them a grin. They were silent after that, until they reached Rei's door. 𝗵𝗲 knocked thrice. Mom, you awake? Yes, dear. Please just enter. It's unlocked. 𝗵𝗲 opened the door with a smile. Rei was sitting by the window, her favorite spot in her small hospital room. 𝗵𝗲 and 𝗧𝗏 went over to their mother and kissed her cheek. 𝗧𝗑 gave her the bouquet he was holding. Rei smiled at 𝗧𝗑 and accepted the flowers, sniffing them a bit. You're not going to give your other mother a kiss? 𝗧𝗑 blushed and leaned in to kiss Rei's cheek. With her free arm, she half-hugged 𝗧𝗑. I haven't seen you for a while, 𝗧𝗑. Something came up? 𝗧𝗑 can only nod. He promised himself he wouldn't cry. But by now he knew he's just going to break that promise. They sat on Rei's bed. 𝗧𝗑 took the bouquet from Rei and started to arrange the flowers on her vase. Mom, started 𝗵𝗲. Why'd you left your door unlocked? Well, replied Rei. 𝗧𝗏 told one of the nurses that you're coming. I had her leave the door unlocked when she checked up on me. 𝗵𝗲 elbowed 𝗧𝗏's side with a small laugh. So now you're texting the nurse. When did you even get her number? 𝗧𝗏 scratched the back of his head. Well, the last time we visited. I want to let Mom know in advance when we're gonna visit next. You know, texting Mom's nurse is a good way to do that. Letters nowadays are being delivered late, thanks to those good-for-nothing mailmen we have in this city. Rei chuckled. You better not break my nurse's heart. I like her. 𝗵𝗲 laughed. 𝗧𝗏 gasped. Mom, I'm not a heartbreaker. Sure you aren't, chimed in 𝗵𝗲. 𝗧𝗑 smiled at the flowers as he finished arranging them as pretty as he could given his skills, or the lack thereof when it comes to flower arrangements. Rei caught 𝗧𝗑's gaze for a second before turning to her children. I'm kind of craving that cake from Emma's. Emma's? That's 7 blocks away, Mom, complained 𝗧𝗏. 𝗵𝗲 smacked her brother's arm. Mom craves. We have to buy. Plus Emma's cakes are good. I take it 𝗧𝗑's haven't had any yet, right? 𝗧𝗑 smiled. Yeah, I haven't. 𝗧𝗏 then jumped up from where he was sitting on Rei's bed, stretching. Well, can't deny my mother's request. And if the #1 hero hasn't tried the best cake ever, then we should rectify that. He grabbed his wallet and phone from his bag. Let's go, my dear sister. All right? Will you guys be okay? 𝗵𝗲 asked as they made their way towards the door. 𝗧𝗑 and Rei smiled. 𝗵𝗲 nodded as they went out the door, closing it behind them. When Rei and 𝗧𝗑 no longer hear their footsteps and the banter that accompanied them, she turned to the #1 hero. 𝗧𝗑, come here. 𝗧𝗑 let the dam break. Fat tears started to fall down his cheeks. He fell on his knees in front of Rei. The silver-haired woman gathered 𝗧𝗑's arms and placed them on her lap. She combed her fingers through 𝗧𝗑's curls. SHH, Rei smiled down at 𝗧𝗑 sadly. 𝗧𝗑 let out a sob. Shouto, he. SHH, I know, son, I know. He loathes me, murmured 𝗧𝗑, sniffing. Tears started to wet Rei's hospital gown. But there's no way to stop the tears that escaped his green eyes. I'm #1 and why am I this weak? No one faults you for that, 𝗧𝗑. You're in pain, replied Rei as she stroked 𝗧𝗑's scalp. The gesture brought 𝗧𝗑 comfort as his sobs got louder. His breathing labored. He let his head fall against his arms that are resting on Rei's lap. It's okay, now, 𝗧𝗑. Let it all out, whispered Rei in a calming voice. 𝗧𝗑 continued to sob. Rei never stopped caressing his head. Her hand anchored him down. He couldn't stop his tears. He knew he was bawling. Midoriya 𝗧𝗑, Deku, the #1 hero. Crying. Sobbing. What a weak hero he is. After what seemed to be an eternity, his tears all dried up on their own. It's as if he couldn't produce them anymore. His shoulders lift up and down as he tried to catch his breath. His lips wobbled as he wiped away his tears. Rei's hospital gown is now drenched with Izuku's pain. I'm sorry, Mother. Rei shook her head. None of that, please. Izuku, don't say sorry. It's okay. I'm here. I'm sure you know that. Izuku nodded. But before Izuku can muster up a reply, a knock sounded against the door. Rei frowned. Why can't they open it themselves? Izuku stood up, smiling sadly. He wiped at his tears. Mother, I'll get it. He stood up and walked to the door. He opened it, and his surprise stifled the gasp that almost escaped his lips. Shouto stood outside, looking as surprised as he is. Izuku's hands started to shake as panic rose up from his spine. Shouto was staring down at him. Moth Todoroki-san, I'll go now. Please, excuse me. His heart hammered through his chest as One for All activated, and he got out of the vicinity as fast as he could. He reached the hospital's main entrance in no time. He saw Fayumi and Natsuo as One for All calmed down inside him. The Todoroki siblings looked surprised. Izuku, you look like shit? Fayumi then took Izuku for a hug, with Natsuo following suit. Warmth filled Izuku as the two Todorokis embraced him. When they broke away, tears were already threatening to fall down. Izuku sighed. Shouto. He's upstairs, isn't he? Fayumi deadpanned. Izuku nodded. Natsuo sighed and gave Izuku one of the paper bags he was holding. Here, cake. You'll feel better. Izuku nodded again, taking the bag. Sorry, Natsu. And thank you. Hey, bro. Your family. No biggie. Yeah, said Fayumi. Shouto's, and asked. He's my baby brother, but he's becoming like father as days go by. I can only imagine. What you're feeling right now was what Fayumi didn't say. But Izuku understood. I should be going, he murmured. They nodded. Natsuo placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder and squeezed lightly. Don't ever think that we're not here for you. 'Cause we will always be, Izuku's smile, ever grateful. The moment One for All cackled through Izuku's body and dashed away from Shouto. He's gotten stuck by the door. Shouto, called his mother. He gingerly entered the room, sliding the door closed. He can't put out the image of Izuku leaving his mother's room. He stared at the closed door, then back at his mother. Mom, why is he even here? Rei looked at him. He's visited me more than you did the past 5 years. But why? Sit, Shouto. Shouto obeyed and sat on an extra chair opposite Rei's. She sighed. I see him as my son as much as I see you. And I like it when he visits. Is that so bad? But he wasn't supposed to know you. Rei frowned. But Shouto, I can clearly remember the day you brought him to me. He was shy then, but you had talked to me about him so much that I felt that I already know him by the time he first visited. Shouto's head spun. Did he bring him to his mother? Then is he that important to him that Shouto allowed him to meet his mother? He adored you, son. Never stopped, said Rei, barely a whisper. Shouto recalled the night he saw Izuku sobbing in Kirishima and Bakugo's bedroom. He can still almost feel how his chest constricted then. Was his heart telling him something different as what his memory served him? He noticed how wet his mother's hospital gown. Your lap, Shouto started, albeit dumbly. Did he? Would it even matter to you if he did? Then the door slid open. Natsuo and Fayumi entered the room. Fayumi smiled when her gaze landed on Shouto. Hey, Shouto. But Natsuo had his arms crossed over his chest, almost scowling. You brat, did Endeavor send you? Shouto blinked at his older brother. Natsuo, Fayumi slapped his arm. Natsuo looked at Shouto. I don't like this. All of this. I'm tired of seeing you being Dad's puppet. You have your own life, you know? And why do you have to hurt Izuku like that? Shouto started. I only want to bring honor to the Todoroki name. Deku's a rival. He must be defeated. Father wanted me to be number one, and that's what I will accomplish. That's all I know, brother. Bullshit, 𝗵𝗲𝗄 spat. After all you've done to him, you'll just flip sides and do whatever father wanted you to do. Flip sides? Was Shouto ever in the opposite side of his father? He recalled the video they watched back in the apartment. Hearing his own voice saying such words, he can't believe all of it. For all he knows, it never even happened. No matter how he racked his brain, there was nothing in his mind that can provide proof that he will ever attach himself in that way. To him, of all people, they must all be tricking him of some sort. Bakugo and Kirishima, everyone in class, even Aizawa-sensei and All Might, Shouto knew that they all like Deku and they like him. He thought it can be a grand scheme of some sort, to vanquish Deku's rival once and for all. But as Natsuo continued to ramble on about how Shouto is turning to be an asshole, his head started to throb. Fayumi and Natsuo are his siblings. If they also share the same sentiments as the rest of the people he knew from his time at UA, then something must be utterly wrong, right? What? Shouto croaked. What do you remember? Huh, reacted Natsuo. What kind of silly question is that? Please, just answer me. About Deku. What do you remember? Said Fayumi. When you started to regularly visit Mother back in your first year at UA, you started to talk about him. A lot. Then you brought him to meet Mom. Then, us too, eventually. Rei smiled as if she was recalling something beautiful. Shouto, you talked about him as if he was the one who gave you the sun. Natsuo chuckled. We relentlessly teased you about it. You had the biggest crush. I told you repeatedly to man up and tell him. You failed horribly. Failed? Inquired Shouto as if he can't accept that he failed at anything. Izuku confessed, you were blushing hard when you told us that. Fayumi chided with a laugh. Of course, we didn't let you live it down for months. Even after you guys started dating. His classmates had dropped hints about that all the time. That he's dated Midoriya Izuku. A rival. Someone he hated for years. Someone who did nothing but get in his way. How in the world was that even possible? But apparently it is. His family doesn't have any reason to lie. Or do they? Shouto shook the thought. He'd be a fool to doubt his own family and accuse them of siding with Deku. So, he decided to press on. How did we end up like this? Natsuo asked. Well, you broke up with him on your graduation day. No one really knew the reason why. You didn't talk to us about it no matter how much we nagged you to. We decided that it is a touchy topic, so we never brought it up again. Then you suddenly turned into the asshole that you still are today. Rei frowned. Natsuo, please, language. It's true, though, Mom. He was being an ass to Izuku. And to us too. He scowled at Shouto. For years you didn't visit Mom, or even talk to us for more than 5 minutes. Then you go waltzing in here like you haven't got a clue on what kind of mess you left. Rei turned to Shouto. Can't you even remember, my son? You went to me on your graduation day. You were holding your diploma. But then you dropped it. You haven't cried for years, but then you cried on that day. It pained me to see that. Do you even remember why? Shouto shook his head, clearly confused. Why would he cry on graduation day? Rei continued. When I asked you why you clutched your chest in pain, you said, I love him so much it hurts. Shouto's head felt like it will burst in any second. Then, said Rei. Weeks later, I heard from Izuku himself that you broke up with him. You refused to talk and see him. I never knew your reasons why. But I believed, knowing well how you loved him, that your reasons must have been rational. Mom, I don't remember anything. My classmates, even some of my teachers, have been telling me that what I remember is wrong. How can that be? How can I remember things differently than everyone else? What's wrong? Rei, Fayumi and Natsuo shared a glance. Rei shook her head. We have no answers for you, my son. But this is something we believe that you can find out. You're strong. And as for Izuku, we hope that you can accept him back in your life again. He's good for you. We've never seen you as happy as you were whenever he's around you. Shouto's head swirled. He couldn't. His mind refused to believe. He wanted to believe. Now more than ever. But when he tries to, flashes of hatred and loathing for the same boy comes rushing through him. What's wrong? Hey, bro. Natsuo said. It's gonna be fine. Just please stop that. Stop denying everything. I suspected that you guys must have broken up badly. But Izuku talked to us about it, and he was as clueless as we all were. Still are. I'm not. Shouto frowned through the stabbing pain he suddenly felt. I'm not denying anything. I just can't remember anything that everyone has been telling me. And it's frustrating. Recalling Izuku's sobs and red eyes made Shouto's breathing uncomfortable. He was the one who made him like that. His brain started to tell him that the #1 hero is too weak to be on top. But another part of him started to feel guilty. Shouto, said Rei, after a few moments of silence. We believe in you. Shouto nodded. But can he even believe in himself? Shouto looked at the time. It was a little after 7 in the evening. He has been doing nothing all day, except for his morning exercise routine. It was just that. He sighed as he rolled onto his belly, pressing his face against the pillows. When he was accepting jobs and missions from his father, he never had some kind of rest like this. He did have a set of rest days, which would be once a week. But then he would put himself in various kinds of training regimen. The only kind of rest he had given himself was sleep after training himself to the bone. He did not like rest if he knew he did not do everything he can for the day. But now, he was just here, lying on the bed for hours. He was alone with his thoughts. He did not hate it, being alone with his own thoughts, and hearing himself think about something else for once. What he did not like was the content of those thoughts. What Shouto did not like was the things he was thinking about. In the end, what is there to think about anyway? Shouto was never trained well in this field. What would be the use of spending so much time thinking when it would not end up being converted into some kind of action? Shouto moved again on the bed as a knock on his door sounded. After the knocking, his doorknob turned. The door opened. Kirishima was smiling at him. He waved his phone. Hey, Shu. You might want to check your phone. I did something. I don't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing yet. But I will let you be the judge of that. Katsuki was against it, though. That's a bit concerning, Shouto replied. Kirishima shrugged. Nah, you know how he is. He just does not like noise coming into his inbox, is all. I hope you don't mind. I don't believe I do. Okay, then, I'll be in the living room. Kirishima smiled again as he closed Shouto's door. Shouto took his phone from where he left in under the pillows and the covers. True enough, it was already getting a huge number of notifications. More than what he got for a year, last year, combined. He opened the notifications coming from his messenger app. Ah, Shouto reacted as he saw what Kirishima has done. He made a group chat with most of the class of students. They were already chatting and messaging and chatting some more. Shouto's phone was vibrating non-stop. He set the phone in silent mode as he tapped the group chat. It was completely alive. Shouto had to scroll so far up, just so he can reach the very first message. It was, of course, from the one who made the chat in the first place. Kirishima. Hey, guys. I made this group chat for Todoroki. If you have anything to send, maybe to help him with you know what, please do so. Ida. Give us examples of what to send. Kirishima-kun. Kirishima. Good thinking, Prez. Everyone can send pictures, videos, and even some links if they're really super helpful with his healing. I will call If Healing from now on because it sounds so cool and positive. So manly to heal so well with the help of friends. Kaminari, Ro. Kuel. Let me check the treasure chest. 𝗬𝗧𝗏. Wah. Me too. Me too. I'm sure I have a lot of pictures saved. 𝗧𝗏. What's our group chat name? Anyone? 𝗬𝗏. I have one. Shining, shimmering, splendid. 𝗬𝗏𝗬𝐽𝐽𝐻. That sounds good. But we need something really apt. 𝗬𝗏. This is a group chat for 𝗳𝗏𝗃𝗃 Kirishima. That's cool. Cool. But we need something cooler. 𝐴𝐵𝐷𝗄. I just saw this. Wah. This is really cool. I miss talking to everyone. The name should be Class A's Trip Down to Memory Lane. That's so cool. 𝗧𝗏. That's a decent one, considering it's from you. 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏. What? I make good-ass suggestions. 𝗵𝗃𝗲. You're just mean. 𝗵𝗏𝗏. 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐴. I suggest it's where's to do? 𝐎𝐩𝐽𝐻𝐿. Shinsu. For the record, I like Denki's. 𝗵𝗏𝗏. Alwa. Hitoshi. Kirishima. Guys. This group chat is for Todoroki. Send something. We can decide the name later. I like where's to do, though. Shinsu. See? Admin approved. 𝗓𝗏𝗏. Nuo. But oh, hey, I found stuff. The first group of pictures appeared in Shouto's screen. They were mostly group pictures of the Baka Squad and the Deka Squad, as they were dubbed before. They were smiling a lot in the pictures. Even Shouto himself was showing a bit of a smile here and there. But the most notable thing in all the pictures was that he and Midoriya Izuku were standing side by side, as if they were always beside each other whenever Shouto takes a picture in all occasions. 𝗵𝗏𝗏. I stand Mina for knowing how to use a selfie stick even back then. Thanks, Queen. 𝗓𝗏𝗏. Fuck yeah, 𝗏𝗃𝗏. Can't have good pics with everyone without it. Shouto then saw a lot of short video clips of people that weren't them. Kaminari and 𝗬𝗏 talked about them with a lot of laughing. They said they were vines. Some were even labeled as members of Class A. After that, there were a lot of pictures and images that he knew next to nothing in order to interpret. Ida scolded the group chat to not send a lot of memes, because it will only bury the ones that actually matter. The ones who were, as Kirishima called it, shit posting went lie low. And then Shouto came across 𝗬𝗧𝗏𝗏's message. 𝗬𝗧𝗏𝗏, I had to get my hard drive for a bit. But I recovered most of the photos I have from my old phone. I didn't think Deku and Todoroki took so much pictures whenever they steal my phone. But apparently there are tons. Maybe that's why I always had no phone memory back then. The volume of the pictures that came after the message was indeed a lot. There should be around 50 pictures, at least. And they were what Tsuyu called selfies. The pictures contained only of him and Midoriya Izuku. They were both smiling at the pictures, sometimes even making faces. 𝗬𝗧𝗏𝗏 was most likely correct, that the sheer volume of pictures were to eat all of her phone's remaining space. Shouto looked at his own face. His eyes looked bright as he made a face with his tongue sticking out, half frozen. Midoriya Izuku was grinning beside him. They both looked comfortable being beside each other. So much so that Shouto started to feel something really uncomfortable inside his chest. 𝗬𝗧𝗏𝗏. I also recovered a lot of pictures Deku sent me before. Again, a lot of pictures. Shouto frowned. These are from Midoriya Izuku himself. He scrolled through the pictures of more selfies of the two of them, until he had to stop at one of the pictures as the data loaded. Shouto felt that breathing had become a harder task. When he tapped at the small picture, it suddenly filled Shouto's phone screen that it was difficult looking at it. His head started spinning, but he tried to focus on the picture he was seeing. It was another selfie, but they were on a bed. Midoriya Izuku was holding the phone's front camera towards them as he smiled with his eyes closed. Shouto saw himself hugging Midoriya Izuku from behind, placing a kiss on the green-haired boy's soft cheek. Shouto exited the preview. He scrolled some more. There were a lot of kissy pictures that followed. There were a few of Midoriya Izuku kissing him, but a lot of the kissing were from Shouto himself. At this point, he could not breathe well anymore. That's him. That was really him. He was able to make a bond with someone he believed with all of his being that he hated so much that Shouto can kill him. He was loved and cared for. He had given that love and care back so willingly. He was free from the shackles of only wanting to be number one. Is all of this even real? Was this the real him? If he was then, who is here, right now? Who is the Shouto he knew right now? The one who was thinking all this. What happened? Can he reach that other Shouto then? If he can, how? Shouto bit his lip as he moved around the bed. His head started to spin as pain rushed through. He clenched his jaw as his breathing became a lot labored. He tried to move to a sitting position on the bed as he reached for the painkillers on the side table. Tears started to blur his eyes. He uncapped the bottle, getting 2 pills. He took the medications in without water. He let his weight claim him against the bed. He clutched his head as the pain surged on, and the tears wet his eyes for a while. A long while, he believed. But as he started to feel the grip of sleep take a hold of him, Shouto can clearly see an image of himself wrapped up in an embrace of someone warm, someone with calm green eyes. He fell asleep as the moment shattered, until everything became the white walls of his mother's hospital, and the bright green-haired boy was running away from him as he sobbed into his own scarred arms. "Stop doing this," Bakugo groaned. "Why, Kaken?" Izuku asked his childhood friend. "Plus, you never complained the past hour. We were literally walking towards your house together." "We're almost there already." Izuku pointed the next building. "See? That's your next building, Kaken. Why are you complaining now? You should not have let me walk with you the whole way here if you're so against it." Bakugo growled. "It's because of shitty hair. He did something I did not like. He made a group chat with some of the ugly people. It's for them to send more pictures so that the half-and-half bastard can see it." "What? I is really helpful. I'm glad for him," Izuku replied. Bakugo scowled. "Yeah, fucking sure. Until the weak-ass bastard gets too overwhelmed with what we're doing. It would not fucking help when that little shit ended up deciding that coming back to his asshole father is a choice. Once he wants out like the coward he actually is, then it's fucking over. Do you even fucking understand that, Deku? No one, especially someone fucking angry, wants to be driven against the wall." Kaken. "Ha, what now? You're really concerned. Awa, Kaken, you're so cute. I can't wait to tell I about this. Kaken is thinking about this a lot. You really love us, Kaken. I'm really happy." Izuku grinned as he nudged Bakugo's side. "Fuck you," Bakugo spat. "Do you fucking know how annoying you are when you sob on my floor? I don't want to see that annoying shit ever, so you better not fuck this up. You useless number 1 hero." Izuku smiled at his childhood friend as they arrived at the Kirishima Bakugo apartment. The blonde hero opened the door and started to remove his shoes. "I'm home, Ijuru." "Welcome home." Kirishima immediately jumped up from where he was sitting in the middle of the sofa. "Don't ask, Ijuru." "He followed me home," growled Bakugo as he walked into the apartment. Izuku followed Bakugo, waving at Kirishima. Kirishima waved back. "Hey, Izu, how are you?" "What? Just like that? You're not even mad he's here? Not even surprised?" Bakugo exclaimed as tiny sparks exploded in the middle of his palms. "What? I'd like to see Izuku feeling okay too. Not just you, Kasuki. But Shouto's in his room, so we should be at least a little bit more quiet about this," Kirishima replied. He saw that Izuku was holding a plastic bag. "Ah? What's that?" Izuku looked away. "I was a bit hoping that Todoroki-kun would be here. I'd like to cook him his favorite dish. Kaken told me that he asked for it recently and didn't want to copy my recipe and all. So, I thought, maybe I'll visit for a bit so I can cook it for him. Maybe. He doesn't have to know that I was here, or that I was the one who cooked it." "Huh? What if he just goes out of that fucking room?" Bakugo whisper yelled. "I think," Kirishima rubbed the back of his head. "I think he's actually asleep. I made a group chat with a few class members, and he has been looking at the messages for a while, until he didn't around 20 minutes ago. I didn't go to his room, so I won't disturb him. Or maybe he's already fucking dead. Serves him right. It's what bitch deserves, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 said as he snorted. Kakin. Deku, you want to get cooking, or I will cook your ass over charcoal and feed you to the poor. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 dragged him towards the kitchen and left him there. I will fucking do my shitty reports in the room. Don't join me if you want your smooching. It won't happen. But Kastuki, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 glared at his partner. It won't happen. I need to finish the reports tonight. You're dead if you enter our room. Got it. Kirishima laughed as he placed a chaste kiss against 𝗵𝗃𝗲's lips. Okay, fine. I'll chill with Izuku. Now, off with you and your reports, number 3 hero. I love you so much. Love you too, grumbled 𝗵𝗃𝗲. He turned to Izuku, narrowing his eyes. You're gonna be dead if you tried something, or if you burn my fucking kitchen down. And with that, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 walked towards the master's bedroom and closed the door. Izuku looked at Kirishima, who smiled at him. Izuku started to prepare as Kirishima brought out the utensils and the cooking paraphernalia that he's going to need. Izuku worked quietly. Kirishima took a glass of water. He drank it quietly as well. Izuku tried his best not to tremble, but knew he was a bit failing. He never trembled as hard as before whenever he's trying to overcome a powerful villain for years, but right now, he was at a point that he wanted to tremble so badly. Hey, Izuku, it's going to be all right. Izuku smiled at Kirishima as he started to tend to the noodles. I know. Thanks for everything so far, 𝐒𝐩𝐢𝐳. We would never have been here now if it weren't for you and Kakin's efforts. The others, too. All Might and Eraserhead. Nah, it's 𝐒𝐻𝗓. Shoes like family to us, too, just like you are. I am sure the rest feels the same way. Even Yagi-sensei and Shouto-sensei. Katsuki, most of all. He really treasures you both, Kirishima replied with a light chuckle. Is it really going to be okay? What if Shouto won't choose this path in the end? What if he decides to just leave it all? What if he would never look at me like he used to? What am I going to do? Kirishima tapped his chin. I think that would be a valid fear. If I were in your place, and I'd have Katsuki hating me to the point of murder, I would break down hard too. I would not know what to do, too. But I would know that I'm not alone, just like you aren't. I ran away from him the other day, Izuku managed. I ran away from Shouto, 𝗓𝗓𝗄. Huh. How? What happened? Kirishima asked as he leaned against the kitchen counter. I went to visit Rei with Natsuo and 𝗵𝗲𝗄 some time last week. I could not help it. As much as I love that everyone was helping Shouto out with what's happening, I was a bit lonely. Wow, that's a bit not manly, but I found it a bit true. I decided to visit just so I can talk to someone. Rei would be the best person, I believed. Natsuo and 𝗵𝗲𝗄 were able to help me a lot, too. I just didn't think that Shouto, that Todoroki-kun would actually visit since he hasn't since we graduated. Izuku smiled, but it was sad. I felt so guilty about visiting his own family that I just ran away as fast as I was able to. I think I even activated my quirk. Okay, first of all, it's not unmanly to be lonely. Second, we're sorry that we kind of neglected you as we all flocked to Shouto when all of this affects you just as gravely. And why should you be guilty about anything? Yeah, he hates me. He wants to kill me. That much is apparent right now. I can still see a glint of that when I looked at him that last time. He believes that I'm the only one standing from what he wanted to have, and there I was. He may have thought that I was also getting his family's favor away from him, or something. I just had to run away. I did not want him to think that I'm everywhere he goes, Izuku replied as his heart started to sink some more. Kirishima nodded. I understand. I really do. I don't think it's gotten as bad as you think. I believe he's about to come around. That won't be soon, right? Things would get worse before it would hopefully get better, Izuku said as he started to boil the noodles. Yeah, Kirishima nodded again. Yeah, I believe in that too. But we're all in this, and we won't give up if you won't. And of course, you won't. Shouto's worth it, Izuku replied with newfound strength. His chest tightened knowing that he was just a door away. A few feet away. He's really worth it. After another hour, the soba was ready. The pot was cold as Izuku set it down in the middle of the dining table. Izuku looked at the time as he wiped the sweat on his forehead. I'm going to be late. You're already going, Izuku offered a grin as he walked with Kirishima to the front door. Yeah, sorry, Ijuru. I have been working with Hitoshi and Denki for a bit now. It's just recent. It's underground work, but it was something I really could not ignore. Mirio-senpai is in it, too. He quickly took the magnetic board and marker from the fridge door and scribbled something. He placed it on the table beside the pot of cold soba. Oh, it's the one with. Kirishima eyed Izuku. Are you sure you guys don't need more help? That case has been resting for a few years now. I heard from Tamaki-senpai. If you guys finally found a lead. It seems connected to the case I received from All Might just recently. It deals with something similar with Eri and her quirk. It could be something really dangerous, Izuku replied. Kirishima started to put on his shoes as well. Okay. Want me to walk you to the station, Izuku? Katsuki won't be done in a while and Shouto's still asleep, I think. Thanks, Ijuru. As they walked out of the front door, Ijuru locked the door behind them. Izuku looked back one last before they started to walk into the night. Izuku can only hope that Shouto can accept his little offering. When Shouto woke up, he felt brand new. He stretched on the bed, feeling refreshed. Even better as he did when he woke up this morning. He checked the time. He was able to sleep for more than 2 hours. He looked around. There was nothing that he missed, right? He sat up on the bed. He took his vitamins from the bedside table and shook the bottle. He was already running out of it, and he should head back to his own place for a little while to get some. He took 2 capsules this time because his father told him that he needed to double the dosage this time. He popped them into his mouth, slipping off the bed to go out of his room for a bit to get himself a glass of water. After swallowing the vitamins, he looked around. Kirishima was gone. Bakugo was sitting on the sofa instead. He glared at him as he continued typing furiously on his laptop. He looked especially agitated. Shouto gave him a look. Report, huh? Shut your half and half mouth and just fucking eat your shit on the fucking table. Hope you are fucking happy, growled Bakugo. Shouto frowned as he walked towards the dining table to find out what Bakugo was talking about. In the middle of the table, there was a pot of soba. His stomach grumbled aggressively. Bakugo must have heard it because he chuckled heartily. Just stuff your mouth with that shit. You fucking wanted it. Now, you get it. Don't get fucking used to it, or I will punch you so hard you will go back in time. Shouto took a small bowl from the table and served himself the cold soba. He took the chopsticks and started eating, even before he was able to sit down. Once he did, he already felt better. The taste of the soba was unique, as if he never tasted it ever before in his life, yet the taste felt so familiar on his tongue that he could already swore that it was the best. His favorite cold soba of all the cold soba he was able to eat. By the side of the pot, he saw a note written on the magnetic white board with a black marker. Enjoy, please, Todoroki-kun. I did my best. The flavors inside his mouth were not the only ones that enveloped him. As he read the words over and over again, he could have sworn that he heard a small, nervous voice from so long ago speak them for him. Shouto watched as Bakugo made an annoyed sound at the back of his throat as he looked over at Kirishima beside him. The couple was seated on the couch, watching something on their television, when Shouto came out from his room and told them what he has been mulling about for the past week. After that cold soba evening, both Kirishima and Bakugo seemed to decide to lay off his back for a while. They didn't explicitly say anything, but they weren't really pressuring him to do anything else. Kirishima turned back to him. Are you sure about this? Of fucking course, he's not. Have you seen his fucking confused face? That look of fucking hesitation I always see in those villain faces when I'm about to beat the shit out of them? 𝗵𝗃𝗃 scowled before glaring at Shouto. Hey, you. Did you think this is a fucking joke? No, I don't think it's a joke. This part, Shouto was really confused. Did you think we'll just easily let you be alone with him after everything you tried to do to him? This part, Shouto simply doesn't know what to say. He didn't think that they would oppose to him personally requesting Midoriya Izuku's presence to this kind of level. It was also not like him to ask something like that. But he was also someone who doesn't want to go ignoring things when they should no longer be ignored anymore. And he knows. This problem he seemed to have. These missing memories. All of the pain he feels whenever he ought to think about the past and how things came to be today. All of those should be connected to him. He had been in correspondence with the group chat, and not all of them were a source of information. His progress had been stalling, and it was time to do something. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 glared at him other. I will fucking think about it, but not now. You can eat all my shit, but not now. Maybe we can watch more videos, Kirishima offered with a sharp and bright smile. I have unearthed like 2 good videos just the other day. That can maybe soothe your achy and needy soul, right? 𝗵𝗃𝗃 attacked Kirishima, and they fell on the floor from the couch. Ah, fuck. That's why I saw that fucking CD laying around. You were planning to show him that, you hair for brains. Shouto watched as Kirishima got tickled mercilessly by his boyfriend. Kirishima gasped in the middle of drowning in giggles as he tried to speak. The redhead looked at Shouto with happy tears pooling in his eyes. Dude, I promise we can. Watch them all later. Or now. Actually, now. So, please, help. Help me, hero Shouto, 𝗵𝗃𝗃, who was holding the squirming Kirishima in his arms as he tickled him, also looked at Shouto. He glared at him again. Don't fucking move, you bastard. No one fucking steals my boyfriend time. You fucking hear that? No one. The last time who interrupted me never lived to tell the tale. Kirishima was able to escape from one of 𝗵𝗃𝗃's hold. He quickly flipped 𝗵𝗃𝗃 over and got him down in a hold. He laughed triumphantly. Aha! Looks like me and Shouto can get out movie time. Thanks for playing, Katsuki. Better luck next time. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 was growling menacingly under Kirishima's weight. I'm going to fuck you up right here and right now, shitty hair. Nope. Shouto's here. We settled that we're not into that, right? So, yeah, you gotta really learn how to time it better, babe. Let's work on that. With more noises than ever before, Kirishima finally let 𝗵𝗃𝗃 go from his hold. Shouto watched them as Kirishima pulled 𝗵𝗃𝗃 up and kissed the center of his forehead. He smiled as he broke away. I'll get my flash drive and some snacks, okay? Both of you can just sit on the couch and relax. We're gonna have some sappy time this afternoon. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 groaned as he sat on the farthest edge and let his elbow rest on the arm of the couch as he cupped his chin in a sulky mode. Shouto decided to sit on the opposite edge. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 was still glaring at him whenever he could not help but look in Shouto's direction. He started to wonder again how did 𝗵𝗃𝗃 got over his anger towards Deku. But then he remembered that video where they were able to start patching up their relationship after a long talk filled with tears and words. Maybe he can do that as well? Shouto looked at 𝗵𝗃𝗃. You fixed it by talking. The fuck you talking about? You know what I'm talking about. You had anger, too, that was directed at him. And you fixed it by talking and understanding things. I can try that too. Fuck no, 𝗵𝗃𝗃 replied immediately. I'm not like you. You tried to kill him, too. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 scowled. That's beside the fucking point. You bastard half and half. You're different than me, especially what you fucking mean to him. I hated him for a different reason. You hated him for things I do not fucking consider normal or logical, looking at how shit went down over all those shit years. Kirishima went back bringing carbonated drinks and chips. He placed them on the table as he plugged in the flash drive behind the television. He plopped down beside 𝗵𝗃𝗃 and started pressing buttons on the remote control. Junk food, noted 𝗵𝗃𝗃. Oh, you like it too. And we haven't had much this month. Last month, too. Plus, this is a special occasion. Kirishima chirped as he opened the bag of chips, dipping his hand right in as he pressed more buttons using his other hand. Once the folder has been chosen, the file was selected, and the video started to play. It was a relatively dark video, its resolution a bit lower. The camera seemed to have been angled from a nearby tree, as if it was sneaking the video just like last time. Shouto can see the front door of their dorm. The Heights Alliance logo was the most identifiable detail he can see, until the door was thrown open. Bakugo walked out of the door. "Fucking shit," growled Bakugo from his side of the couch. "I can fucking feel a headache coming on." "What? I like revisiting this one," Kirishima commented as he placed more chips in his mouth. In the video clip, Kirishima followed Bakugo outside. Once the blonde saw him, he started to yell. "You're so fucking distant to me, shitty hair. You fucking playing me? You fucking happy with you messing me up in the head?" "Bakugo," Kirishima yelled back. "No, of course not." "Ah, so you're just so fucking dumb. Huh, is that what you're trying to say?" Bakugo spat. Students started pouring out of the door as well. One of them was Ida, but Aoyama and Shoji was able to rein him in before he can scold and break whatever tension existed between the two. The rest were there mostly to watch. "No, not dumb, just confused. Bakugo, help me out here. I don't know why you got so angry at me all of a sudden. You spent time with the rest of the squad without me. With dunce face, with black eyes, with tape arms, even with that shitty tin man. What? Even Tetsu? Fuck, you even call him by his fucking first name. Tetsu is also his last name, Bakugo. I don't give a shit, hair for brains. Maybe your fucking dye already killed all of your brain cells. Bakugo, please." The blonde yelled so loud that Shouto half expected that the next people to come would be the whole faculty of the school, but it was not. It was him, and of course, Midoriya Izuku. They were just in time as Bakugo clutched his shirt in front of him. "Heart. It fucking hurts, shitty hair, when you go ignoring me like that. My chest do this shit that makes me choke from the inside." Kirishima looked at him with the most confused look Shouto has ever seen. "But why? You fucking I'm in love with you. There. Happy?" Everyone in the video froze. It was as if someone pressed the pause button. Ida's mouth was hanging open. Uraraka and the other girls had their hands plastered on their lips. The first movement came from, unexpectedly, him. Shouto watched as he moved to pat Midoriya's fluff of hair before moving to hug him from behind. Then, the hell broke. Kirishima closed the distance and grabbed Bakugo's face. "You are? You really are?" Tears fell from Bakugo's eyes as he reacted with a glare. "Stupid. Dumb." Kirishima laughed as he gathered Bakugo into his arms and hugged him fiercely. He leaned in to whisper something against his ear that made Bakugo slap his arm really hard. Kirishima nuzzled the blonde's neck. "Ah, I'm so relieved. I'm in love with you, too. I have been asking tips and trying to manage containing all these feelings I have for you by asking literally everyone." "Really? That's fucking it?" "Of course it is. Were you jealous?" Kirishima teased. Bakugo went back to his yelling, of denial this time, as their little crowd giggled and laughed with them. Kirishima squeezed Bakugo tighter and placed a big kiss on his cheek. Everyone clapped and greeted the new couple. The video ended there. "Wah," Kirishima said as he wiped a tear. He latched onto Bakugo and placed a kiss on his cheek, just like he did in the video. "That was awesome, right? Reliving such a time. That was so long ago, during our second year in high school. Look at us now, Katsuki. I love you more than ever." "Love you too, you shitty hair." Bakugo mumbled as he was embraced. He looked at Shouto. "You, half and half." Shouto waited for the next. "I never got to fucking say this, but thank you, you half and half bastard. You were the one who pushed me to confronting Aijuru," he said with such a level-headed voice that made Shouto blink. Kirishima smiled as he broke away from the embrace to look at him. "Yeah, and Izuku helped me a lot, too. That was a really good time for us." If it weren't for you two, there would be no Katsuki and 𝐒𝐩𝐢𝐳. Shouto tried to nod as the pain crept in from the back of his head. He looked back at the television screen where the video stopped. He spotted himself as he cuddled Midoriya. His mouth twitched, his brain trying hard to deny the video's existence. Okay, next. When I told you guys that today will be a sappy day, I meant it. Kirishima laughed as he pressed next on the remote control. The next video was brighter as the common room of the dorm provided the best lighting. The camera was not hidden anymore, as well. The duration of the video was notably shorter than the first one. So, good day today, said the person who was holding the camera that sounded so much like Uraraka. She panned the camera to a green-haired boy carrying a bouquet of flowers and a box of chocolates. How are you doing in this fine day, Midoriya Izuku-san? Uraraka, I can't do this, Midoriya exclaimed. Shouto frowned as the pain worsened. Looking at Midoriya wasn't good today, too. Then, he frowned. He didn't have the urge to kill him or to harm the television screen. But the pain in his head got worse, as if he was being hammered all over. He does feel like he wanted to yell and use his quirk on something. Do what? We already planned this for months. Good luck, Deku, Uraraka replied as she laughed. What am I hearing about backing out? Bakugo yelled from somewhere not seen. If fucking shitty Deku backs out today, I will explode his ass. See, Uraraka said. Midoriya visibly tensed. Sorry, guys, I don't think I can. It's just, what if he doesn't want to be friends with me anymore? What if he gets weirded out by this? Uraraka, I'm a boy. So, what? A boy is going to confess to him. Isn't that weird? Uraraka snorted. If that kind of talk will get you out of doing this. Sorry, Deku. But I'm going to be with Bakugo on this one. I will let you float if you back out. The elevator dinged, telling everyone that it landed on the ground floor. Midoriya let out a squeak as the metal doors opened. Shouto had to look closely to confirm that it was actually him who walked out of the elevator. It was him. He can even remember getting the pajamas he was wearing as a Christmas gift from 𝗵𝗲𝗄. It was really him, and there was nothing he could say to debunk that. Ooh, he's here. Go for it, Deku. Uraraka's first was caught by the camera as Midoriya gulped and waited. He didn't need to do that long as Shouto already spotted him and headed right towards him. This made him freak out as the flowers and the box actually was shaking as Shouto approached him. He was able to smile, though, as he greeted. Ah, Todoroki-kun, hi. Hello? Good morning. First of all, Shouto looked down at what he was carrying. Good morning, Midoriya. Those are roses and a box of chocolate. Is that for you? Yes, you, Todoroki-kun. You look good this morning. Is that I wanted to say? And good morning, too. Have I said that? No? Then, good morning, Todoroki-kun. Good morning again, Midoriya. You're carrying that for you. Shitty Deku, Bakugo bellowed. Yes, it's actually for you, Todoroki-kun. Midoriya quickly handed the flowers and the chocolates. Shouto's eyes were bright as he held them. Now, without nothing to hold anymore, he started with the wild hand gestures as he spoke again. I'd like to believe that you deserve them, Todoroki-kun, for being a great hero. I mean, you do deserve much more. You deserve the world, even. And I hope I can just give everything to you. That's not weird, is it? It's not weird at all, Midoriya. You deserve what I do, too. Right. That's so kind of you, Todoroki-kun. That's just the reason? Shouto asked. Well, no, of course that's not it. I planned this for months, Todoroki-kun. And I can't even begin to say this. Haha. Can I just get a try next time? I don't think I can do this. I can't. I'm sorry, Todoroki-kun. Midoriya started to move to step back. But Shouto let both the bouquet and the box fall by their feet as he grabbed Midoriya's shoulders instead. He leaned down. Midoriya. Yes. Izuku. It's just me. There should be no walls between us. You can speak freely. Midoriya started to cry. I love you, Todoroki-kun. I really do. I want to be with you all the time. You make me happy when we spend time together. Even just doing a smile is buying bread. Eating at the cafeteria. It's all wonderful because you're there with me, Todoroki-kun. And I'm not saying this in a friendly way, too. It's something else, Todoroki-kun. I am actually gay for you. Uraraka snorted so loud as she tried to keep her laughter in. Shouto blinked as he looked at Midoriya. The Shouto who was sitting on the couch watching had his hand clutching the armrest as he felt so much heat on his cheeks. That, and the combination of the pain and his skill, was making him lightheaded. This is a love confession, Todoroki-kun. A romantic one. I want to date you, Todoroki-kun. I'm here actually asking you to accept me as your boyfriend. If that's something you'd like, if you feel the same. Thank you, Shouto replied. Sure. For being gay, for me, Izuku. I'm gay for you, too. Everything became wonderful for me, too, because you're there for me. Everything became peaceful in my heart because you're guarding it from everyone else. Since you take care of my heart already, Izuku, you also deserve to have it. I love you, Todoroki-kun. Shouto gripped the armrest harder as his head started to spin violently. He gasped as he tried to regain his breath, trying to get his already racing heart down. Me too, Shouto nodded as he leaned down to capture Midoriya's lips in his. The kiss got pretty heated immediately as Uraraka gasped the moment she saw tongue. She squealed as she tried to cover the camera with her palms. No, that's too much for a general audience. The video ended there, but Shouto's headache only worsened. He felt so hot as if his whole body was burning up from the inside. He tried to using his quirk, to no avail. He tried to keep it down, but Shouto could no longer help, but tried to gasp for air. His vision dimmed as his head tilted back, hitting the couch. Bakugo and Kirishima went over to him, but at this point, Shouto could no longer hear them as everything dimmed and got silenced. He was able to get a last word in, though, so, I really did love him, and not hate him. A week passed with amazing speed that Shouto was not able to keep tabs on what had happened. Maybe he did nothing but hit the nearby training center to keep and maintain his shape. Maybe he spent most of his time thinking about what he learned and what he was learning. Maybe he spent hours thinking about just a certain person. Maybe something was really wrong. But if there was, then what happened to him? Was there something he horribly forgot? It shouldn't be possible to mess with someone's head without any contact of some sort. And Shouto can swear that he only interacted with a handful of people over the years. He was with his father most of the time anyway. He would have taken notice if there was someone suspicious around himself. Shouto opened up a browser and started to search about memory problems online. Somehow, he could not really diagnose himself. There was nothing about what he was feeling. There was nothing on having your memories replaced with something else. Something that apparently never happened. And the pain, too, whenever he was trying to remember the real events in his life. As Shouto walked back from the training center, he received an email notification. To his surprise, it was from Shinsu Hitoshi. Curious, Shouto opened the email. There was a short message, and a video attachment came along with it. The message said, "Hey, Todoroki. I have actually forgotten that I was the one who took the video at that time. I was cleaning up my computer files when I came across it. No hard feelings, please. Better late than never, right? Anyway, I will let you download the video and watch it. Good luck." Shouto decided to go back to the Kirishima Bakugo household before downloading the video, as it had a huge file size. The video was also about 30 minutes, so he needed a much more stable internet connection. Once he did, though, he murmured a quick, "I'm home," before heading straight to his room to begin his download. Kirishima and Bakugo were talking by the kitchen counter, and they looked at him. This he noticed in his periphery. He'll just have to explain himself later. Now, he needed to watch the video Shinsu sent him. Maybe it will help him with something. The purple-haired hero would not reach out with him if it was not important at all. So that made Shouto feel the urgency to watch. Shouto went and changed his clothes and took a warm shower as he waited for the file to finish downloading. He saw the bottle of vitamins nearby, but he decided to drink later, hopping on the bed to open his phone. The download just finished, and he tapped on it. The video started playing. Shouto could not breathe well. He was staring at the black screen of his phone. It has been long since the screen turned itself off due to the lack of activity. Shouto continued to stare at his chest, and throat hurt with an aching, sour pain that brought unbidden tears in his eyes. He sniffled, wiping the tears he cried. He could not bear the pain anymore. It was as if something inside him was wrung so tight that he started to bleed out inside. The tears could not stop falling for reasons beyond his grasp. He was used to pain. He should be having the most lethal and the most deadly job in the world. But now, it was a different kind of pain. Something that felt like he did feel from a distant, borrowed life. So, why was he feeling it now? Shouto replayed the video. It started again with Shinsu setting up the camera. He was murmuring something along the lines of, "I really don't understand modern technology." Kaminari, who was apparently beside him, chuckled as he came into the camera's view. He reached out to steady the camera. "It's fine, Hitoshi. I'll teach you." Shinsu hummed, I'll leave it to you, then." "Okay, so, Mr. Cameraman, what are we going to do today?" Kaminari asked. The camera was moved, focusing on the kitchenette of the common space of the dorm. Shouto saw himself beside Sato, and they both wearing aprons. The camera moved closer until it showed what they were doing. Shouto saw himself beating up the dough with extreme concentration. Sato was just supervising, looking at Shouto's work and barking tips and techniques here and there. "So, what are the objectives of today?" Kaminari asked. Todoroki-kun asked for help. "He said he's going to bake a cake for Midoriya-kun," grunted Sato, still watching Shouto, pointing at the yeast. Shouto reached out to put some more before going back to beating and kneading the dough. "Wow, that's so exciting. Don't you think, Shinsu?" Kaminari grinned. "I believe Izuku will like it better if you put some All Might stuff as decor. But that's just me, I guess." "I got Deku merch. Cake toppers," Shouto deadpanned as he looked up at the camera. Kaminari snickered. Shinsu only said, "Oh. Okay, welcome back to our Kamishin channel." Kaminari chirped as the video transitioned into Kaminari, holding the camera towards himself. Shinsu looked at him from a few steps ahead. "We don't have a vlog, Denki." Kaminari looked offended. "Yet, Toshi? Yet. I want to set up one for the two of us. We can do mukbang and stuff like this." "Fine, but not now. We study first," replied Shinsu. "No fun, Toshi. Let's just go. They may be starting now." "Okay, let's go, guys." They walked to the girls' floor and then knocked at Jiru's room. Kaminari knocked so many times that they finally heard a reply from inside. It was Jiru. "It's open, you dumbasses." Kaminari opened the door and stepped inside. The camera panned until Shouto and Jiru came into view. The blonde waved at them. "Hey, guys, how's it going?" "To do's a natural," Jiru immediately replied, seeming proud. Shouto looked down at the guitar he was holding. "Oh, really? That's nice, coming from Jiru-san." Don't think of it too much." Jiru said, "I believe you're gonna sweep Midoriya off his feet. He's gonna faint once you play for him while singing." "Oh, singing," Kaminari commented. "What song?" "It's even an English song," Jiru grinned. "Isn't that so cool? It's called I Was Made for Loving You, and it's so romantic." He's got the instrument down, too. "We just need to practice more on the vocals, right? To do?" Shouto nodded as he plucked at the strings. "Oh, Tilda. Then, that will end out episode for the day." Kaminari smiled at the camera. "Guys, please stay tuned for part 3 of our Todoroki first anniversary documentary. Please like and subscribe to our channel." Jiru snorted as Kaminari reached out to maybe turn the video off. She chuckled. You don't even have a vlog, 𝗬𝗪 nodded solemnly. Kaminari's mouth hung open. Hitoshi, you too? Yet. I don't have one yet. You guys are bullies. The video was cut off after that, immediately transitioning to the common room. Uraraka, Tsuyu and Yaoyorozu were seated around Shouto on the floor. They were doing some kind of huge letters made of cardboard. Momo was providing the materials, and Tsuyu and Uraraka were helping with the assembly. Kaminari chuckled from behind the camera. Look at them, so serious. Especially Todoroki. Look at him. He looks like he's ready to kill the cardboard. I agree, 𝗬𝗪 replied, who was most probably beside Kaminari. They approached the small group. They looked at the camera. Kaminari started his monologue. Okay, guys. It's the third installment of our adventures with Todoroki. Now, he's collaborating with some of the best girls in class at 𝗧𝗏. All of our girls are the best, so y'all know that I mean. Anyway, welcome back to our channel. Are you vlogging, Kaminari-kun? Uraraka laughed. I didn't know you have one. Can I subscribe? He doesn't have one, deadpan Shouto. He just doesn't like that. Kaminari fake gasped. What? Todoroki, don't betray me like this. I'll set it up soon. Hitoshi, I'm too hurt. Please take over. A moment of silence. Hitoshi, you love me, right? A sigh. Okay, so, what are you up to, guys? Well, Yaoyorozu enthusiastically started to speak. We're doing these letters to hang on the wall on the day itself. It's going to say, Happy first anniversary, Izuku. I love you. Isn't that sweet? Too sweet, 𝗬𝗪 replied. That's so romantic. I want to get some Todoroki-kun for me too, someday. You know, a girl version. Uraraka squeezed her cheeks. Somehow, that makes me scared. Tsuyu interjected. The concept of a female Todoroki-kun. I don't get it, replied Shouto. Then, that's nice, Uraraka nodded. Let's finish this quick. I don't think Kirishima-kun and Ida-kun and distract Deku some more. They could head back right now. Okay. Let's do this, Yaoyorozu exclaimed. Shouto nodded. Yes, thanks. They went back to working on the props. Kaminari. Awa. Okay, so that ends our video for the day. Thank you, guys, for the support. I hope you can subscribe and join the notification squad. 𝗵𝗲, signing off. That last bit sounded exactly like present mic. Gives me weird feelings, replied 𝗬𝗪 as the video was cut off right there. Okay, guys. Kaminari started the video with the camera on him and 𝗬𝗪. He was whispering. Okay. So, today, we have to be really, really sneaky or else the camera will blow up. We don't want that and leave all of you guys, our beloved subscribers, forever handing, right? Oh, we can do something, I think. We don't need a big camera at all. Though, of course, the quality could be lesser. 𝗬𝗪 mused. We can visit Hatsum. The video was cut off abruptly. The next scene was focused on the kitchen. Kaminari was still on whispering mode. Okay, Hitoshi is a genius, and we're wearing spy cameras with microphones. How sweet is that, right? We have to give it to Hatsum-san for this. Shout out for you, sis. Let's go, Denki. We can't let Bakugo think we're loitering and up to no good. They walked towards the kitchen. Bakugo was frowning as he moved his ladle against the pan expertly. So, Blasty, how's it going? It's so early, you know? Fuck. And how the hell are you awake, Discount Pikachu? He spared them a second of a glance that was barely a glance. And you too, Discount Troll? Hitoshi doesn't sleep, commented Kaminari. Bakugo snorted as he kept on the cooking. Today's the fucking day, you dumbasses. Why the shit are you here? Just checking the food, 𝗬𝗪 said. And why the fuck none of you trust me with this shit? I will blow up the both of you into discount crisps, growled Bakugo. Okay. Can we just ask the menu for today, Blasty? Kaminari pressed on. Fuck off, cheap-ass charger. We can just resume later, 𝗬𝗪 said as he started to walk away. It smells good, Bakugo. Kaminari gave him a thumbs up before following Shinsu. Of fucking course it does. The microphone caught. Kaminari leaned into the mic after they were in a considerable distance from the spiky blonde. Okay, so that, sadly, ends our installment for this one. We just know that if it's Bakugo, the food will be amazing. I'm so excited for tonight. If y'all are excited too, give this video a like and subscribe to our 𝐒𝐭𝐲 channel. Join the notification squad to get updates tonight. Hitoshi, Asai, 𝗵𝐿 out. Maybe you should really make a vlog, Denki. Alright. I'm nervous and excited at the same time, Kirishima said beside Kaminari and Shinsu. Are you guys, too? Dedu's prepared so much for this. I hope Izuku will like it. Of course, he will. Deku loves whatever Todoroki-kun does for him anyway, answered Uraraka. The camera was set up on the side, with most of the common area included in the view. The huge banner was wrapped in green glitter. There were cake and cupcakes on a circular table on the side, and there were a lot of food on a long table by the wall in a buffet setup. Shouto was seated by the circular table, Jiru's guitar on his lap. He was adjusting and readjusting the capo on the frets. Is he nervous? Shinsu asked. Well, I'd be too, Kirishima replied. Ida then did his chopping motion. Deku-kun will be here in a few minutes. Places, everyone. Everyone moved at once, going behind Shouto, so that he's the only person on the foreground. Shouto started to take deep breaths until the elevator dinged its arrival. The doors opened, and Shouto started to play the guitar. Midoriya was wide-eyed as he took small steps towards the common area. Shouto started to sing. Midoriya looked around at the place, with everyone smiling at him. He looked at huge green glittery banner and gasped. He looked at Shouto as he continued to sing. Hold me close through the night. Shouto had his eyes closed at this point, fingers working on the strings. Don't let me go. We'll be all right, touch my soul, and hold it tight. Shouto had a small smile on his lips as he poured his heart out through the song. I've been waiting all my life, I won't scar your young heart, just take my hand, with a hand clutching the front of his shirt. Midoriya started to cry. 'Cause I was made for loving you, even though we may be hopeless hearts just passing through. Shouto opened his eyes. Seeing Midoriya crying and bawling his eyes out, he smiled at his boyfriend. Every bone screaming, I don't know what we should do, all I know is, darling, I was made for loving you. Midoriya approached Shouto. Please don't go. I've been waiting so long. Oh, you don't even know me at all, but I was made for loving you. He was smiling as he cried some more, tears falling down his cheeks. He stopped in front of his boyfriend, with Shouto looking up at him with a smile. I was made for loving you, even though we may be hopeless hearts just passing through. Shouto went a key higher as he sang the last part of the song. Every bone screaming, I don't know what we should do. All I know is, darling, I was made for loving you. When he finally finished strumming, Shouto took Midoriya's hand and brought the back of his palm and kissed the scars there. He looked up. Happy first, love. I really, really adore you. Midoriya nodded as he leaned down to kiss Shouto on the mouth. Most of the class wolf whistled, while the rest gave them a round of applause. Thank you for doing all of this for me. I love you so much, Shouto. I'd do anything and everything for you. That's a promise I intend to keep forever, he replied as he kissed Shouto's forehead. Ida was about to announce that the party can start now, and they can line up for the food, when everyone heard the front door opening. When Aizawa saw the whole thing, he had to blink. Under his breath, Kaminari let out a, shit. Oh my, present mic, we're really in it now. It was loud enough to be heard in the video. What is this? Aizawa then saw the huge glittery banner and sighed. Never mind that question. I'm here to remind everyone about your final exam schedule. I expect all of you to pass. A night like this one can be excused. Students need to spend time for recreation and celebration, I believe. As they heard all of this, the whole class cheered. But that doesn't mean you have to wake up everyone, Aizawa continued. Kaminari was the one who laughed. Then, Aizawa sensed, have a slice of cake. That can be arranged, right? To do. Izuku. The couple brightened. Todoroki nodded as Izuku wiped at his tears to smile at their homeroom teacher. Of course, for sensei. The scene shifted hours later, most likely, as members of Class A were dancing. Shouto and Midoriya in the middle, more hugging than dancing. Okay, so, I'm so happy that everything went well for our lovely couple right there. I'm a little bit sad, too. Because this closes our Todoroki first anniversary coverage. Me and Hitoshi will make a compilation, of course, so stay tuned for that. Kamishin, out. Shouto watched the video end. He saw his reflection on the blackened screen. His heart was heavy as it sank when he started to weigh everything that he just watched. All of that cannot be tampered with. He knew it was completely genuine. It happened during their time at UA. But there was absolutely no recollection in his part. He never even approached Midoriya like that, ever. If he was banking on his own memories now, in the present, he could never do what he did for him in that video. He would never. He wanted Midoriya to die, as he was in the way of his goal from high school up until now. That was how much he hated him. And that hatred, he had lived with that for years. The years that had piled up on top of the other, making his hatred of the current #1 hero as lethal as his quirks, as lethal as the power his father had given him. But what really happened then? And how should it matter right now? Shouto felt his chest sink down on his feet. Whatever really happened in the past, the ones he believed never happened and could never happen, it caused a tremendous shift on his present. There was an abyss between what he believed for years and what was presented to him now. Shouto felt weak, even physically. It was as if having all these brand new emotions weakened him. Maybe, now that he knows so much, these were feelings that had just started to come back to him. Like someone coming home to his arms. Shouto willed himself to stand up, grabbing his almost empty bottle of multivitamins and a bottle of water from the bedside table. Maybe the vitamins can help with restoring his strength. Maybe it can wipe away all of his thoughts that were very much attracted to a certain green-haired, green-eyed hero with a blinding smile. The moment he downed 3 pills with the water, it started. He let himself fall on the bed, clutching his head as extreme pain entered his body. His lungs malfunctioned as he barely got air in his system. His skull was being split open as his thoughts raced with the evidences he was just exposed to. He thrashed on the bed, sweating, as he grappled to stay awake. He yelled and screamed as the pain intensified to a degree that he never experienced before, even through his hero work. The last thing Shouto saw was the door opening, and the blurred images of Kirishima and Bakugo approaching. Midoriya, he mumbled before everything faded into nothing. Shouto offered a hand as Hitoshi Shinsu stood in front of his table in a quiet cafe. Shinsu looked at his hand for a second, as if deciding what to do with it, before reaching out to shake it. After the brief contact, Shinsu sat in front of him. Shouto, for a moment, did not know what to say. Shinsu looked a bit out of his element, like he does not really go meeting up with a friend, just the two of them. Maybe that was true as Shinsu looked everywhere. Thanks. I also already ordered for us. Should be ready in a while, Shouto began. Shinsu looked at him immediately, a brow raised. He wanted to sigh. I asked us to meet because I wanted to thank you for sending that. Shinsu nodded. And I have questions about it, Shouto continued. Shinsu felt like he was about to rub his temples, but decided against it in the last second. If what you were going to ask was about Denki's YouTube channel, then yes, he now has one. He has a lot of viewers, too. Though, he felt like the video was too personal to actually share it to anyone else. So, it never got uploaded and monetized. Plus, he wanted you to see it too, when you never got to. It was Shouto's turn to nod. So, your questions, Shinsu prompted before shaking his head. I think we are going about this all wrong. I'm going to ask, how are you holding up after watching such a stimuli? Did your body react badly? Don't get me wrong, I'm asking as someone who experienced pain in the head, not a doctor. Yes, Shouto said. There was pain. Lots of it. I got so dizzy and eventually lost consciousness. Kirishima and Bakugo had to rush me to a hospital after that. Apparently, Shinsu looked like he did not expect the answer. I see, he said. But can you do it now? Can you discern what are the things that were true, and the things that you believed were right, but not exactly the truth? No, Shouto found himself say immediately. I never got to that part yet. I believe that was something that is still beyond my capacity. Meaning? There was still some shock whenever I get exposed to material that proves to me clearly that something else had happened that I recall differently. I can see that the difference get too drastic most of the time that it was hard to digest. And then, all the headaches and all the dizziness come along. I see. Go on. But I was thinking that this investigation, or what else we can call this, was already taking too long. I did not want to say this to Kirishima and Bakugo as they have put in so much effort on this. But I believe that we are already going in circles. They give me materials, and then I try to digest it as much as I can, and then it kind of fails as there was still pain. It was a cycle I have been through. For months already, Shouto said. Then, what do you suggest we do, number 2 hero? Shouto clenched his jaw. Do you want to stop this and go back to your agency? Is that an option? Well, this is technically a hero mission. For the rest of us, even for you. So, if you were to contact your agency and have them pull you out from the investigation, then there would be nothing left for us to do. We don't hold on to anything we can use to stop you. Not that we have to resort to that kind of force, said Shinsu. Then, something made Shinsu's eyes glint. Then, you have to know that this benefits you the most in the long run, Todoroki Shouto. Think about the rest of your life. You have come this far. Can you forget everything at this point? Shinsu leaned back against the chair's backrest. Well, if you insist, then you are free to go and make a call right now. Once you do, I have to make some calls to my own superiors as well. Shinsu eyed him. You're not a hostage. Before Shouto can answer, his phone started to beep. He took it out of his pocket. It was the alarm that he set whenever he was late to drink his vitamins and had to immediately do so. It rarely rang because he was usually on time and Shouto had no recollection so far when he was late to take them. Shouto took the bottle from high bag. Excuse me for a few. Do you mind if I? Shinsu nodded. No, not at all. Take your time. He was a bit conscious as Shinsu watched him put 2 pills in his mouth and downed it with the cafe's service water. Shinsu was looking at the unlabeled bottle as he capped it again. Shinsu looked apprehensive. And those are? Vitamins. Helps me with my quirk, explained Shouto, even though he did not know why he needed to. With this, Shinsu's eyebrows shot up. There are quirk-enhancing vitamins. That's a surprise. I asked around, and they told me there's no vitamins to help quirks. Believe me, I tried to find one. Oh, my father negotiated with a lab privately. They made the vitamins specifically for my quirk. That's. Shinsu nodded as he gave Shouto a feral grimace. I guess that's to be expected from the great former number 1 hero, eh? To have enough influence to do things like that. I'm sure you're pretty thankful for your dear father taking good care of you. Shouto looked Shinsu in the eye. He aims for me to be on top, Shinsu Hitoshi. And I accept that purpose he has for me. His guidance got me here, as the number 2. There should be no problem for that one last step upward. Okay, that's fair. You take them every day. I do. It's no telling when I need my quirk the most. Again, fair, Shinsu said. The paging receiver suddenly started to vibrate. Shouto stood up, carrying the circular object with him to the counter a bit far away. Shinsu looked around at the few people scattered around. None of them were looking remotely at his direction. He took a deep breath as he took the bottle and opened it. He smelled it first. It smells bitter, not like the usual sourness of vitamin C, for example. The bottle was already half empty, but he believed that a few missing pills can't hurt. No one will count them, Even any hero, because he totally would never, one by one, right? Taking a nearby pad of tissue, Shinsu took around 6 pills from the bottle. He looked at Shouto, who was still waiting on something on the counter. So he immediately capped the bottle and placed it where Shouto had left it. Shinsu folded the tissue with the pills inside and slipped it in his front pocket. He took his phone out and started playing a puzzle game as Shouto walked back to their table with drinks and pastries. "I did not know what you like, so I had to take a guess." "That's fine," Shinsu replied. Shouto sat down again to put back the bottle inside his bag. He looked at Shinsu as the purple-haired underground hero sipped his fruit juice. "You said you're for questions," he said. "Hero Deku. How is he involved with all of this? This mission? Investigation?" Shinsu hummed. "To be really honest, he should not be involved at all. Izuku." Shouto could not help but flinch. It was not of his own volition. So, they were on a first-name basis. Izuku was used to poke his head into things he should not poke his head in. Hence all of your encounters so far. True, it was the old man's idea to put you both together in one place, but Izuku had the choice not to. He still went for it because, well, of course, he would. And now? Now, there should have been none. I don't know what's happening with you guys in Bakugo and Kirishima's home, but there should have been no interactions between the two of you. That's to keep the peace we're trying to hold here. We can't afford a hero dying. Not as bright and compassionate as Izuku, too. I saw him. 2 times. Once, he came over to Kirishima and Bakugo's house, while knowing I would be there. Twice, he was visiting my mother just before I did. Explain that. Shinsu snorted. You want me to explain someone's itinerary once they're off duty? I don't know, Todoroki Shouto, but those visits, I believe they were all personal. Izuku can have friends and can maintain human interaction with people important to him, can't he? Shouto could not find a thing to say as Shinsu sipped his drink some more. My family. He was with them. And, Shinsu asked, I believe Izuku and the members of your family go way back since high school. You were there, visiting with him. Once graduation was over and you willingly went with Endeavor, you just stopped. Izuku did not stop spending time with them when he can, from what he had always tell me. Shinsu swirled the straw into his half-full glass. It is still advisable to not overthink what a hero does in his downtime. They should have that kind of freedom from the harsh world of being a hero, right? If you were offended by his presence, then that will be on you. Or maybe that was just me. He could have done something else. But what I was asking was how much background involvement he has had in this. Shinsu finished his drink before speaking. None. Almost none, save for the few times you saw him. Why? Shinsu looked so much like a younger Aizawa at that moment. How can we let him be involved when you wanted to kill him, and you were not a villain? When you would never accept anything from him, even if we were to try such foolish thing. You never failed to let everyone know what are your intentions with him. You were so ready to do anything to beat him, even killing him, a public figure that people have come to love. He sighed. None of us believe that you would want to be anywhere near him and not hurt him in any way. Knowing Izuku, he would be more than willing to see you without even thinking, and without attacking you back. As his colleagues, we aim to protect him as well as he was always hellbent to protect us as he fought villains. There are times, Todoroki Shouto, that we must pick and choose our battles wisely. Shinsu placed his hands on the table, fingers intertwined. I heard about the request you made to Kirishima and Bakugo. You wanted to see him. You experienced firsthand their reactions were. That was because you were deemed harmful to him in a way that we could not let him engage with you. I must hope you understand that. I hate it. Oh. That I am coming to realize that I am hopelessly bound to him in one way or another. A scar that can never go away. Shinsu gave him a severely offending smile. Well, that was something you have dealt in the past, right? Then, you must have learned a thing or two on how to handle that this time. Shinsu unlocked his phone the moment Todoroki Shouto was picked up by a car owned by 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏's agency, speeding away from sight. He tapped a few and pressed the phone against his ear. The person on the other line picked up after the second ring. "Son," Shinsu groaned. "I was working." Fine. You sure are demanding today. What is it?" "I need to meet with you, Izuku, and Toshinori-san the earliest convenience with all of you at once. I was just called by Todoroki Shouto to meet with him, and I believe that we should be onto something we have dearly missed this whole time." "Where do you want to meet?" "Somewhere private enough for a classified discussion." "I will pull out Izuku immediately. Toshinori should still be in the meeting. We will meet in my office in 30. "All right, Dad." "I was working," muttered Aizawa. Shinsu fell into step with Izuku's pacing towards Aizawa's office, just 5 minutes before the time they were expected to meet. Izuku brightened immediately. "Hitoshi-kun." "Hey, Smashy." Izuku gasped. "No, you don't." "Of course, Will." Shinsu grinned. "Smashy. Lil Smashy. You were saying that just because you ended up taller than me. You just did not grow enough. Small Smashy. Little small Smashy." "I am not small, you're just taller," Shinsu chuckled. "I hope you're doing all right with all of this." "I'm trying my best, as always. I can't let anyone down, Hitoshi-kun." Shinsu nodded solemnly. "That sounds about right. Been hearing that since what? 4 years ago. The time you stopped getting taller." "That's a big lie." They both laughed as they turned into another corridor. They stopped at the first door. Shinsu knocked before opening the door. Aizawa and Toshinori were already there, talking a bit to themselves. They immediately stopped upon seeing the younger heroes enter the room. "Hitoshi," spoke Aizawa. "Let's not waste time. Please explain." "Fine." Shinsu took the napkin from his pocket and placed it on Aizawa's table. He opened it to reveal the pills inside. "Todoroki Shouto asked me to meet up with him after I sent him Denki's video compilation of his so-called vlogs on Izuku and Todoroki's first anniversary. That cake back then was really something. Right, Eraser? I was grateful when you brought some to the faculty room." Toshinori smiled. Aizawa only rolled his eyes before looking at Shinsu. "And we talked about things. And then he took this unlabeled bottle and started drinking these. He said it was to help his quirk specifically." "Did he tell you where he got them?" Izuku asked, hand on his chin as he frowned. "He was more than happy to without me doing anything," Shinsu nodded. "He said his father, our dear Endeavor, had a special lab in on it." Aizawa and Toshinori looked at each other knowingly. Izuku looked at them as if something clicked. "Is it? Maybe. We don't have enough ideas to support that claim yet, Izuku," Aizawa said. "In the meantime, we will send half of the pills to our labs here to get immediate results," Toshinori said. "And the half should be sent over to Island. Their labs should be more than highly capable." Shouto noticed something new for him today. He had been lowering the dosage every day until there was nothing left. 3 days ago was the last time he took in his last dying dosage. He did not feel anything for a day or two, but on the 3rd day, it started. He began to fidget, as if he was having the urge to do something. Most probably hit something. The worst part of it all is whenever he gets the desire to hit something, Midoriya Izuku floats in his mind. It was uncontrollable. He never felt this kind of burning desire to hurt someone this much before, not even towards a villain. Not even towards his father when he had to put him in the most painful training he had ever known when he was a child. He clenched his fist as he tried not to succumb to the urge. It was strong, but he does not have even the slightest idea where to find the target his mind could not help but points at. His desire to put down Midoriya Izuku and become the #1 hero was the desire that threatened to take over his senses. The nature of this desire has become a bit primitive. It was as if hurting Midoriya Izuku to the point that he could no longer be #1 was a basic need of his body. As if he could no longer function if he was not able to accomplish his body's command as soon as possible. That meant he needs to take control of his quirk. Maybe his vitamins can help. It was him not being able to take it as regularly as he did for half a decade that made him this weak. He needed his strength to tide through this. Because at this point, he did not even want to hurt Midoriya Izuku. Not when he still needs answers from him. Not when he still could not understand why he was a big part of his life, up until this day. In both of the lives he apparently led. He looked at his phone. It has been 2 days since he contacted his agency. He asked them to supply him with the vitamins, and that he can just pick it up from the offices. But there was nothing. No one got back to him. He already tried calling a few times, but there was no one picking up the phone. Shouto decided to just go back to his place and get himself a new bottle instead. The problem is, he does not know if he was allowed to go back. Will they see it as him quitting? Maybe he was overthinking it, so when Kirishima and Bakugo got back from their hero duties for the day, he went out of his room to ask, spit it out, dumbfuck. I want a shower with 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐳 right now. Can I? 9 seconds. I want to go back to my place. Bakugo blinked. Oh? Did you call your agency? Well, yes, but they were. Then, pack your bags. I don't want to see you after the shower. You gave up. I don't need that negativity in my already fucking peaceful life. No, Katsuki. I think he's saying something else. Right, Shu? Shouto looked at a very annoyed Bakugo to a listening Kirishima. I happened to run out of my multivitamins, and I wanted to ask if I was allowed to go back to my place and grab a bottle. It's fine if you guys come along, if you want to be sure that I go back here. Ooh, see? It's a trip, Kirishima grinned. My boy won't quit on us. Katsuki, you're just too sensitive about this. Bakugo growled. I just want my fucking shower. Shower it is. Can you wait for us for a bit? Maybe 30 minutes? Kirishima gave Shouto his twinkly eyes. Okay. A few minutes later, Shouto heard the shower. He was sitting on the couch without doing anything. His head felt like it was floating above him, but maybe it was just the small things that kept on happening to him because his vitamins were unavailable. So, he took his phone to check on the group chat. It was as lively as always, as if their old classmates never thought of making one before. Or maybe Shouto's alleged condition was the one who brought them all back together. It was something Shouto felt a bit glad about. Mina was talking about Kaminari's vlog, where he just uploaded a video after a month. It was a 3-part documentary of his Europe tour with Shinsu. She was ranting about how Denki dared to rub their faces, how lucky he was that he got someone as great as the Mind Master. Siro, Uraraka, and the others were telling Mina it was destiny, or that it was meant to be. All because they were the miniatures of another famous blonde and his underground hero, dubbed 𝗂𝐻𝐻𝗵𝐲 by the whole of Class A. Well, until Eri heard about it and started calling her adoptive parents as a unit, yelling 𝗂𝐻𝐻𝗵𝐲 whenever she wanted to call them both at the same time. That word quickly became taboo. Shouto knew about this 3 weeks ago, just from the same group chat, when Denki dropped the bomb because he was annoyed at them for tagging along with him and Shinsu for their trip to Seoul 2 months back. Shouto had asked, "What is an 𝗂𝐻𝐻𝗵𝐲?" He got a whole answer from 8 people. Shouto scrolled absent-mindedly at the group chat conversation, barely understanding anything as he took deep breaths to placate himself as he waited. He looked around. Both the air conditioning and the fan were working properly. Why does he feel so warm, and why can't he get the air that he needs in his lungs? He took more deep breaths as he started to need to breathe faster. He needs to stand and get himself some water. Shouto willed himself up, and the world turned upside down. Before he completely fell, though, he was able to hold the couch's armrest. His head was spinning. Did he eat yet? Maybe it was hunger. That's why he needed the water. He took steps to the kitchen, holding himself against the wall, and then against tables and chairs to keep himself upright. Enough to get to the glasses and the water dispenser just beside it. He was grateful that Bakugo's organizing made sense. He took a glass, and was able to get it half full. He was already trembling as he raised the glass to his lips, only to have the glass shattered on the floor. His head started spinning harder as everything began to distort. Shouto placed his hand on his neck, trying to figure out what was wrong with his breathing. He tried to move to maybe pick up the glass shards, but an excruciating pain went through his head, as if he was struck by lightning or a bullet entered his brain. He gasped as he clutched his head, falling down on the floor. His palms got caught up with the pieces of glass beside him. But the bleeding of his hand was not the most painful thing right now. His hand may throb, but his head could no longer hold him up. He gasped and clutched his head with his other, uninjured hand. Tears quickly filled his eyes, and he fought for breathing. Then it changed. The pain got stronger, but it was now channeling the energy to do something. To hurt someone. To kill someone. Shouto felt as if there were something rabid and something hurtful inside of him that was being unleashed. As if he was an animal that aims to hunt and kill more than it wants to live. And for Shouto's body, it was to hunt and kill Midoriya Izuku. He was trapped in his state as he fought himself and all of his urges to destroy. He screamed so loud as pain entered his body, so similar to the burning sensation of flames consuming a human alive. He screamed again until Shouto can feel the strain in his throat, but could no longer hear his own voice. His senses dim. He saw Kirishima and Bakugo approaching him fast. He raised his injured hand, the blood flowing out and dripping on the floor. There was nothing after that. Holy fuck, cursed Katsuki as Kirishima finished wrapping Shouto's hand after pulling out the shards of glass from their friend's palm. Todoroki still flinched a little bit as he did, even in his unconsciousness. Holy motherfucking fuck, Katsuki cursed again. I need to call Deku. Right, replied Kirishima and pulled out his own phone. I'll call the ambulance, then. They transferred Shouto onto the couch as they made their calls. Kirishima was the first one to finish his, with the medics confirming that they will be there in 7 minutes. Kirishima pressed on Shouto's pulse point. There was beating, all right, but it was abnormally fast for someone who already passed out cold. Cats? Kirishima called. What? Bakugo growled as he pressed the loudspeaker. The ringing was still ongoing. The blonde was beyond pissed. Deku's not fucking picking up. The call was accepted the moment he said that. Goodness fuck, Deku. The fuck were you doing? Sorry, Kaken, I was doing research. Fuck your research, Deku. Something's happened. Where do you need me? Hospital, right now. The ambulance will come soon. We'll just all meet there. Please tell the old men to get their wrinkly asses up and shitting immediately. This shit is serious. Okay? I'll be there. Kaken. Huh. Thanks. Just fucking go. Bakugo ended the call. They heard the sirens of the ambulance right after. Kirishima carried Shouto on his back as he gently moved him up. Bakugo held Kirishima's hand as they sped down the stairs. The medics immediately moved to transfer Shouto onto a stretcher and placed him inside. Kirishima and Bakugo followed, stepping into the back of the ambulance. They were on the road in no time. Hey, cats. Make it quick. You're a good friend. The blonde frowned. Kirishima smiled and pressed a light kiss against his cheek. I'm proud of you for going for such lengths for the people around you. It makes me happy to see that. I love you, Katsuki. I fucking love you too, but I just don't want to make you fucking sad. If shit's going to happen to them, I will feel like fucking shit. And you will feel like fucking shit. And me feeling shit will make you feel worse than shit. That's the one fear I have, not seeing your shitty smile. Kirishima smiled. That's the Katsuki I fell in love with. The initial diagnosis is, Todoroki Shouto may have had symptoms of drug withdrawal according to what you two witnessed, concluded the doctor as they stood around Shouto on his hospital bed. We have just taken his blood sample, and the results should come in about half an hour. We will prioritize his case and his care. We assure you that. Of fucking course. He's the #2 hero, muttered 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝐻. He should fucking get the best treatment. He saved all of your asses for years. The doctor bowed deeply. Please excuse me as I will personally attend to Shouto-san's blood test results in order to expedite the process. We will treat him well. Ground Zero Sam. Red Riot San. Ah, fuck. Where's the fucking team? They're fucking late, groaned 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝐻 as he glared at his phone. No fucking notifications. Did they fucking die already? It has only been 30 minutes since you called Izuku, Katsuki. He was doing research in another prefecture. I'm sure he's trying his best to get here as fast as he can. The old man, then. Maybe they're near already. Toshinori-sen said they're 10 minutes away, 7 minutes ago. Kirishima's phone rang. It was an unsaved number. He stood up and walked towards the window of the hospital room to receive it. Am I speaking to Red Riot? Yes, speaking. I am a representative of Todoroki Shouto's hero agency. Is it all right for me to address you as Kirishima-san? That's okay. Then, Kirishima-san, we will be forced to press charges against you and 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝐻-san for illegally keeping our employee in your home against his will, especially in the middle of his mission through highly coercive means. It was surprising to us that Todoroki-san called us for help, specifically asking us to bring him back to his place at the earliest convenience. Wait, you're pressing charges. To me and 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝐻. At the mention of charges and his name, 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝐻 was immediately beside Kirishima. He was frowning, but Kirishima held up a hand that told his partner that he would still try to do democracy with the person on the other end of the line. Yes, our hand was forced by Todoroki-san's pleas. The mission should be highly classified. How did you guys even know where Hero Shouto was staying? I believe he specifically called and asked to get him his supply of vitamins, only to meet him in a neutral place. Are you guys saying you were spying on him? The means of our own investigation should not matter, Kirishima-san. What? That just violates the law of classified hero missions, woman. Our agency should be the one pressing charges. This is illegal. And coercive? This is even libel. Don't worry, this should be passed on to our superiors. Kiss Endeavor's ass, bitch. Your agency will go down, growled 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝐻 as Kirishima ended the call. He sighed. So, there's that. Another huge ass problem, huh? Before 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝐻 can say anything, the rest of the team arrived. Toshinori was wearing casual clothes that can even be classified as pajamas, while Aizawa and Izuku were both in their hero uniforms. Diagnosis? Aizawa barked. Fucking drug withdrawal, shrugged 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝐻. Or whatever that meant. Is it his vitamins he always takes? Can vitamins do that shit? Exactly the question, said Toshinori. Shinsu-kun should be here soon. He was about to receive the test results both from our local laboratories and from my island at this time. He should be able to compare them with Naomasa-san and draw a solid conclusion. 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝐻 let out a TCH. Discount troll should finish faster than. That's what we are hoping, said Aizawa. Kirishima looked at Izuku, who was just about to say something. He smiled at the green-haired hero. Hey, Zuku. Are you okay? Izuku shook his head as he tried not to burst into tears. Was he in pain? He was, Kirishima said. He was in so much pain, but I believe it was because he was fighting himself. He has been brave, Izuku. He'll be fine. I should have been. You still would not have used Deku. This is a battle he should and can only fucking fight by himself. Toshinori sighed. Katsuki's right, Izuku. See, even Dad might agrees, smirked 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝐻. Aizawa rubbed his temples. I hate to say this, but this is Shouto's fight. Well, hate to break it to you, Dezawa. But it's not just his fight starting now. Everyone looked at the doorway where Shinsu was standing, catching his breath as he waved a few brown envelopes. He walked inside and closed the door, locking it. He looked back at them and shrugged. I hate to be interrupted by hospital people, so. Yep, we're in deep now. Just say the shit, discount Barney. Shinsu eyed Bakugo demeaningly for a second before handing each of them the envelopes. Except for Kirishima and Bakugo, who were meant to share just one copy. I figured you two have been just one entity for a while now, so it's fine. Saves me desk printer, the paper, and the ink. You guys can ask me questions, Shinsu continued. Erase that. Please ask. I have been on the phone for 3 hours with the Island representative as they explained to me the results. Our labs had me go there, and I spend an hour and a half. So, that would be 270 minutes of explanation. Please use it. Then, why the fuck did you print anything? Bakugo muttered. Just tell us what you got, dumb fuck. Fine, Shinsu rolled his eyes. The pills contained something derived from a quirk. Something that was done to Eri years ago. It was harder to detect than everyone thought. But it was what it was. There was no quirk enhancing that has been happening for 5 years. It's a memory alteration pill, murmured Izuku. And Shouto's been taking them for 5 years. Ah, I'm too tired, said Aizawa. Yes, Dad. We have no choice. We have to deal with the withdrawal, sighed Shinsu. Dad might, said Bakugo. What do you think we should do? Where's my own dad? Can I call Dadgum and ask for some privileges? Kirishima commented before turning serious. But there was this woman who called us. She said she works for Endeavor's agency. She threatened to press charges for keeping Shouto through coercive means. They can't even press charges when they violated the fact that this still stands as a highly classified hero mission, reacted Izuku. We should be pressing charges against them. Aizawa rubbed his cheek. Ah, again, I'm too tired. Izuku, I will entrust Shouto in your care, son. Everyone's shocked reactions were palpable. Toshinori looked around them. Shouto needs to confront his withdrawal symptoms head-on, and this time, there should be no one more powerful than him, except for the #1 hero. If he lashes out, or if he goes on a rampage, we only have Izuku. The only one hero who is more powerful than Shouto can be. That's fair, nodded Kirishima. Plus, they can resolve stuff too if Shouto were to live with Izuku instead, right, cats? Of fucking course. I hate to say it, but I like this plan. I can fucking get my boyfriend time back, chuckled Bakugo evilly. Okay, so, freezer burn goes with 𝗧𝗵𝗲. And then? Kirishima and Bakugo can help me with the agency business, Toshinori said. Aizawa and Shinsu, you two can now proceed with Game Changer's investigation. He then caught Izuku's expression and sighed. Fine. Izuku can help the underground heroes. Is that it? We can do what we do now? Aizawa asked. Yes, Toshinori nodded. Izuku can stay with Shouto here for a while. So does Hitoshi, said Aizawa. What? Dad, I'm tired. That's why. You take a nap here, Aizawa said as the rest of the group headed towards the door. Kirishima bumped his fist against Izuku's shoulder. Good luck, Izuku. We're just a call away. Yeah, after we pack all of the half and half bastards things and have my sweet fucking. Bakugo grinned as they unlocked and exited the door. Shinsu and Izuku were left in the room, and the only noise for a while was the beeping of the machines connected to Shouto. Hey, Izuku. Hitoshi. You ready? This is going to be hell. I am. I would go to hell and back 1,000,000 times just to make sure that Shouto's safe inside. That he can freely smile again. When Izuku woke up, the first thing he noticed was that the beeping was still there and Shouto was still asleep. The second thing he noticed was that he was not cold at all. A leather jacket was on his shoulders. He looked around and saw Shinsu stand up from his own chair. The purple-haired hero went over towards the door. Hitoshi-kun? I'll get us some food. Nothing happened. He's still there, isn't he? Shinsu replied as he placed his hands into his pockets, feeling his phone and wallet. Once he did, he opened the door. You, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, stay here and don't smash anything. Izuku looked aghast. Hey? What? It's true. I'll tell Denki you're bullying me, Izuku replied as he narrowed his eyes in Shinsu's direction. Shinsu sighed. Anything but that. Please. He'll hold it against me, and I would not get the amount of smooching I demand for a week. Only if you stop with a nickname. Fine. Shinsu stepped out of the door, but not before giving the number one hero one last look. Lil small smashy. Hitoshi. The door closed as Izuku was left shaking his head. He immediately notified the purple-haired hero's longtime fiancée with a short text before proceeding to call the number he has been meaning to call. Izuku? What's the matter, bro? Natsuo, Izuku said. It's Shouto. We're at the hospital right now. What happened? Wait, I'm telling 𝗵𝗲𝗻𝗲. Are you okay? I'm driving to 𝗵𝗲𝗻𝗲's campus. Yeah, thanks. Shouto's still unconscious. I'm afraid he's experiencing drug withdrawal. Something about the pills he has been taking. It contains a memory alteration drug. Fuck. Damn that old man, gritted Natsuo. And I take it he has been drinking those for years. That's why he suddenly broke it off with you. And that's why he stopped visiting mom. That shit. Yeah, so we're to expect a great deal of withdrawal. Damn it. Okay, Zuko. We're coming right over. 𝗵𝗲𝗻𝗲's here. Stay there, okay? Yeah, thanks, Natsuo. No worries, bro. Izuku only let his shoulders slump after Natsuo ended the call. He looked at Shouto, who was still unconscious. He reached out to touch his hand, but hesitated for a second. Was he allowed to do this much? It has been years since he touched Shouto while he slept. Izuku found himself smiling as memories of himself carting his fingers through his bi-colored hair, trying and failing to mix the red and the white. Memories of himself reaching out his scarred hand to hold Shouto's slim and perfect ones. Shouto always squeezed back whenever he did. Now, Izuku does not even know if he can touch him. Funny how he imagined them going through everything together 5 years ago. Everything fell down in shambles so quickly. Maybe it was true that what was so difficult to build can break down in a blink of an eye. Izuku's pondering came to a halt as his phone rang. When he answered, a chirpy voice came through from the other line. Zuku bro, Hitoshi's bothering you, huh? Denki, Izuku exclaimed. Maybe that was how Shinsu got the habit of giving people weird nicknames. Yeah, I know you're really happy to hear from me. So, where's that purple marshmallow? He went out to get food, he said. He kept on calling me nicknames. But that's cute. Very Hitoshi, right? Oh, how's to do, bro? I heard that he suffered a severe burn. Burn? I did not know anything about that. Yeah, it was a bad one. Hitoshi met with him recently, and he transformed into this fire elemental and spewed lava all over to do, bro. Sick burn, I must say. Especially that bit about wanting to see you. He said something like, how can we all trust him with you when to do bro tried to kill you, as if he was a villain. Love it. Izuku looked at Shouto. He did that, didn't he? Tried to kill me. I'm sorry, Izuku. You should not have experienced something like that. I would literally break and never ever recover if Hitoshi broke up with me out of nowhere and then tried to kill me years after. I can never take that kind of pain from someone I really love. Love, huh? Kaminari's tone got serious. You do still love him, right, Izuku? That's why you're still doing this. Really brave of you. But I guess we can only go beyond plus ultra for the most important person in our lives. The door opened before Izuku can answer. It was Shinsu, followed by the Todoroki siblings. Shinsu took one look at Izuku before groaning. He walked over to the green-haired hero and leaned over. Denki, you have about 12 minutes before your patrol. Right, haha, thanks, sweet stuff. Kaminari was back to his chirpy self. Yeah, take care, Izuku, okay? Thanks, Denki bro. Kaminari dramatically gasped. A nickname. I am honored. Denki, warned Shinsu. Okay, I'll get off now. Bye, Izuku. I'll see you at home, Toshi. Shinsu hummed. Yeah, you too. With that, the call was dropped. Shinsu looked at the Todoroki siblings and then at Izuku. I filled them both up with the situation the best I can. Izuku looked at Natsuo and Mayumi's angered expressions, as if they were holding back and avoided speaking. With an assuring smile, Izuku stood up and took their hands. "I'm fine." "No, you're not." Mayumi started to cry. "You don't deserve this. Shouto doesn't, either. Both of you should have been happy together for years. That devil, he ruined your lives." Natsuo was silent as he tried to calm his sister down, but he looked like he was about to cry as well. Mayumi continued. "He should be in jail for this." "We still don't have enough evidence for that," said Shinsu. "That was what we are trying to get as of the moment. Eraserhead helps me with the investigation." Natsuo nodded. "Thank you, Shinsu-san." "What of Izuku, then?" Mayumi asked. But before anyone else can answer, Shouto's eyes fluttered open. Mayumi and Natsuo were immediately by his side. Izuku stayed where he was, by the foot of the bed. He wanted to go to Shouto, too. Wanted to let him know how many hours he stayed up, crying, worrying over him. Shouto looked around, frowning a bit as he may be realizing where he was. When he started to speak, his voice came out rough and hoarse. He looked at Natsuo and Mayumi as if he was wondering how they got there. And then he saw Izuku. Hell broke. With a strangled cry, Shouto leaped from the bed, tearing off all of the tubes and wires connected to him in the process. The huge movement made an alarm ring. Shouto yelled as he tried to get to Izuku, but his weakened state made it harder. You dare fuck me up like this? Deku, you have to die. You have to die. Die." Izuku bit his lip until he tasted iron. He should not cry. He could not cry. He watched Shouto as he tried to reach out with both hands to maybe strangle him, but Shinsu and Natsuo caught him and were forcefully holding him back. Shouto was strong for a hero, and it was obvious at how the two men struggled to stop him from attacking Izuku. Mayumi was openly crying. Izuku wanted to sob as Shouto continued yelling. "Deku, die. I hate you. You think you're still going to be a hero once I'm done with you? I'll make sure you would never be number one ever again." Izuku's knees went weak, but he could not afford to stumble. He let himself be frozen on the spot. Maybe he really was not meant to hold Shouto again. The nurses and the doctors went in the room, and they immediately placed thick rubber bands around his wrists to hold him down on the bed. But Shouto was not really okay with that as he overpowered the doctors and the nurses, even Shinsu and Natsuo. Hitoshi took a deep breath before he spoke. "How much do you hate Deku?" "With every fiber of my being." His eyes hollowed out as he fell under Shinsu's quirk. "Sleep, Shouto," the Mind Master commanded. Shouto willingly let himself fall against the pillows and immediately fell into slumber. Shinsu released his quirk with a sigh. He looked at Izuku and mouthed an apology. Izuku shook his head, giving the other hero a grateful, sad smile. "We should tie him still," the doctor said, "for when he wakes up again. He could not inject him with anything at all. His bloodstream was already taking in too many harmful substances. His body might react badly, especially now that he experiences the worst phase of withdrawal. The only solution right now is to physically restrain him." "Are the family members against this?" Natsuo shook his head. Mayumi, still crying, whispered a no. The nurses and the doctors wrapped the rubber tourniquet around Shouto's wrists and looped it around the bedposts. The doctor looked at Izuku. "Deku, sir, if I can excuse the family members and Shinsu-san to discuss the next steps we will take." "Why can't Izuku come with us?" Natsuo frowned. The doctor bowed slightly. "I apologize, but the number one hero should be the only one to restrain the number two hero." Eraserhead advised the hospital that if the worst situation were to occur, we will allow Deku-san to use his quirk to defend himself and to restrain hero Shouto. Izuku nodded as he watched the rest of them step outside. Once the door closed, he finally let the tears out. He looked at Shouto and sobbed. He could not touch him. As if there was this invisible barrier between them. One that Izuku could never break to make Shouto feel everything. all the love Izuku still harbored for him all these years. He could not do anything but let the tears fall. Nothing but cry because of the pain that threatens to consume and eat him alive. Could not do anything but mourn the loss of a life he already felt that he never lived at all, as if it belonged to another him somewhere in another reality. Even as Izuku closed his eyes, the tears did not stop leaking out. Maybe he fell asleep while crying because when he opened his eyes, Shouto was staring at him. It was more of a glare, but the expression of eyes told another story. They were glossy, as if there was another layer of emotions that he could not express because of his physical state. Izuku found himself drawn to it. Maybe he can pull it out, just a little bit. Shouto, can we talk? Izuku said, barely more than a whisper. He started to growl, but he only ended up gritting his teeth. He looked at Izuku as if he can only communicate with his eyes. Izuku gave him a hesitant smile. Do I take that as a yes? He managed to nod once. Okay, then, are you okay? No, of course you aren't. I'm sorry for asking that. Obviously, you're in pain. I hope I can help you. That's all I want, Shouto, because I never wanted you to feel any pain. Hurting you is the last thing I ever wanted in my life. I hope you know that. Izuku bowed low. Please let me take care of you. Please trust me again, Shouto. Shouto took a deep, shaky breath, trying hard to speak straight. Deku, take me home. Are you really okay with that? Izuku asked as he could not help but cry once more. Tears of relief fell down his cheeks. Shouto wants to try, and that was what matters to him the most right now. Shouto nodded his confirmation as he grappled to respond. Help. I will, assured Izuku as he reached out a hand. It hovered over Shouto's bound hand. He looked at the number 2 hero for consent, but he visibly flinched. Izuku smiled as he withdrew his hand. Not yet. Izuku nodded. I'll try my best, okay? Then, I'm in your care. Shouto shook his head. Me, he replied. In your care, Midoriya. Ha ha, you said my name. Izuku began openly crying now. I'm happy, Shouto. Thank you so much for trusting me. I hope we can rebuild all of this, brick by brick. I want you to feel that you're absolutely safe with me. Shouto closed his eyes as he managed a nod. He must have been fighting the effects of the withdrawal hard. Must have been painful. That alone made Izuku want to cry some more. But now, he has to give Shouto strength. Izuku wiped his tears and smiled. The door then opened. Fayumi, Natsuo, and Shinsu entered. Shinsu looked at Shouto, then at Izuku, and the back at Shouto again. He blinked. Ha, no deaths. No attacking. That's almost weird for you, Todoroki-san. We already arranged Shouto's transfer to your place, Izuku. Here's all of his stuff. He does not have much of it, said Natsuo. He'll be discharged tomorrow afternoon according to the doctor. We'll help with the moving in, of course, in case things get sour. I'm not going to be surprised if it did, said Shinsu. And Eraserhead already approved of this. He cleared all the paperwork with Kirishima and Bakugo. The blonde bitch was more than happy, of course. Izuku chuckled. He would not be Kaken if he would not be. I'm sure it was because of regaining his alone time with I. Must be, replied Shinsu. I would be more than glad, too, if that was me and Denki. He looked at Shouto. Also, Eraserhead will help me with the start of this investigation. First, through an oral account by you. We'll have Izuku around so you can get used to his presence. Remember, you got alive with him like a normal human being. Treat him like one. Be like one, not like an animal. You know, the way you're acting like now. Natsuo, against himself, snorted. Yeah, Shu. You do act like an animal. While understandable that you're in pain, we should try to make things better. You can do that, right? Fayumi interjected. I know you can, so trust us and fight it. We'll be here to fight it with you. The next afternoon came by quickly. Eraserhead arrived shortly after lunchtime, and they immediately started the questioning. Aizawa looked like he did not want to be a part of this any longer, and was just doing everything on autopilot. Izuku has his pen and paper, ready to take notes, so he would have pointers on how to manage to live with Shouto as he experiences the worst of his withdrawal. First was trying not to die by his hands. The second was to maybe try to calm him down. Third, maybe try to reach out to that part of him that has been buried. The Shouto who lived a life with him wanted a life with him. Todoroki Shouto, please tell us in vivid detail about what you know about the drug and the prescription given to you. Or any directives you have regarding your intake, questioned Aizawa. Shouto furrowed his brow as he began to speak. It started 5 years ago, after graduation. I could not remember. He faltered as he took a deep breath. Remember what occurred before I started drinking the pills. I have taken them habitually after. Just a pill a day was enough until recently. My father advised me to double the dosage as I went on this particular mission. Did someone else talk to you about these pills besides 𝗵𝗃𝗏? No, no one did. It was just me and him who knows it exists. He specifically told me that those pills were designed for me. Responded Aizawa. He said it's for your quirk. Did you feel anything when you were using your quirk then? No. My father gave me missions that required minimal use of my quirk over the years, yet I was able to jump up to the ranks. It was through his guidance, I believed. Shinsu blinked at that, looking like he just ate a sour candy. Todoroki Shouto, said Aizawa. Those pills you were taking. We tested them in our labs and the labs at Island. The results came in. It was positive that it contains a drug that alters memories. We believe that it was derived from someone's quirk. We have a hunch on the identity of the quirk user, but there's no definite evidence to prove it yet, as well as your father's connection to this case. I hope you're okay that we're snooping around your dear father, Shinsu commented. Hitoshi, called Aizawa. Fine. Let's just get this show on the road and get Todoroki Shouto out of this boring hospital. He then gave Izuku a mean grin. Hope you're ready for hell, lil, small smashy. Don't fight in my car. Aizawa deadpanned as they hit the road with Izuku on the passenger seat and Shouto, with all of his belongings, at the back seat. Or I will make sure that both of you are sued, and will be paying for a new one. Izuku laughed airily with nervousness bordering on anxiety on the side. He tried hard not to look at the mirror to see Shouto, but he can still see his figure through his periphery. Too bad Izuku could not see his expression. Does he even care to show any? Except maybe anger and hate. Suddenly, Izuku felt the need to cry. It was really hard to be hated by the person you love the most. He can accept anger and hate from villains, from those he directly opposes because his job is being the new symbol of peace. That was expected. Encouraged, even. Let them hate him. But this one. It hurt as if he was being killed over and over, his internal organs being pulled out of him one by one. It was not a pretty sight, but Izuku felt like hurling and bawling at the same time. The rest of the drive carried no more conversations between anyone. The only sound that remained was Present Mike's voice from the car's radio. Izuku firmly believed that hearing the voice made Aizawa calm enough and comforted enough to stand driving them to their destination, which happened to be Izuku's condominium unit. He had to take a deep breath the moment Aizawa turned and entered the building's driveway. The valets opened the door for them with a respectful greeting to the pro-heroes. They even helped Shouto with his bags. The number 2 hero stepped off the car as if he did not want to be there for a second longer. Aizawa took Izuku's hand before he could follow. Izuku. Sensei, it's going to be okay. You don't have to be too worried. I'm not worried, assured his old teacher who looks 100% worried. My offer stands. I don't want to have cameras installed, Sensei. Shouto's going to be fine. Yes, he will. I know he's going to be the safest in your hands. But, Izuku, how about you? Will you be fine? Aizawa replied. Izuku only smiled at his old teacher before nodding. I'm here, Aizawa-sensei. I will be fine. I also have all of you. Fine. Just don't come crying, Aizawa replied as Izuku stepped out of the car. Please be advised that you're to join the raid tonight, Deku. Yes, sir. With that, the underground hero sped away. Izuku took a deep breath before facing Shouto. He gave the other hero a smile. Let's go, are you okay? Gritting his teeth just a bit, Shouto managed to nod. The staff already placed Shouto's bag on a cart and was trailing after them until an elevator door opened. Izuku smiled at him. Thank you. We'll take care of it from here. The staff bowed as the doors closed. Izuku glanced at Shouto and saw that he was trembling a bit. Maybe he was trying to keep himself in check. That also meant that the effects of the dose of sedative that was given to him before they left the hospital was already fading. He needs to get Shouto safe before he can feel all the pain again. The sedative was not advised, really, but it was severely needed. It ended up with a reconciliation that the sedative will be used in small dosages, and Izuku will be the one to administer the substance in case of extreme emergency. Izuku doubted that he will ever use it, especially knowing the volume of drugs Shouto already took in his body, unknowingly for 5 whole years. Any more would be detrimental to the hero's health and well-being. Izuku slid in the key card and entered the password. The lights opened the moment they got in. Midoriya gave Shouto a smile as he said, "Ah, you can sit anywhere. I'll just fix some things, okay? Please try to be comfortable." He blinked. "Of course, if you can't, that's okay. We're here for you to recover, okay? You don't have to force yourself into anything." Shouto still felt all the passiveness in his joints. He was given a little amount of sedative early on, before they got out of the hospital. It was just enough for him to feel lightheaded. Enough for him to not have full control of his own quirk. Enough to have him physically unable to attack anyone, especially the man who owns the place he's gonna live from now on. He knew he badly needed it. He knew it was needed to be done. He could no longer control himself and what his own body needs from him whenever the worst comes crashing down on him. He did not want to hurt anyone. It was not fair, especially now that everything was changing. Everything was not real. The things he believed in the past 5 years. It was not real. All the hate and the anger and the madness. It was all not real. Yet his own body does not respond. His body does not believe in that one bit. Shouto looked around at the place. It looked more fitted for someone who does not really stay for too long. There were barely things inside, leaving so many room for something Shouto could not discern what. As if the place was too big for just one person to live in. There was not even a dining table like Kirishima and Bakugo's apartment. There was just one chair by the kitchen island that connects to the cupboards and the stove. The appliances and everything else like the curtains and the mittens has patterns and designs that was supposed to make the place livelier perhaps. Or maybe just a little bit homey. But the vacancy of the place was still prominent, as if the whole place reeks of loneliness. Shouto knows this so well. He can see it every time he comes home from his daily job. He can see it every time he goes home to his own little condo unit just across the city. It was obvious that the number 1 hero lives alone. Was he lonely, too? Just like Shouto. When Midoriya patted back, he was smiling, but he looked like he wrestled something. He looked at Shouto. "I had to move my things out of the bedroom. Sorry, Todoroki-kun, for making you wait here. We can bring your things to the bedroom now." "And you?" "Me?" Midoriya looked genuinely surprised when Shouto asked anything that concerned him. "Your bed." Midoriya smiled at this. "I can sleep here on the couch. I would not be home much during the evenings starting today, Todoroki-kun. I hope that will help you a lot. I realized me being around you hurts you a lot. And I really don't want you to be in pain. Really. I'll be helping Hitoshi and Aizawa-sensei in investigating your case. We're currently trying to trace the hideouts of the current groups involved in the Yakuza. So, don't worry about me being here at night. You can sleep in peace, I promise." Shouto wanted to ask what was the purpose of him being relocated to Midoriya's place, if Midoriya would not even be there for him to get used to. Ask why he was here when he cannot even spend time with the person who owns the place. But he felt stupid for just thinking about the question. He would not be able to say anything like that. His hands trembled from the sheer idea of speaking anything so positive about the person before him. Even from the fact that Midoriya was standing there, before him, unguarded, vulnerable. If Shouto were to attack Midoriya right now, the number one hero was sure to fall. He gritted his teeth as he tried to make his palms stick onto his thighs. He pressed his eyes closed as he concentrated on his breathing. He was welcomed into the home as if he was a friend, and he could not break that welcome just a few minutes of his stay. His hearing faded away as his head started to throb. His thighs felt cold and hot at the same time. Maybe he was already tearing through clothing. He tried to grasp his quirk by its neck before he can make any serious damage. He can have his thighs patched up later. Midoriya's trust, and the trust of the rest of Class A. That should be the least of the things that could never be patched up, if he were to inflict damage right now. Then he felt someone. He knew who it was, of course, and that almost did not help. But he decided to push away the thoughts that yelled at him that Midoriya Izuku was touching him, in order to focus on just the touch itself. It was gentle. It was brave. Expert hands took hold of his hands and pressed his palms together. The fire and the ice leveled each other out, letting his palms rest and his quirk in check. The hands that held him were firm, strong, unyielding. Shouto let himself let out a breath he was holding, one of relief, and then he breathed another. A sign that he was still alive, that he was still here, and that he was trying to fight all of this. He felt a dampness against his forehead. Shouto, a whisper. I am here. His breath choked its way out, as tears followed right after. Izuku could not help but look at the closed door of his bedroom. Shouto have gone to sleep after crying his eyes out. Must have been so painful to be around him. But this time, there were no tears coming from him. Izuku felt like his chest has been cemented solid with asphalt and marble, covered with steel. If he were to reach into his chest, he would have to smash himself in order to get into the barricade that shielded his heart. He looked down at the soba he was trying to make. He could not cry into the food he wanted to make for Shouto. He could not cry anywhere. As if the tears dried up so suddenly, as if sand stormed his eyes and left it in a horrible, painful drought. Izuku could not complain. Shouto has it worse. He immediately felt bad for comparing what they both experience right now. He took a deep breath and continued to cut the soba. His heart continued to be surrounded by walls that seemed to be impenetrable. Shouto did not wake at all as he finished the meal, even as Izuku showered and packed his hero uniform in its briefcase. As he folded the hem of his jeans upward, his phone rang. He checked the caller ID. It was Shinsu Hitoshi, and it was right on time. He tapped to answer, putting the phone on speaker. Smashy. It's me, Hitoshi-kun. Yeah, is this a good time? How can it not be? I'm fine, if that was making you worry. Denki will get mad at me if you continue to be all mopey. Shinsu hummed. Nice try, Lil Smashy. Denki, as we already proved, is physically unable to get mad at you. And I'm already mopey ever since Aizawa Shouta, the mother of Mopey, gave birth to me. Izuku snorted a laugh as he momentarily forgot everything else. Friends and a solid support system was really important right now, and Izuku cannot express his gratitude to all of his friends who never failed to support him over the years. Especially right now. To Izuku, their existence have become so detrimental to his own well-being. He would never function well as the number one hero without all of them. Izuku? Yeah, I'm really fine. Just spaced out for a moment. Haha, sorry, Hitoshi. Okay, so we have found a viable lead, maybe? But I am afraid we cannot do anything yet. What do you mean? What I tried to do was to snoop around Endeavor's transactions and records 3 months before our graduation. There were deleted records, Izuku. Something was really covered up. The paper trail has been completely erased, but I was able to see that there were dates missing. It should be something, right? Yes. But we have a problem. Okay, Shinsu took what sounded like an agonized breath. Endeavor. His mission has began its wrap-up. He'll be coming back here in a month. We have to move fast, Izuku, or else everything we have worked hard so far will burn into ashes in front of all of our eyes. When Shouto woke up, his memories were full of what happened before he lost consciousness. He was crying. He was bawling, his eyes closed. What anchored him down was the warm, scarred hands, rough from saving the nation, saving every single citizen, and now saving him. Shouto moved into a sitting position on the bed where he was placed. There was no doubting how strong Midoriya Izuku is at this point of their hero careers. He can even most likely lift 3 of his friends with little labor. That meant he was lifted from the couch to the bed with ease. Shouto does not want to dwell on it anymore. It gave him something weird in his belly. He had to lean on the bedside table as he slipped off the bed, lightheadedness washing over him. He took a deep breath as he stood, letting his head calm down. It took him a good minute of deep breathing before his head stabilized. He was able to open his eyes without seeing a distorted image of drawers and closets. He was also yet to unpack, but he does not even know for sure if there was any chance of him staying here for long. It was the enemy's hideout, as they say. It is still Midoriya Izuku's home, someone he had spent a lot of time thinking about the past months, someone he could not escape, after all. The question to be pondered on, though, was not how he can escape. It was if he should escape or not. Had he lived, what would the real him think about the current Shouto? Maybe there should be more consideration to the question of what could have been. Had that version of Shouto prevailed against anything that meant to harm him? Even harmful substances, even harmful parents. He slowly made his way out of the room, leaning on to things as he went. There was no one else in the place. Midoriya Izuku must be out doing his fair share of hero work. Shouto should be allowed to feel a bit of jealousy, right? That Midoriya was able to still go to his hero work without much of a hitch, while he has nothing to do but stay here and be alone with his thoughts. As his stomach started to churn, alerting him that food is in need, he looked at the time. 2 hours passed. Maybe Midoriya was not gone long. There was a good smell coming from the kitchen. A familiar one. Shouto walked and saw a pot of cold soba. He blinked, remembering the same exact scene weeks ago. Him waking up to cold soba with no one else in the house but him. There was a bowl prepared for him. Shouto decided to accept the favor and sat down to eat. He was right. It was exactly the same. His favorite taste. Midoriya had to cook it for him back then. He must be the one. But Shouto felt a bit bitter as his memories were repressed and toyed with. But his taste buds never denied everything, and it knew Midoriya Izuku better than he could. With a heavy heart, Shouto ate in blinding silence. After 3 days, what Shouto realized was that Midoriya was barely home. He did his half-snooping and saw his massive collection of All Might merchandise. There were other heroes, of course. Even Shouto's own merch has its own stand. But nothing can beat the 20 years' worth of anything to everything that was remotely All Might. Just the color scheme will do, apparently, seeing the ball pens and pencils in the colors of blue, red, and yellow. He also has a collection of books about heroes, and a complete set of 50 DVDs on hero documentary. Shouto wondered if Midoriya ever finished the collection. Maybe he did when he gets to have an off day. The thought made Shouto's head flip, as it could no longer comprehend and believe itself. Midoriya, the focus of all his hate, doing normal things was something he admittedly found cute and amusing. Now, he was walking towards the front door to accept his first visitors after he moved to Midoriya's place. He was wearing his loved All Might pajamas, something that was influenced by the feel of Midoriya's personal and most private space. When he opened the door, he could not help but yawn. His visitors shined so bright it defeated the sun in one go. It was mostly a grinning Kirishima, but Kuda and Satu were also smiling at him, carrying plastic and paper bags. Kuda was even wearing a big backpack made of hard plastic. They stepped away and opened the door wider to let his visitors in. Kirishima spoke. "We got food and everything. Shouto, this is your welcome home party." "Welcome home party?" Shouto echoed, brain almost shutting down. "Yeah, this is your new place to stay, right? So, it can also be your moving house party." Shouto blinked. "Kirishima, I don't think there's a party like that." "Well, now there is." Kirishima patted Shouto's shoulder. "So, how do we do this? Maybe we can clear out the table in the middle of the couches and sit on the floor?" Shouto blinked again. Satu scratched his chin. Will that be okay?" Kuda nodded. "It'll be fine. If we break something, I'm sure Izuku will be fine about it. That's just how he is. We still have to pay for him." Kirishima shrugged. "We will use Katsuki's card if that happens, then." It was set in stone. They were able to move the table and settle on the floor in a minute. Kirishima started bringing out box after box of sweet treats. He jabbed at Satu's chest. "Rikido-kun here prepared all of these. Pretty neat, huh? The bakery had a surplus, so I thought I'd make a lot of treats for today," explained Satu. "Yep, that's nice," Kirishima replied before giving a meaningful look at Kuda. The other hero nodded as he took his big backpack. There were small holes all over the bag, and so when he opened, white furries came rushing out. Shouto's chest tightened with something that feels good. He was surprised, but there was nothing bad about it as bunnies started running and hopping around him. Satu, Kirishima, and Kuda each took one to nuzzle. "Kuda here told me that touch therapy is really good," Kirishima said as he bumped noses with one of the bunnies. "Spending time with animals can be comforting too. That's why he brought these little cuties along." "Touch therapy?" Shouto asked. "Yeah," said Kirishima. "Through physical connection. Apparently there are some hormones that our bodies produce or something. They say that can help recovery. Hugging is the best way to give and receive comfort. You can hug a bunny or two." Shoo. He looked around at the other hopping bunnies. He realized that each bunny had a small ribbon around one of their ears. The one with the green ribbon caught his eye. It was the smallest of the bunch. The bunny was not that small, but compared to the rest of them, he looks the tiniest. Shouto moved his knees to face the green-ribboned bunny and opened his palms. He let the back of his hands touch the carpeted floor, offering a place for the small creature. The bunny leaned in and scrunched up its nose twice before hopping onto Shouto's open palms, nuzzling his warm side. "Touch, huh?" he murmured at the green-ribboned bunny. Izuku was out of breath. He already felt lightheaded around 20 minutes ago, right after they started to retreat. They never expected that the air was filled with chemicals. It was when one of the interns they had started coughing blood that they had to leave. Izuku wanted to brave the fog and grab even one of the men who threw the bottles of gas. But Aizawa and Shinsu both bound his nose and lips with their cloths and pulled him back. There were pursuers the moment they did. They were all clothed in black, wielding thin knives and katanas. They looked so much like actual ninjas for a moment. They were also ready to engage until one of the heroes detected that they were wearing a special perfume that makes anyone hallucinate once they get close enough for a hand-to-hand combat. There were no other choice but to flee, though just barely. Some of the group got injured, and one of them was Izuku. It was just a quick graze of one of the thin blades thrown at them. He covered for one of the interns who also had a controlling quirk, similar to Shinsu and Aizawa. It was just a graze, but he was already losing blood. He clutched his arm. "Deku," barked Aizawa. "They may be still following us. What do you think we should do?" Shinsu walked from the edge of the rooftop. "They just stopped the chase. I saw them heading back to their headquarters." He looked at Izuku. "Deku. The next course of action should be decided now." "We have lost the trail," admitted Izuku. "Instead of us pursuing them, They were the ones who chased us away. There was nothing in that building. But it was too clean. He frowned. If it was too clean to be an abandoned building, then they should be there before. It meant we were right for a time. He looked at Aizawa and Shinsu. We were wrong now. Then they must have known that we found out about us knowing where they are. Unless, Izuku's frown deepened. Unless they habitually change their hideout after a period of time. Aizawa hummed. I believe no one can leak the information, Shinsu said. Even I were not allowed to know before today. Even Eraserhead doesn't know anything about the mission. It was only between you and All Might, right? That should be correct, Izuku nodded as he tried to think harder. No one could leak anything. We cannot worry about a snitch when a snitch even existing was impossible. No one can let them know that we know where they can be found. That can just mean that they just happened to move when we raided. Was it all a coincidence? Deku, Aizawa took a hold of his injured arm. We need to get you and everyone else in the hospital. We can regroup and try again another day. Izuku gritted his teeth in frustration. Shinsu sighed. I'll have you know, this is getting difficult. But, oh well. This mission was never easy from the start. And I don't think it'll get easier anytime soon. 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Izuku spent an hour at the hospital to have his wounds and grazes properly treated. It was enough to drive him to insanity. He wanted to go back. He wanted to continue searching until the ends of the earth, if that what it would take. He was beyond frustrated. But he also knew that it would not be easy at all, especially in missions just like this one. A mission that became too large under their noses, and too personal at the same time. Izuku, being the #1 hero, has never gotten himself doing a mission that heavily chipped away at his emotions. A mission that threatened to break his heart over and over again. He was sighing when he unlocked his front door. Maybe he could just sleep it all off. Until he looked up, and there were faces looking back at him from the people sitting on the floor. By the posture of their bodies, they were all equally invested in the bunnies huddled in the middle, happily eating their greens. On the nearby table, there were boxes of donuts, cookies, and pizza. Oh, he actually forgot about today. Good evening, guys, Izuku said, giving them a smile that he tried to not look too tired. You're injured, Kirishima exclaimed, the side of his mouth still with the residue of hot sauce. What happened? Ah, many things, Ichiru. But I believe I could not say what I can say. The mission was harder than any one of us ever anticipated. Kirishima nodded his understanding. Of course. But are you okay? Izuku shrugged. Just a few grazes, nothing out of the norm. How about you guys? I can see cute bunnies. Yes, they're as fluffy as you, Kirishima laughed. Kuda nodded enthusiastically. Sugar, Midoriya. You need them after blood loss, grunted Satu as he offered the box of cookies. Izuku happily took 2 cookies as he slid between Kirishima and Kuda, across Shouto, who was silent the whole time. He dared a look. Of course, Shouto was staring at him. Deku tried to figure out what was happening. Was he acting like a cat, staring at his prey and getting ready to pounce? He looked at Shouto's eyes. There were no murderous glint in them. Just a spark of curiosity and something else. Maybe, now, he can try. He gave him a smile. Shouto-kun, hello. You're hurt, he replied. Izuku suddenly does not know where to put his waving hands. No, it's okay. I'm fine. It's nothing compared to the rest of my medical history. You know that, right? Haha. So, really, it's okay. You must have lost a lot of blood, he continued. You should regain strength, Midoriya. Izuku wanted to cry. Shouto was trying, and he looked so beautiful when he tried his hardest. Izuku felt like his chest will burst. All the pain, all the frustration disappeared. Then, I will. Thank you for the concern, Shouto-kun. Like how playmates when they were kids should come home, their visitors had to go home, too. Kirishima, Kuda, and Satu waved their goodbyes after cleaning up and throwing all of the trash. Soon enough, it was quiet again. It was just Izuku and Shouto again. The thought stung Izuku's chest, both in a good and in a bad way. He didn't hate the feeling, yet it was a feeling he knew he should not be allowed as of the moment. He could not rejoice or feel happy. He shouldn't. Because after this, after catching who's to blame, after the recovery, what would happen? For Izuku, would Shouto even choose to stay? He gently closed the door, trying to make the littlest noise it can make. Maybe Shouto headed to his room already. He deserved a rest after the social interactions. Izuku, too, needed the rest he can get in order to face what needs to be faced tomorrow. He will try again. A warm hand held Izuku's wrist. A trembling arm went around his shoulders. It was a half hug. Maybe. Izuku took a deep breath, and it came out a silent cry. I learned today, Shouto began to speak. Lowly, close to Izuku's ear. Too close. I learned today that touch can heal anyone. I will try to touch. Do you want to try? Shouto? These hands want to kill you. Can you help me wipe away the hate? Midoriya. Shouto already knew, even before he heard all of them tell Midoriya countless of times, that it would only get worse. He let Midoriya set the phase. It was not easy because Midoriya was barely home, but when he is, they try to fix everything that have gone wrong in the method that Shouto thought was best at the time. Touch. He believed that touching can help him a lot, as if enables him to concentrate on the warmth provided by the other person. What he learned after that was Midoriya actually being a touchy person. The number one hero liked to touch, and to be touched back. It was something that drove most of the fear away. He could not believe it either. Shouto has gotten afraid to hurt Midoriya Izuku. Maybe it came from knowing that Midoriya never did anything bad to him in all of those things he saw. All the videos, all the pictures, none of those evidence told him that he was hated by Midoriya. Quite the opposite, actually. There was nothing but absolute fondness. And that version Shouto he was with in all of those pictures and videos and anniversary documentaries was equally fond of Midoriya. After 3 weeks, Shouto was at the point of wondering how he could be that version of Shouto. The one who have always smiled at Midoriya. The one who have always taken care of Midoriya. The one who loved Midoriya. How can he become who he once was? Shouto, Midoriya called as he slipped his roughened palm in Shouto's. Are you okay? Shouto blinked as he looked down at his half-finished task of setting the table, and to their now joined hands. He felt himself trembling so slightly, reminding him that there was a reason why Midoriya was doing this. There was no denying that it would always be for him. Fine, replied Shouto as he continued the task assigned to him. I'm fine. Are you sure? They should be arriving soon, noted Midoriya. We decided not to ask many of them to come, so you would not feel overwhelmed, but are you really sure? Shouto nodded. You've taken care of me well. With this, Midoriya smiled as he pressed his hand against Shouto's forehead. Your temperature is good today, too. I believe it's going to be fine. It's a checkup today, right? Not just a simple lunch with everyone. They're even bringing doctors, said Shouto. Midoriya smiled at him sadly. Sorry. It's for your well-being, they said. I even tried to tell them that you'll go to the doctors if you want to, but the investigation calls for a medical side. But I have to go with them, to a rehabilitation hospital in Island. If I don't do well here with you, they're going to tweak with my head again. Midoriya nodded. That's why we're going to make sure that no one will tweak your head again, right? That's why I'm here. That's why we're here for you. I am sure that you know that you're to lean to me if you need help, okay? I know. Thank you, replied Shouto as he squeezed Midoriya's hand, as they finished up the rest of the tasks they have to do before their visitors arrive. When they did arrive, Shouto felt himself sweating. That was one of the major withdrawal symptoms he was having recently. Fevers and sweating. Izuku made it a habit to carry a towel for him whenever he was home, taking the task to wipe them all for him. Maybe it was just Midoriya's magic, but whenever he wiped away his sweat, Shouto also felt even the pain in his chest be wiped away. Medicines were provided for Shouto, but Midoriya became so careful that he completely avoided using any kind of drugs to make Shouto's fever go down, so they had to go for other ways such as herbal teas and trying to make him sweat it out. The first week was a complete disaster, but it proved to be a learning curve for the both of them, especially to the parts of the last few weeks where Shouto felt embarrassed looking back now. The times he tried push away Midoriya without meaning to or glaring at him unconsciously, or those times when he growled like a threatened dog about to attack whenever Midoriya comes too close. It was most embarrassing because he did not mean every single one of them. But Midoriya persevered and stayed gentle with him through it all. Maybe that was what made him number one. Not his powers, not his strength, but his compassion, his gentleness. Oi, you half and half bastard. If you shit this up and have all of Deku's hard work to fucking waste, I will end you. Kirishima gave him an apologetic smile before he met Bakugo's glare. I have no intention to do such a thing. Midoriya's been working hard, that's true. He does not deserve to have all of his investments wasted. And you're his worst investment, gritted Bakugo as he glanced at the scientists, talking to Kaminari and Yamada walking to their unit from the elevators. So, don't let those island fuckers put you under their microscopes. Shinsu and Aizawa were able to enter the condominium unit first. The older underground hero placed a firm hand on Shouto's shoulder, saying nothing. Shinsu went to Midoriya first, giving the number one hero a fierce hug. Shouto did not like that Midoriya gets to be so touchy with the rest of his friends, but he needed to keep his emotions in check just so for the scientists, and the doctors would not take him to Island just to fix what was broken in him using other ways. Shouto wanted to stay. Todoroki Shouto-san greeted one of the three women who were wearing lab coats and thick-rimmed glasses. Let's begin. This visit should be short if all parties would be cooperative. We just want to keep track of your progress with the drug. You can do that much for us, right, Todoroki-san? Shouto felt like he was being treated like a child. He looked at the very supportive expressions and wide smiles in Kaminari and Yamada's faces. He took a deep breath. Shouto nodded as he tried to keep his breath stable. Then, let's begin. I'll just excuse myself to the comfort room. Thank you for having us in your home, Deku-san. The second scientist greeted Midoriya with a handshake, her face bright in awe of the greatest hero of the nation. The other two scientists also went to shake Midoriya's hands before being ushered into their seats by Shinsu and Aizawa. As Shouto went to retreat to his room instead, he looked back at the busy people. The rest went to find their seats around the newly bought long dining table, which now occupies a large space of Midoriya's interior that was just plain nothing prior. Shouto felt a bit happy that the place got a little bit livelier and more homey than it was the day he arrived. Shouto, whenever you're ready. He looked back at Midoriya. They were the only ones in the room. He tried to move towards the number one hero, but the raggedness of his breath betrayed him. I'm sorry. You didn't deserve to see that, continued Midoriya. See what? It still bothers you, right? The nightmares you're having every night, where you kill innocent people. Midoriya did not need to say that, but he did. Shouto wished he didn't. He doesn't want to remember hurting someone who least deserved pain. You can't tell them. I don't want to go with them. I want. What do you want, Shouto? I'm right here to give you anything. I want to stay here with you. I won't let anyone take you away, then. Midoriya replied with a smile. When they went to the table, everyone was in the middle of eating lunch. Of course, the seats left for them were the ones directly across the scientists. Shouto sat beside Kirishima, who has Bakugo on his other side, while Midoriya sat next to Shinsu with Kaminari beside him. Shouto can feel the intense stare they started to give him as he started to eat his lunch as Midoriya served him his. He was being watched, through and through, not an inch and not a second to let him escape. It was stifling, more than being watched by a villain. Shouto did not like it one bit. Just fucking get on with it, growled Bakugo as he meticulously cuts his meat. The way you island scientists look at the number 2 hero, it's as if he's your experiment. He's fucking not. He's a fucking person, and he's your fucking number 2 hero. Fucking disrespectful. He is, with all consideration, a patient and one of the most prized test subjects, said first scientist. Todoroki Shouto-san is the first person to survive such exposure to a drug suspected to have been derived from a quirk. 5 years is not something to be taken so lightly. Out of all people, Shouto knew that the best. The question, then. Yamada Hisashi interjected as he gave out an airy laugh. I was invited here knowing that your visit will contain a few questions that our beloved Shouto will have to answer just briefly, I believe. It must have been tiring to travel, right? So might as well ask your questions now. The scientists nodded. To Shouto, their dark hair and thick-rimmed glasses were too identical to tell them all apart that easily. They then pushed their half-finished plates away in favor for their high-tech laptops. Don't mind if we do, said third scientist as she spoke for the first time. Todoroki Shouto-san, it has been a month since you were off the drugs you were taking. The few days were harsh. There were cases of frustrated attacks on Midoriya Izuku-san. You seem to be perfectly fine sitting beside him after a month. Can you chart your change to us? All eyes were on him. He has to speak. His hands were shaking under the table until Midoriya placed his hand on top of both of his. Touch, Shouto forced out. It was touch. In hindsight, maybe it always worked, but it was something that we could not fully utilize until recently. A colleague thought that maybe something called touch therapy can help me. Sure, but this progress is fast, said second scientist. That's right, third scientist nodded. Are you experiencing other symptoms? Shouto and Midoriya looked at each other. Shouto took a deep breath. Yes, we are afraid that the withdrawal symptoms turned into something else. While I can be around Midoriya now, there are other things. First scientist pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose. Like? He has been getting horrible fevers, answered Midoriya. Sometimes he gets really dizzy. There were 3 times that the dizziness made him lose consciousness. But he'll come back to consciousness again after 10 to 20 minutes. Anything else? Anything that just occurred really recently? First scientist looked at Midoriya. Deku-san, I am afraid that we need all information in order for Todoroki-san to get the best of treatments for us. You're the head of this investigation now, and we can charge you for withholding information from us. Shouto took a deep breath. Nightmares. Yes? Third scientist asked as they all looked at him. Nightmares. A few days after Midoriya tried to do the touch therapy with me, I started having nightmares instead. As expected, first scientist nodded. Go on, Todoroki-san. Usually, they start off as the memories I have believed I had for years until it contorts into something else, from something I was exposed to. Some events that actually happened, but I could never remember before. Usually, it transforms again into the same ending over and over again. Which is, what is the ending of your nightmares, Todoroki-san? Killing so many people at once, hurting civilians, fire and ice everywhere I see. At the end of the dream, I will end up killing them all one way or another. I wake up covered in sweat and running high with fever after that, said Shouto. Second scientist hummed. But you're aware that those are just dreams, right? Yes, I am fully aware. Are they dreams that felt real? As if you thought you're really facing that reality? No, I am aware that I was just dreaming, replied Shouto. Then, that ends all of our questions. First scientist said before turning to Aizawa. Eraserhead-san. I believe we have to limit the stimuli Todoroki-san should get for the next few weeks up until the span of 3 months. There should be no more than 2 companions in the house with him at once. We should also refrain from giving him stimuli that can trigger suppressed memories, especially those in relation to the altered events in his life. May we inquire as to the reason? Aizawa asked. If he were to get hallucinations, said second scientist, we will have to bring him back with us to Island and put him in rehabilitation medicine for the next 12 months. Damn it, cursed Izuku as he refused to stop chasing the very person they were after all this time. He was donning his usual leather trench coat. Its collar was made of high-quality gray fur, most likely harvested from wolves. They have been in this chase for a few hours now, but Izuku is more frustrated than tired. They have circles around Musutafu a few times now, but the other party never gave in, not even a little bit. Izuku could not grab him by the collar and stop the chase because there was something the man in leather wanted to show him. He lost Aizawa, Shinsu, and the rest of their raid team in his pursuit. He told them that they should go back to their base and wait for his instructions after a few of their interns got injured again. Izuku was almost angry, but he knew that he was waiting on something. He was doing this for something he wanted to see accomplished, and Izuku should go with that. He wanted to see what he wanted to do. It happened when he finally entered the underground basement. They circled around 5 times now. Izuku followed quick, forcing his eyes to adjust to the darkness. He activated his quirk in order to follow closely and to provide light to where he was running to. When they reached a clean room that looked like an empty box with a small window on the ceiling, he noticed that it was too clean. Just like T's last raid. His phone notified him that he arrived to the place he was seeking. They were, again, too late. The villain looked back at him, his figure directly under the sunlight from the small window above him. "I can't give you myself, Deku-san." His voice was shrill, small. "But I am tired being chased after. I can give you what you need, Deku-san. I believe there were 2 people that you're after. Let's remove one from the list, You, Kaworu Kodo-san, I believe you're one of those people." I know. But this one, you know yourself that you want this one off his throne." He threw Izuku a small thing. It was a flash drive. Izuku tried his best to be wary of his surroundings for other people lurking in the shadows as he plugged in the device. It was not a virus, but a record of all of the transactions made between the person, Kaworu Kodo, and another. And it was there, with his signature and all. Todoroki Inji. It was the evidence they were after. It was the information Izuku sought the most. But why was it handed to him like a piece of cake? "Why are you doing this?" he chuckled. "Oh, please, I have a villain name, you know. It's Game Changer. And I have been playing a game with old man Todoroki for a while now. It's gotten too boring, you know? It's time to change playmates for me. Let's play, Midoriya Izuku-san." Game Changer laughed as he looked at Izuku's expression. No, I don't do my playmates dirty. Just fair game, So, on your left, there are casual clothes for you. After you change your clothes, you're forbidden to use your quirk. It's simple. Izuku subtly pressed a button by his sleeve that alerted his team on his whereabouts. Then, you can walk up to the sun. To your team, wherever they are. Call someone that matters to you the most. Why should I do that? It's a game. No one questions the rules of the game, right? What do I win? The copy of the data, of course. Game Change smiled devilishly. All the files will self-destruct in 10 minutes. So, chop, Deku-san. Shouto looked around at the damage he has done. People were lifeless around him as flames enveloped both sides of the streets he was walking on. Buildings were on fire. There was no other person alive left. His hand was still wielding his flames, ready to strike. He stopped in front of a building where some people were trying to escape the fire from the top floor. Without any hesitations, Shouto raised his hands and attacked them with his flames. People screamed and yelled as their bodies were caught, running until they fall, completely burned. Shouto looked around, trying to find if there were other survivors. He does not know what he was doing. There was no thoughts in his head, just a command to attack, to kill, to burn everything. With a gasp, Shouto blinked his eyes open as he sat up on his bed. He looked around. There was nothing burning anymore. He took deep breaths to calm himself. Another dream. He never had those until the second week of staying in Midoriya's place. and had himself off the pills that poisoned his brain for years. He could not believe that his father had to resort to that kind of backhanded tactic just to keep him on a leash. What a fool Shouto has been all this time. The hate was fake. There should not be in the first place. The anger, the fury, and every urge to kill Midoriya Izuku. All of it was not from himself. Rather, it was just planted in his head. A biological reaction to the chemicals that infected his emotional state. It was not real, yet. The pain and the damage he inflicted was all too real. Shouto stood up when he heard the door being unlocked. It was out of the normal since Izuku had a raid today, and he just left an hour ago. Maybe he needed something. He treaded towards the main door as it opened, only to see Midoriya Inko stepping inside the door. She was surprised to see him, but she was able to hide it for a bit. She gave Shouto a little smile. "My son told me you would be staying here for a while, Shouto-kun. I decided to pay a visit to help the two of you to maintain the place." Shouto nodded. "Thank you, Midoriya-san." "Midoriya-san, it has been a long time ever since you called me that, Shouto-kun." "Well, we're here now, so let me clean up the place for you both." Shouto nodded. Inko immediately went to work after she put down her things on the couch. Shouto sat on the other edge as he checked his emails. The sound of running water in the bathroom made him comfortable. There were 2 emails in his inbox, one from the secretary of his father's agency, inquiring of the current status of the mission, requiring him to submit a narrative report at the earliest time. Shouto frowned as they were really doing their best to snoop around the mission, as if tailing him and trying to sue Kirishima and Bakugo was not severe enough. The other email was from his own father. It was a simple and short message that there was no need to be interpreted differently, or in any way at all. It said, "I will be back soon." Shouto took a deep breath as he tried to begin his mental preparation of having to pretend that there's nothing wrong when he already found out that his father was the cause of everything that has happened. He stopped being aware of the time, because soon enough, Inko was already finished with her cleaning and went on to the task of cooking. It was a rather simple yet healthy meal, something that was carefully thought of by a mother. Shouto suddenly remembered his own mother, who he neglected for years. He clenched his jaw. It was another one of the effects of the drug he took. "Would you care to join me for some early lunch, Shouto-kun?" Inko asked. Shouto nodded and went over to sit across her at the dining table. She smiled. "I never thought Izuku would even care to buy one." "The dining table, I meant. He has always been alone here, because I happen to rarely visit, because of the store I began to handle 3 years ago. He decided to buy because people have been coming over, usually for meals." "That's good, that he reconnected to the rest of your classmates, other than Katsuki and Ijiru." Shouto nodded as he chewed. "How have you been?" Shouto pondered on how to answer. Can he tell her the truth on how was he faring? Should he be deserving to share such feelings to another person? Can he even do such a thing, expressing his real feelings about the burdens he carry? "There has been a lot of things that brought me here, Midoriya-san. I am sure that you must know it best, if not even better than myself." With that, the rest of the meal was silent, until Shouto had to hand in the rest of the plates as Inko washed them by hand. "Thank you for the meal," Shouto said. "Are you done now, Shouto-kun?" Shouto waited for the follow-up that was sure to come. Inko spoke again after a few moments. "My son. He was my only son, you must know. And he's my treasure. He always have been. And he will always been. Seeing him hurt. Seeing him cry like that when I never even dared to raise a hand to him. I just can't take that." Inko finished the dishes, looking at Shouto as he wiped her hands clean. She sighed. "I never wanted to see him hurt. I never wanted for him to suffer so much. It was the least I can do as his mother, to support him as he reached for his dreams and find happiness." She looked away as she started to cry. "But you damaged him. It hurts me to see him suffer. I suffer as well when I see him cry because of you. Do you know how it feels like? To see your own son getting hurt again and again because of the same person who ended up like this. You treated him as an enemy for years. You threatened to end his life just like that. I raised him. I gave him all the love I can muster in my lifetime. Yet you were ready to just throw it all away. This is your fault. You must understand that. Shouto looked down. He half expected this. He knew 𝐭𝐻 would be hurt, because Shouto is here with Midoriya. Even after everything that has happened, Midoriya chose to let him in, despite all the sins he committed against him. He looked at 𝐭𝐻, who was already openly sobbing. It aches to see a woman who only loved her child so dearly suffer. Closing his eyes, he sank down on his knees and looked up at her before bowing, placing his hands and his forehead against the tiled flooring. He stayed in the position for minutes before looking back up at her. I believe that there will be nothing in this world that I can do to repent for my sins. I believe that I would never be able to heal the wounds I have inflicted on your son. I can only offer you the most sincerest of apologies, Midoriya-san, and the hopes that I will be forgiven. I can bow to you all day. When he leaned forward to bow again, 𝐭𝐻 reached out to him, pulling him up with her. She sighed as she hugged him fiercely, rubbing his back, as if she was comforting her own son. I was able to release all my pent-up emotions just now. I had to let you know that Izuku should not suffer like he did. But when it comes to being forgiven, Shouto, there is nothing for me to forgive. Not anymore. You've been suffering a lot, too, I could tell. What has been done to you, my boy? Shouto's voice trembled. My father, he made me drink pills that are drugged. He poisoned my memories. They were replaced by other memories where I knew nothing but hate. Everything else was gone from me. I don't know if I can go back to my old self, but I want to. So much. Then, let us help you. I believe the Shouto I have known still resides in you. You're strong, and my son loved you for it. He still does. You're so important to him, and I believe in you as much as he does. Shouto pulled away. Thank you, Midoriya-san. I have never been shown such kindness. Call me like you used to. Mother. A tightness made its way to Shouto's throat. Mother. When Shouto woke up again, it was because of the smell of something burning. He looked around and realized that he was still in his room, so he must be not dreaming. He frowned as he slipped off his bed, sparing a look at the clock. It was just past midnight. He has been sleeping since 10 o'clock after trying to wait for Midoriya to come home. Not that he was bemoaning about it, but it was really true that the number one hero needed to be outside most of the time for his classified missions. Shouto just needed a companion, he guesses, something that he never knew he would need in his life. Maybe it was the influence of his other classmates, to whom Shouto has terribly grown attached to. Shouto stretched himself as he walked outside the room, where the smoke and the brightness of flames were coming from, and saw a scene that he was sure to scar him all of his life. It was Midoriya Izuku, tied up and gagged, on the floor of his own home. He was openly crying, trying to communicate with Shouto with a desperate shake of his head. Shouto. He looked at his side to see his own father, flames glaring as he held a butcher knife on his hand. Shouto readied his ice as he glared at Todoroki and 𝐺. Father, what is the meaning of this? Because as long as this Midoriya Izuku was alive, there should be nothing we can do, and nothing we can truly accomplish. You're my son, and you should be the best. No one should be able to surpass you. You were created to be number one, Shouto. He went over to Midoriya and held him up with one hand, with the other palms open as a strong flame danced around in the middle of it. He distinguished the fire for a second before removing the gag from Midoriya's mouth. Any last words, number one hero? The flames reappeared again in the middle of his palm, bringing the fire closer and closer to Midoriya's arm. When the number one hero cried out, it was because the fire was touching and burning his skin. Izuku, Shouto yelled as he stepped nearer to them. This should not be enough, said Todoroki and 𝐺. We need to dispose of him. Remember, Shouto. You hate him with every fiber of your being. Do you want to do the Hooners? I would be so against it. He threw Izuku against the wall. Shouto took another step forward. Father, stop. No. You actually want to see him dead, so why are you so against it now? Are you really that incompetent as a son? Todoroki bellowed as he threw flames in Midoriya's direction, making both of the spaces beside the hero burning. Midoriya could not breathe as the flames prevented oxygen from entering his lungs. Shouto noticed this as he stepped towards him. Midoriya shook his head as he yelled, "Don't come closer, Shouto. It's dangerous. You shouldn't do this. Please don't kill me." Shouto realized that Midoriya was keeping up the act of Shouto still hating him. He looked at his father, who seemed to be waiting for Shouto's own move. He stood before his own father, meeting his gaze. There was nothing that happened, until Midoriya started to cry out as the flames spread. Todoroki narrowed his eyes. "Now's not the time for your cowardice, Shouto." He went over to Midoriya, took him by his lush green hair, and sliced his neck open with the butcher knife. Blood poured, leaving Midoriya's bright green eyes dimmed and absolutely lifeless. He looked back at Shouto. "Son, you are now number one." Shouto bolted out of his bed. Tears were streaming down his cheeks, unbidden, uncontrolled. He looked around. He was in the bedroom. He immediately went out, but there was no fire, there was no burning, there was no trace of his father, nor of Izuku. There was no one around. Just the deafening silence, and Shouto's erratic heartbeat thumping loud against his ears. He took a deep breath as he squeezed his eyes shut. It felt so real. He did not know what to do, where to go, how to be okay again. There was no escape from this, it seems. And he knew it was only the start of an endless cycle of pain and misery. Maybe he deserved this for all the damage he has done. Maybe this is how he can repent, how he repay all the pain he had caused, by carrying a similar pain himself. Shouto was trembling when he took himself a glass of water. He remembered the flames as he sipped the water, the flames that he failed to stop as it burned Izuku. As his own father lifted him up to slash his throat, ending his life. That was what he wanted to do, to accomplish, for 5 years of his life. He wanted Izuku defeated for his father's gain, for the so-called Todoroki name. But all that was just something planted in his brain. In the end, none of that was true. It was never him who felt all the hate. It was never him who wanted the violence. If it was never him all along, where was the real him all this time? Was he erased from existence? Was the him who he saw in all those pictures, those videos, was he dead now? Or maybe he's still alive. Can he even recover what he has lost? He was shaking. Shouto placed down the half-empty glass of water on the top of the table to prevent it from spilling. The door was being unlocked, and without his own permission, his body moved towards the direction of the doorway. As it opened, Shouto took the person who entered in his arms, embracing the person so tight, as if he was clinging for dear life. "Shouto, are you okay?" Izuku asked as he patted Shouto's back. He shook his head as he hugged the number one hero tighter. Izuku sighed against his neck. "Let's go get you to the couch, okay? Was it another dream? I'm sorry I got home so late." Shouto shook his head again. Izuku hummed as he moved Shouto to the couch. When they sat, Shouto leaned against Izuku's side. "You're alive," Shouto whispered. "Of course I am. I had to go home somehow, right? Because you're here, waiting for me." He took Shouto's hand. "What's the matter?" "It felt so real. I thought I lost you." Shouto bit his lip. "I thought it was real. How my father entered your home. How I woke up with him burning you alive. With him killing you. Izuku, he killed you. And I was too powerless to stop him. There was nothing I was able to do at all. I stood there, as you begged me to go away. I only stood there, and I could not save you." He clenched his jaw. "How did I want to be the number one hero the past 5 years when I could not even save you, the person, the special person in my life? Hey, it's okay. It was only just a dream, okay? What if it was real? What if it really happened? Do I just let you die? Izuku took a deep breath. You know, it's not like you to do the rambling. But I know, what you feel is highly valid. Shouto. I would feel devastated if it were me, to see you die just like that. He told me. Izuku, he told me, after he killed you, that I was number one. Izuku nodded, and said nothing more. Tell me, Shouto continued. Tell me how to go back. Where? To myself. To the person who can save you. Izuku started to cry. It was silent, with tears falling on his cheeks and chin. I wish I know. Shouto, if I have to wish on all of the stars that ever existed just so I can know how to bring you back, I promise you, I would. Shinsu rubbed his nape as he sat down opposite Izuku. You sure do look like shit today, huh? Rough night. Sure, we lead the raid recently, and you had to deal with that son of a bitch and his little ass bomb. But yeah, you know what I can mean? Shouto's not doing well. Izuku breathed. They were in one of the interrogation rooms in the police force, but Shinsu asked for the footage and all recording devices to be disabled, just for this one highly classified case. Shinsu sighed. We expected shit from that, and I guess it's no brainer that we actually got what we expected. With fries on the side, I believe. But let's not make that known, or else the half and half baby will be sent overseas as an island lab rat. What if he doesn't get better? We won't, as far as we can see. Especially not soon. The drugs consumed his body in a way that the effects had full control of his cognitive processes, and all of the stored memories were replaced. How can he even bounce back immediately? I know, but you don't want to see him being miserable. Yeah, sure, that's understandable. But that was something that we can no longer control. Number one hero Deku. What we can do now is to deal with that motherfucker. What did he tell you anyway? He told me to change into casual clothes and call someone. I had 10 minutes to do it, or else the flash drive bomb will self-destruct and explode. He admitted that he was indeed working with 𝗵𝗲𝗏. And I saw it. The transactions that were missing in your findings. The files are being recovered right now, and I guess it will take them a few hours still. And 𝗵𝗲𝗧-san will have to verify if the documents were tampered with or not, Shinsu replied. The game is done once it did. We can detain 𝗵𝗲𝗏 as soon as the findings were to be finalized. But how was it so easy? Shinsu shrugged. Hell if I know. That son of a bitch is tricky. I can't understand him, but we have to let go of him as of the moment. After we deal with 𝗵𝗲𝗏, we trace him and lure him out. We need to get more help with that. Though, that mission will be reserved for another day. So, what else? It was brief, that meeting. He said he wanted to play with me because he was already bored with playing with 𝗵𝗲𝗏. I don't know what it meant, but one thing's for sure. I will deal with how much he wants to play me, as long as he could not touch Shouto ever again. Yeah, valid. But do you think that Game Changer can still be working with 𝗵𝗏𝗏 until now? Obviously, he can tip him with how we're doing with the investigation, how we continuously raid their facilities. It could be a ploy, Hitoshi-kun. Are you sure? Though, maybe he was not. Kaworu Kodo has been notorious to be one of the big sellers in the black market for his goods. Now, we know that his goods are derived from his own quirk. He has had commissions and customers everywhere. His track record is intense. It is most possible that 𝗵𝗏𝗏 is just one of his clients, right? One that he got bored with, after supplying him for 5 years. If he was that nefarious, Hitoshi-kun, he would not align himself with anyone, especially not 𝗵𝗏𝗏. Glad you thought so, Shinsu nodded. That's most likely. He doesn't seem to be the type to make alliances, especially now that we're after his and 𝗵𝗏𝗏's ass. Which is why he freely gave the files, then. In order for him to make his disappearance act a success. Now, we lost him. Not for long. I hate those types of dudes, so I would like to see him rot to bones in jail, Shinsu replied. He decided to drop 𝗵𝗃𝗏 into hell, letting us be able to come after him. Shinsu rubbed the side of his cheek. Maybe 5 years of supplies gave him enough money to live by. And the jig is up anyway. It's not as if he can still continue to supply his gross products. Right. The door opened before the heroes can say anything more. It was Aizawa followed by Tsukachi Naomasa. He was carrying 2 soft-bound documents that looked like 1.5 inches thick. He placed one of them on the table for the 2 heroes to see. The report is finished, the findings all finalized. Aizawa said as he looked at Izuku. 𝗵𝗃𝗏 is set to arrive tomorrow morning. We can detain him with all the sufficient evidences we have gathered. But of course, this is still your move, Deku. The documents were literally and figuratively heavy inside Izuku's backpack. It was the evidence that they need in order to make this all over, to put an end to 𝗵𝗃𝗏's schemes when it comes to controlling and manipulating his own son, rubbing Shouto off of his own rights and autonomy as a person, and as a hero. Izuku opened the door to a rather private cafe and headed towards the small conference room they reserved beforehand. He opened the glass door, taking in Kirishima's calm demeanor and Bakugo's angry expression. Kaken seems to be hungry, Izuku remarked. Bakugo growled. Fuck yeah, I am. That little bitch of a secretary called us for a fucking lunch meeting. It's already 1 in the fucking afternoon. Lunch, her face. I can explode that petty face of hers, and she will never look at the mirror the fucking same ever again. I told you that you should have eaten after your morning shift, said Kirishima. But you fucking told me you're going to cook today. I was fucking expecting a good fucking meal until that bitch called us out. Inconsiderate piece of shit. Izuku gave out a nervous laugh. Well, where's All Might? He went to fetch her, apparently, because she could not get her ass over here. To the fucking venue she had us reserved, scowled Bakugo. All right. So, Zuko. Do you have the goods? Kirishima asked in a whisper. I do. And I still don't know how to feel about that. I would be fucking rejoicing if I were you. Another cancer in our society detained and jailed behind bars until he fucking dies. We don't need that kind of toxicity in this existence, Bakugo replied. He violated so many things, huh? I could not believe that you guys were able to put it all together. But I guess there is really a reason why our Izuku is the top hero. He gets things done, Kirishima smiled. So, how's our favorite freezer burn? Izuku shook his head. He wasn't getting any better. I am actually at a loss on how to make it all feel better for him. Sure, his brain was damaged. How can you expect something like a fast cure? Not even a few months can fix that shit. But of course, you're still going to try. Fucking stubborn number 1 hero. Hey, Izuku chided. If it were Kirishima, you would want to do something too. Fuck you, Bakugo spat. I fucking go to the end of the world if it fucking means I can relieve his pain. Awa, Katsuki, Kirishima smiled as he leaned against Bakugo's side. That's so sweet. That's just fucking normal, you shitty hair. I would be out of my mind if I cannot help you. Oh, the bitch is here. Bakugo scowled as they saw Toshinori and a slender woman with bright silver hair walk towards the conference room through the glass walls. Toshinori opened the door for her, and she stepped in as if she was some kind of a medieval lady who demands a kind of attention that annoyed even Izuku. They sat across the heroes, and she immediately whipped out her clipboard and a pen. This will be brief, no need for a meal. Izuku saw Bakugo frown in agitation. Kirishima held his hand under the table so he would not cause anything. Izuku looked at the woman. If it is brief, then let us start now. We would request for our hero, Todoroki Shouto, to be pulled out from this mission permanently. We will terminate his contract with your agency, or else we will file a lawsuit for keeping him out of his mandated and official orders. This should be effective immediately. Izuku clenched his jaw. There's no need for that, I believe, since your agency will be no more by morning tomorrow. What do you mean? Izuku took the heavy documents. Please, refer to this. Todoroki and G should be brought in by morning tomorrow. Shouto, bored out of his wits, can only wait for Izuku to come back home. But something in him was being restless about all the waiting. Izuku should be home in a bit, and that should mean that they were successful in finding out the information they need in order to trace it all back to his father. He was sitting on the couch, casually reading the messages he had missed out on in their class, a group chat, as he was getting updated with Mina's adventures in getting some boyfriend through a dating app. He heard footsteps. He frowned. He never did hear the door being unlocked. Or was he that invested in reading messages that his mind could not process anything else? He turned around to see Izuku, but there was something wrong with how the number one hero looked at him. He could not pinpoint what it was yet and what it could mean, but there was something off about his posture and how he looked at him. "Izuku?" Shouto called. Izuku did not move an inch. He tried again. "Izuku?" "You." "Todoroki Shouto," said Izuku with the most calm and indifferent voice he had ever heard Midoriya Izuku spoke in. It was cold that it almost made Shouto shiver. "You're just like your father, aren't you?" "I don't understand." "You deserve this, all of this. You are nothing but your father's son, Todoroki Shouto." "You don't mean this." Izuku looked away. "I don't want to see your face. It's unsightly." "Izuku." "You're unsightly, Todoroki Shouto. I will never love you again in this lifetime." "No. You're lying to me." Shouto moved to stand up, trying to reach for Izuku's hand but failing. "Unsightly. Get out. Don't come back. I hate you with every fiber of my being. Izuku, this isn't you. You're not real." "Unsightly," spoke Izuku again, face emotionless, eyes unblinking. "You're unsightly." Shouto persisted, walking towards Izuku, who started to shake his head, as if he were the one shaking away his own vision, shaking away Shouto in front of him. Shouto wanted to touch Izuku, as maybe touching him would magically turn things back the way they should. Even if it can never do something like that. Even if Shouto cannot escape this nightmare. As Shouto continued to pursue Izuku, the green-haired hero gasped as he reached the kitchen counter as he stepped back, bumping his hips against the tiles. Shouto watched as panic crossed Izuku's face in a flash, his eyes blazing as he looked around almost desperately. Shouto frowned. "Izuku, Izuku, please." Izuku stared at his side. It was an electric kettle. He looked at Shouto, grabbed the handle of the kettle, and Shouto dropped onto the ground, screaming. He yelled, "Izuku, please, don't, I'm sorry." "You're unsightly," Izuku yelled back at him. Shouto grasped the side of his face, the burn area, trying to chase his breath. Everything was reduced to static as he clutched his head with his hands, trying to block out the rest of the world. A single word echoed in the chambers of his mind: unsightly. He clutched his head until he can no longer register Izuku. He yelled as he was being burned inside out. Shouto did not know when it was able to stop, or when was he able to calm down. But when he came to his senses, when he was able to grasp his own self, it was through Izuku cupping the right side of his face. He gasped audibly, almost a shriek, as the first thing that his body wanted to do was to break away and settle far away from Izuku. "No." "Shouto, are you okay?" Shouto looked at Izuku's concerned expression. Was this the Izuku who told him he hates him? Apparently not. But who was the one lying to him? What was real anymore? And what was the things only made up to him by his head? "You were shaking so badly, as if you were really scared." Izuku went on. He was gentle, so he must be the real one. "I was not dreaming, but I saw you. You were standing there. You told me I look unsightly. You told me you hated me with every fiber of your being. I saw you, but I knew it was not you." Izuku frowned as he pulled Shouto in his embrace. "You're safe now. You're always safe with me. Always know that, please." "I know. That's why I didn't believe the Izuku I saw. But I was sure he wasn't a dream. I am seeing things that aren't real now." "Izuku, will they all take me to Island now?" I may never see you again if they do, considering how broken I am. Shouto looked at Izuku. The number one hero was silent for a moment, as if trying to find the words to say, but also trying to say everything in the world. But then, he smiled at Shouto, making something in his chest squeeze tight. You're not broken, said Izuku after a moment, firmly. Shouto, you're not broken. Why? Why what? Why don't you hate me, Izuku? It's because I don't, Shouto. But you should. You really should. There should be no other way for you but to hate me with all of your heart. I deserve that. Being hated by you forever. That's the only thing that I have the right to get from you. No. Yes, Shouto gritted out. I deserve your hatred. I deserve to be treated like dirt. I deserve to be blamed. You never wanted to hurt me. You only loved me yet, for years. I saw you with eyes that wanted to see your demise, wanted to see you fall, and never get back up down. Forever. And now? What? And now, do you still want all of that? No, of course not. Then, that should settle it. You no longer wanted to hurt me. And that shouldn't even count because you weren't yourself. For so long. That's what brought me pain, if you should know. The fact that I can see you and fail to see the Shouto I love, Izuku smiled. I'm sorry. What for? That was when Shouto noticed Izuku's state. His cuts and bruises, his tattered hero costume. He pulled away slightly. You're not okay. I'm fine, Shouto. These are nothing compared to what I went through over the years. Shouto pulled away, sighing, walking to the closet where all of the medical supplies were stored. A whole closet dedicated for it was something Shouto understood, with Izuku as the person living in the house. It should exist, if that was the case. Shouto took a box and brought it with him. He took Izuku's hand and led him to the bed, making him sit on the edge. Izuku looked at him and Shouto looked back at him. This person was the only one who never dared to turn his back on him. Even when Shouto could not even recognize his true self, under the influence of something, he should have fought right from the start. Shouto went to work, cleaning Izuku's wounds. There weren't any more words between them. Maybe because no words were needed, or maybe because no words were apt enough to say. As Shouto patched him up, he felt a little bit too incompetent. How can this be enough for Shouto, anyway? He had inflicted too much damage on this person, and yet, this was the only thing he can fix. This was the only part of him he can help to heal. Izuku, I'm sorry. Shouto, no, it's okay. Shouto shook his head. There should not be enough reason for you to say that. This is not okay. I need to fix what I have done wrong, but what I have done is something I cannot erase. And that's okay. You're here now and I can see you're suffering, too. Between the two of us, you're the victim, Shouto. This is why we have to detain your father soon. My father. He's flying back later, in the middle of the night. We're planning to arrest him before he gets out of the airport. Shouto, we're here to help. This isn't just your fight. Please believe that. If there's anything, it's me. Because I couldn't help but feel hopeless and useless whenever I thought about how to help you with the things that you see. The things that you shouldn't see. The pain that you shouldn't feel. Izuku. So, let's help each other. Okay, Shouto nodded. About my father, I will go with you. Shouto's only regret that morning, when it happened, was not standing beside Izuku. It was quiet in the airport. The tiles are clean in every inch, shining as if there was something so precious about them. It almost reflected Shouto's face whenever he looks down. People weren't too busy, but they weren't too slack either. Shouto saw a family bidding farewell to their mother, the small kids crying about, with their elder siblings trying to calm them down. The father stood by, nonchalant. The mother was near tears as well, seeing her own children cry for her. But maybe, Shouto hoped that it was just a temporary parting, rather than a permanent one. But even with the crying at the distance, the place was still quiet for Shouto, compared to the jam-packed place he knows, where he had to keep an eye out for hero fanatics, and not being late to his next briefing. Izuku was not with him as Shouto remained at the waiting area of the arrivals section. Izuku should be somewhere. He should be. And wherever he is, then he should be with his father by now. As if summoning them with his thoughts, Shouto saw his father round a corner. An intern of the agency was carrying his luggage for him, a secretary to handle the police. Izuku was walking behind them, holding some documents as he watched the progress of the police intently. He stood up subconsciously as they approached. Of course, his father saw him as he did, his eyes narrowing, his flames flaring brighter. "Shouto," his father barked. "Come. You should be already pulled out from the mission you were in. That was honestly a waste of your time for your career, and for your current hero standing. I knew that mission would just be a great disappointment to me. Look at how much you have wasted," he said. "Father, I believe the mission was a success today." You weren't released." He frowned at another secretary. "I told you to pull him out. Press charges if you must." "There is no need to, Father. The mission should be completed right now. I am free for you to bring me anywhere now, Father, if you will still be able to, after our conversation. Then, you go back to the agency. There's so much to be done." Shouto looked at the policeman, and then back at his father. "Why are they talking to your assistants? A small matter you should not concern yourself with, Shouto. It will be resolved soon enough. It will take a few minutes. Now, you must learn how to be great, how to be the best. Our lessons will resume, and your pills should be tripled the dosage." "Father," Izuku spoke up as he caught up with him. "I believe there has been a grave misunderstanding, Todoroki-san. We're not here just to file a complaint or scold you. Nothing of the sort." "Aha, really? I thought you were asking something about a lost baggage. Or getting lost in the airport, haha. Weren't you asking one of my interns for directions? My apologies, number 1 hero Deku. I thought my staff already handled this, and I thought my son would have already defeated you. Seems like he did not achieve success against the number 1 hero, for now. My son seems to have been a disappointment while I was away." Shouto saw Izuku's clench a fist at his side. "Todoroki-san, if you can cooperate with me and my small team right now, and come to the questioning, there will not be much of a ruckus. The rest of my team should arrive soon if we keep this as it is. Surely, everyone will think it was just about a lost baggage left at the counter if you were to cooperate. But if you refuse, then I believe, Inji-san, that we will not be so forgiving about what will happen next." "Forgiving? Deku, if there is someone who should apologize for bothering a tired former number 1 hero from his special mission, then that would not be me. Please step aside and let me and my son return to our agency. If you do, right now, we will give you an ounce of our mercy and remove all of what transpired today from our collective consciousness." Izuku clenched his jaw, and after a few moments, Tsukachi and Toshinori arrived at the scene. Shouto saw his own father flinch at the sight of them. He straightened up so quickly, letting out a laugh that should be considered his final defense before actually snapping and causing a big fat fight in the middle of the airport. Tsukachi immediately showed his badge to the former number 1 hero. "Todoroki, you are under arrest for initiating and maintaining relations with high-profile suspects from the black market, buying illegal drugs and violating human rights laws, among other related cases. Todoroki-san, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law." Endeavor looked at Shouto slowly, smiling and slowly breaking out into laughter until he was echoing around the floor, for everyone else to hear. He pointed at Shouto. "How dare you? This is already more than what you have done to me, father. So, you have been plotting against me with the rest of them." Endeavor sneered. "All of these days in that so-called mission was all that a cover-up, just so you and your little hero friends can do this to me. Who raised you, Shouto? Is this how you repay your old man back who gave you your position as number 2 right now? I made you, Shouto. Father. So, You're off your medicines. Off that drug who made you who you are. You were nothing but a weakling without it. 𝗵𝗲𝗏 huffed. Let's see if you can actually survive, son. It should only be a matter of time until you bring all the destruction in the way of the people around you. Let's see if they can still love you back after you have shown them how damaged you have gotten the past 5 years. How everything can never be changed by anything anymore. It's too late, Shouto. You're nothing but my creation now. Leave the poor boy alone already, 𝗵𝗲𝗏. You, indeed, have done enough. Caused him enough pain and suffering. For years you have traumatized him, and you damaged his health to a very alarming manner. If you want to hit someone, hit me, hit any one of us, but not the boy. Toshinori said. The boy. My son is no longer a boy. He's a man who kept bringing dishonor to the Todoroki name, dishonor to his own father. It was almost treason, how he goes against me like this. We have no choice but to bring you in for questioning, Todoroki-san. Sakachi motioned for his boys to move. 2 of them were agile enough to hold the bigger man and put him in quirk-canceling cuffs. Soon enough, they were already bringing 𝗵𝗲𝗏, flames now out, sneering and glaring at Shouto, into a police car. Another police car was waiting for Shouto, and he was also being ushered inside by Toshinori. It's all right now, young Shouto. It's all right now. It's done. Finished, he said, voice soothing. Shouto wanted to cry. There were no traces of Izuku the moment they got to the police station. Sakachi and Toshinori had met up with Eraserhead and Shinsu inside, and they all questioned his father inside the interrogation room. Shouto had to wait around for an hour, at least, as he could not keep up enough to correctly track the time. There were some paperwork after that, to which Shouto witnessed his father signing, and then finally, he was brought inside an empty cell. It was dark and lonely, and all the things Shouto never associated with his own father. Well, not until now at least. Now, Shouto can associate the nauseating smell of spoiled food mixed with the smell of a polluted creek to the great 𝗵𝗲𝗏, to the father that he doubted he ever even had. He looked at his father, now heavily locked inside a cell, without no secretaries and assistants, without any agency to back himself with either. This is not finished yet, said 𝗵𝗲𝗏. Of course it's not, father. This is just the start of the rest of your life paying back what you have done. And I do hope you can help me and Izuku regain the peace we deserve by seeing you be here until the end of time. And you want this, really? How can you throw away everything I have built for you, when you wanted it all for yourself? That was a lie. I never wanted what you wanted for me. When I told you to cut all ties with everyone and started drinking the pills I specifically had 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺𝐵 create for you, I told you to leave everyone, and you did. Don't you remember why? Why you did it all? Shouto clenched his jaw. It's because of that Deku boy. That all-might sprout that has become a thorn by the Todoroki name. I was about to destroy him after your graduation, to remove all of his chances at a better life, at being someone, to never let him have a reputation good enough to be a hero. But you went and pleaded at me, went down on your knees. You asked me, you damn brat, to give you whatever I wanted for you, just so I can spare such a weak little boy. 𝗵𝗲𝗏 snarled. And that allowed him to be number 1. That little choice of yours made all of our lives living hell. I am not you, said Shouto. And if I were to face the same options, I would still do it all exactly the same, because Midoriya Izuku deserves nothing less. You have grown soft either way, Shouto. I should have known, the moment you gave me your life in exchange for someone's little reputation, that you will keep choosing him. What a disappointment. Nothing but a failure of a Todoroki. You have failed me. And you have failed me, too, exactly how I have failed you. But all these offensiveness and all the disrespect, father, I will have none of it. I won't let you insult Izuku any longer. Goodbye, father, and we will see you in court soon. Shouto was beyond exhausted the moment he arrived home. Whenever he thought of this place as a home, it was something along the lines of complacency and permanence. He closed and locked the door behind him, looking around the already quiet space. When he opened the door to the bedroom, Shouto had to smile. Izuku was there, sleeping on the bed, clutching one of the pillows against his chest. He already changed into his pajamas. He must have been too tired that he had to go home earlier than him. He did most of everything for Shouto, for so long, anyway. For Shouto, it is time to recover his own self, and pay him back. Pay everyone back, for the love and the care they gave him. Shouto quickly washed his face and hands, changed into some semblance of nightwear, and went on the bed to lie next to Izuku. He took a deep breath as he heard the others' breathing going in sync with his. In no time, there were tears in his eyes. "Izuku, please hate me," Shouto cried. "I deserve to be hated. You should hate me for everything that I did. Why don't you hate me? Please, please hate me." Izuku groaned as he moved closer to Shouto, waking up. He groggily pressed a kiss against Shouto's temple. "Shhh. Don't be like this, Shouto. It's going to be fine." "Then, why just accept it like that? I made you hurt, didn't I?" "I accepted it all because it was you. Because I look at you, and I see the future I want for myself. I can't not accept you in my life, you know? I'm sorry." "Don't apologize, Shouto. I chose you. I have been choosing you for years, and I will still, every day." Izuku smiled lazily, laced with sleep. "Can you choose me again, Shouto? If only I can be myself again. If only I can be how I was. If only I can love you like I wanted to years ago." "But you already do." It has been 3 months since the day Shouto last saw his own father. Now, today would be the last day that he can see the look of the inside of the building he called his agency for 5 years. The process was quicker than all of them imagined. How they were able to shut down the Todoroki agency almost immediately after Endeavor was sentenced to prison. Shouto was a bit conflicted to see the employees go, only having the rest of their contracts pay and a recommendation letter for their next job. But he has to let go of the agency, as he could not let what his father had built propagate any longer. He also never saw himself leading an agency of his own. Shouto took a deep breath as the glass doors were locked indefinitely, or until someone else buys and occupies the space. He has his own things already in the back of the car that was waiting for him down the stairs. Speaking of, the car honked, signaling that he needs to leave that part of his life and keep it until today, and no longer. He went down the short steps and went into the car, closing the door. Natsuo looked back at him from the driver's seat. "Shouto, you good?" Shouto nodded. "Do you expect me not to be?" Natsuo laughed. Maybe. Seeing some tears would be nice, at least. Gotta remind me that the number 2 hero cries, too." "Izuku cries a lot, and he's number 1, said 𝗵𝗲𝗄 beside Natsuo. "I don't think tears can be a right measurement of being a hero." "True, but Izuku should be made an exception. He's such a crybaby," Natsuo replied as they sped from the building. "Shouto should never let Izuku cry every day." "I would not. But sometimes, he cries anyway." Shouto replied with a shrug. It was true. The number 1 hero usually cries, even if it was just something as simple as Shouto being able to chop vegetables perfectly one day for dinner. "Have you finished collecting all of your stuff from your condo?" 𝗵𝗲𝗄 asked. "We can still do one last run before heading to your new agency." Shouto shook his head. "I'm finished getting my things there, Nissan. I purposely left the things I don't need, and the things that father gave me." "Ah, all right. We're going to arrive half an hour early, then," she said, smiling at her younger brother. And she was right. When they arrived at the agency, only Toshinori was there to accommodate them in his huge office. The skinny retired hero was smiling as he received the Todoroki siblings and had them sit on his navy blue sofa. Aizawa and the rest are still in their morning shifts. They should be here soon for Shouto's oath-taking. He looked at Shouto. "Are you excited, my boy?" "I sure am. Never thought this day would finally come, when we could give you the protection and the guidance that you always deserved." Shouto nodded. as he could no longer say anything more. Well, he could. But it would not be really nice to tell the Tashinori Yagi that he still believes he still don't deserve the love and the kindness he received from them ever since the start. He could really not tell them how he still live in the shadow of what his father had done to him for 5 long years. You too, Natsuo-san, Fayumi-san, how have you two been? Tashinori asked. We're fine, really. Thank you for asking us, All Might-san. Students nowadays, quirko no quirk, have been really kind to one another. It's many thanks to heroes we have today. And our mother will be discharged from the hospital today, as well. We will be picking her up after the oath-taking, added Natsuo. We really could not do anything with father around, but now, we can really be together. That's thanks to you and your brave heroes, Tashinori-san. As Tashinori smiled back at the siblings, there was a short knock on the door before it opened. It was Aizawa, Kirishima, and Bakugo. The redhead hero was already all smiles upon seeing Shouto. He gave an acknowledging nod to the other hero's enthusiasm to see him again. Maybe that was just how friendship works. Aizawa looked like he should be somewhere else, preferably in his own bed, and Bakugo looked like he should be just somewhere else. But in the end, Shouto was still grateful for their presence to support him until the end. These were the people who never doubted that he can overcome whatever he needed to overcome. They relentlessly helped him when he never even thought he needed help. Tashinori stood up, patted Shouto in the back, and went over to his desk to take the contract for him to sign, bringing out the Book of Heroes and the law that governs them for him to swear upon. Todoroki Shouto, he called, the people around him standing up around Tashinori. He took a deep breath before standing up from where he sat, walking towards the space in between Tashinori, who was holding the big fat book of the history of heroes that has the profiles of all the heroes who ever lived, and Aizawa, who was now holding his contract. Todoroki Shouto, repeated Tashinori. After all the years when we have been witnesses to your rising as the number 2 hero, to us being witnesses to the tragedy and the pain of the years you have lost, the years you should have spent in an environment that can give you the proper guidance and care that you deserve, we have finally found ourselves here, in this room. We are still your witnesses, young Shouto. But this time, we will not just be witnesses. But from this day on, and forevermore, we will stand by you, as your colleagues and your family. Tashinori smiled. Please put your left hand on the book, and let your right hand take the oath. He nodded as Shouto moved his hands to position. He continued, I state your name. I, Todoroki Shouto, solemnly swear to the heroes that came before me. Solemnly swear to the heroes that came before me, that I will continue to uphold the strength. That I will continue to uphold the strength. The resilience. The resilience. The compassion. The compassion. And the power. And the power of all the great heroes who have served our beloved nation. Today, I state your hero name. Of all the great heroes who have served our beloved nation. Today, I, Hero Shouto, has begun my duty to keep peace and love thriving in this world until the day I die. Has begun my duty to keep peace and love thriving in this world until the day I die. So mote it be. So mote it be. Now, Hero Shouto, sign your contract. Aizawa handed him the pen, bringing the hard folder of his contract. Taking a deep breath, he let his hand sign on the line reserve, just for him. Tashinori clapped his back the moment he capped the pen. Welcome to the agency, Hero Shouto. How do you feel, bro? Does it feel good? Huh? Tell Oni-san all about it. Please. Natsuo asked as they drove towards the hospital premises. Fayumi lightly punched his arm from where she sat on the passenger seat. Let him feel the jitters, Natsuo. He just signed the first contract he actually wanted to sign. This is a big deal for our Shouto, and he should feel every emotion there is to feel. Don't make him explain things to you. Ni-san, said Shouto. It's okay. I feel happy, that's all. He's happy, Natsuo exclaimed as they got through the hospital parking lot. scouring around for empty spaces. Our Shouto is happy, 𝗵𝗲𝗻𝗲. That actually makes me want to cry. Arg, you dummy. Just drive. Mother's expecting us to pick her up by now. She should be discharged early today. Said that nurse you already ghosted. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏. Wah, Mom's going to be with us. Now, I want to cry some more. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 exclaimed as he maneuvered the car to fit into the parking space he found. But I did not ghost the nurse. I got busy and she got busy, is all. The lack of communication nowadays is mutual. Shouto kept the small smile on his lips as he listened to his siblings banter and joke around each other. They were letting him in the conversation from time to time, with Shouto trying to give out his best comebacks with the most deadpan face that made his siblings crack up until the elevator on their mother's room's floor opened, and they stepped outside laughing. They made their way to the hospital room, and when 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 slid open the door, Todoroki was there, sitting by the window, wearing casual clothes instead of her usual hospital gown, after a long, long while. Her bags were also packed by her feet. My children, she smiled as she welcomed them all with loving and open arms. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏, 𝗵𝗲𝗻𝗲 and Shouto hugged her as she patted their heads, smiling. There were no tears coming from any of them, just smiles and happiness, as it should be. When they pulled apart, 𝗵𝗲𝗻𝗲 noticed the bouquet of flowers on the table. She smiled. They're pretty. They're from Izuku. The letter told me he has gotten busy trying to tie up the loose ends of Shouto's case. I hope that he can get the rest that he deserves soon. I don't want to have the poor boy exhausting himself. I should contact 𝐒𝐭𝐴 the soonest about this, she hummed as she wondered aloud. Have you seen him lately? Nope, said 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏. And I'm afraid 𝗵𝗲𝗻𝗲 hasn't either. What about you, Shouto? Has Izuku been coming home lately? Shouto shook his head. Not for a week now, but he promised he would go home soon, just in time for the reunion with the rest of Class A. Then, please tell him to get some rest then, son. Shouto nodded as he clenched his jaw, trying to figure out just what to say to someone as hell-bent as Izuku, who has gotten terribly desperate when it comes to trying to chase after 𝐒𝐭𝐴. You really have to chill, Shinsu frowned, and Izuku felt like the purple-haired hero was nagging him like a third mother, a little behind his own mother and Todoroki, both who already told him off to get some rest. But Izuku could not handle any rest, especially now that there was just one piece to complete the puzzle once and for all, and that was just one Kaworu Koto, who just keeps on getting past their traps and lures. Izuku was fidgeting as he sat down on a monoblock chair on the side, near the door. Shinsu was leaning against the wall beside him. Just chill, Izuku, please? Got him. This is a party, and you need to be in your party mode. You useless #1 hero. Of course I'm going to be useless because I can't even finish 𝐒𝐭𝐴's case. And I'm supposed to be the #1 hero, Hitoshi-kun. I don't know. I'm not even sure anymore if I should be deserving of such a title. And I don't think I can call myself that anymore if I can't even give Shouto the justice that he deserves to get. Just the fact that I fail at catching 𝐒𝐭𝐴 and putting him in jail with Endeavor is the ultimate proof that I disappoint Shouto. How can I even face him? How can I even go home at this point, Hitoshi-kun? You're home now, so go and sleep, you dumbass. You haven't been going home for a while, and you haven't been eating and sleeping much. Pulling all of that shit can't catch that son of a bitch, if you ask me. Shinsu shrugged. And I know a party isn't the right time to say this thing, but we are reconsidering your position in the ongoing mission. What? Shinsu sighed. Toshinori-san talked to me about this with Deadzawa, and they were really right. This has become too personal for you that it has become too unhealthy. We are seriously planning to pull you out of the mission of chasing down 𝐒𝐭𝐴. Then, who? Shinsu sighed again. It's going to be me and Denki who will take over, along with a number of interns. Deadzawa and Toshinori-san will supervise. But yeah, it's going to be Kamishin this time. Let us handle this, lil small smashy. You've grown too tired, and you will fail not only us, but also your health, if you continue this. It's over. Shouto's going to recover. His dad will be in jail until he's just bones. But, no buts, Midoriya Izuku. You have to rest and get your own recreation. Everyone will be here soon. Shinsu nodded at where Aoyama was showing off his new trick to Tsuyu and Gyro, who both looked too bored out of their wits, and yet too worried at the same time. Look at them. Just socialize for a bit, will ya? I'll go find my lightning and get some affection. With that, Shinsu left his post from the wall to join Shiro and Ida in hopes to take away Kaminari, who was with them, telling something in an overly animated manner as he waved and made circles with his hands. Izuku watched until Shinsu was able to place a firm hand around his lover's waist before looking away. There should be no doubt in Izuku's part. He knew both Shinsu and Kaminari would be able to catch Game Changer in a matter of time. They have been one of the most unstoppable hero teams for years now, completely on par with Kirishima and Bakugo in terms of skill and ability. There should not be any doubt that they could not accomplish the mission. But something in Izuku wanted to finish it all by himself. He took a deep breath as he closed his eyes for a brief moment, the lack of sleep taking him over, just the slightest bit. When he opened his eyes again, his vision has become too blurry and shaky. Izuku fought the sensations as he tried to stand up. When he did, there was nothing but black. But his fall was halted with a soft thud and a gentle and concerned whisper of Izuku. The party finished abruptly the moment Izuku lost consciousness. Everyone expressed their concerns over the number one hero, but they somehow thought that maybe it was time to go and leave Shouto and Izuku at peace, alone, in their now shared space. Everyone helped everyone to clean up, making sure that they left the condominium unit extra spotless. Shinsu Hitoshi was sighing all the while, telling Shouto that it was actually a pain babysitting Izuku in the field the past week as he refused to eat, sleep, and go home. He was also updated that because of Izuku fainting, the decision to pull him out of the Game Changer mission was, of course, finalized right then and there. Shouto looked down at Izuku's sleeping form. There were horrible bags under his eyes, and he looked considerably thinner than he was the last time Shouto really saw him without everything that has been happening around them. He reached out a hand, ruffling the number one hero's green curls. There were no response from him, of course, even after sleeping for over 6 hours now. He also made calls to Inko and his own mom, updating them of the situation, that finally Izuku has come home and went to sleep. Shouto wondered how easy it was to look at Izuku, and felt him being so dear to him. How easy it was for Shouto to have Izuku and feel safe. Was this what he felt before? Was caring so deeply for someone really that easy? To the point that you just suddenly feel it one day, and then it never stops after that. Shouto then felt something strange from the back of his skull. As if there was something that had his scalp burning lightly. Like how he loses his control of his fire side when he first tried to hone it, many, many years ago. It was okay at first. He can still bear the slight stinging, until it started to spread upward, to the rest of his skull. Shouto took a deep breath to calm himself, and maybe to also try to soothe the slight pain he was feeling. It was uncomfortable, and it was making him lose control. He took another deep breath, and another, as the pain gradually increased. Now, his whole head was threatened to be engulfed with what seemed like flames. His hand that was caressing Izuku's hair was now on fire. He immediately withdrew the hand. He stood up, stepping backward from the number one hero. He looked down on his palms. True enough, both of his hands are on fire. He looked around him. Everything seemed to be on fire. Everything that he touches go up in flames. Izuku was still sleeping, unconscious. Was he just sleeping, or was he already a victim of Shouto's vicious flames? He opened his mouth to scream, but there was no sound. He looked around, trying to grasp anything, in order to get help. There was nothing but flames. He tried to scream again, but his voice has gone missing. He could no longer see anything else but flames and Midoriya Izuku without life in front of him. He could not see if he was still breathing, because of all the flames that filled Shouto's vision. No, he wanted to yell, but nothing dared to come out. He was rendered voiceless, useless, helpless to the flames that engulfed him now. He looked around as he sank on the floor, trying to get away yet unable to go anywhere. He can see Izuku across the room, eyes closed. Shouto yelled as he clutched both of his ears, voiceless. No, don't come near me. I will hurt you. I will hurt you. Go away. The flames grew in strength and in volume. No, stop, stop. Shouto's world was enveloped in flames, burning everything into ashes beside his feet. When Izuku came to, the unit was clean. He looked around, his head clearer than it had been for a week. Maybe he really needed some sleep. He slipped off the bed, in hopes to get himself some water. He yawned as he stepped out of the bedroom, looking around. There was no trace of anyone, which was something a bit weird, considering there had been a party just a few hours ago. Or was he wrong about that? He absent-mindedly took a glass and poured distilled water into the glass, sipping it slowly. His head woke up some more, looking around for any sign of anyone. Even just Shouto. But there was nothing. Frowning, he took his half-empty glass to the bedroom to grab his phone, which has so many missed calls and messages. But before everything else, he checked the time. It has been 16 hours since the last time he was awake then. He moved onto the bed and heard something wrinkle under the weight of his knee. It was a pad of paper. Izuku took the paper from underneath his knee, squinting to read it. Izuku, I am very sorry. I promised I will get better, but there was nothing I could have done. I could no longer save you as I am, right now. There is a huge chance that once you have read this, I am already traveling to Island. I will come back as your Shouto, and not as anyone else. Wait for me a little longer. Shouto. 5 years later. Izuku watched as Tsukachi's team placed handcuffs around the wrists of the latest villain he was able to catch, along with a few interns working with him at the moment. The villain had a bad quirk who can make anyone and anything slow down with his touch. It affected his maneuvers and his speed in general, making Izuku pursue him the whole week. The interns he has, Sakura and Itsuki, both had powerful quirks, but both of them were also close combat, making his team at a disadvantage, for the villain had fun slowing them all down as he ran away from them almost the whole time. They had to devise a plan just to catch him, and after 3 days, it finally worked. Sakura and Itsuki were all smiles even though they were covered with scratches and grime. Izuku was in a similar state. He approached them. Sakura-san, Itsuki-san, thank you for being in my team for this mission. Both of you showed me how worthy you are to be in Class A. Shinsu must be proud of you too, being his homeroom students. Well, if he is, then he has a funny way of showing it. Itsuki smiled as he rubbed his nape. Yeah, meaning, he doesn't show it, like, at all. Sakura remarked with a soft chuckle. Probably because he's too sleepy to do so. No need to worry, replied Izuku with a grin. Sakura made a face. But he's always too sleepy. The class started to randomly play a chargeable vlog whenever he starts to doze off in the middle of his lectures, because that's the only way he can wake up again. Hearing Kaminari-sensei's voice. That's too cheesy, even for me. Itsuki remarked. Oh, speaking of, Deku-san, do you have that kind of someone as well? What kind of someone? You know what kind, Deku-san. Like Kirishima-san's Bakugu or Momo-san's Jiru. That kind of someone, Itsuki continued. Sakura promptly elbowed his abdomen, smiling at Izuku. Don't mind him, please, Deku-san. You know Itsuki loves to let his mouth run off in useless tangents. Just, never mind, please, Izuku laughed. That's all right. I do have that kind of someone. I just hope that he's doing fine where he is. Where is he? Sakura asked, now genuinely curious. Somewhere far away. You should have seen them recently, right? Can't you ask them, Deku-san? We have technology that can support communication wherever anyway, if they're really far away. Sakura followed up as Itsuki nodded in agreement. Smiled Izuku. But I am afraid the last time I saw them, And the last time I have talked to them in any means was more than 5 years ago. The interns had their mouths hanging open upon the revelation, struggling to say something. But before any of them were able to blurt out a word, 𝗧𝗏𝗁 approached them. Deku, the now chief of police, said, "The villain is now being transported to the nearest city jail. We will take it from here. Thank you, and your team, once again. We would never be able to catch this one without your help. We really owe you a lot, number one." "That's fine, 𝗵𝗲𝗂-san. Please don't mind any of it. We'll be more than glad to be of help when it comes to anything all." Izuku smiled. "Yes, and we are eternally grateful. And we are, too, with your honorable service." Izuku bowed, with both Sakura and Itsuki following. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 returned the bow before he and his team sped away. That left Izuku with his interns, with their hero costumes covered in grime and scratches. "Hey, you two. Wanna join me for a meal? I want to tell you both a story." Sakura and Itsuki visibly lit up, nodding as they grinned at Izuku. Izuku thought he could have worn something warmer than just a plain shirt with the limited edition Ground Zero and Red Riot collaboration design line, with his usual pants and shoes. It was a little bit after sunset when he was able to bring back his interns to their dorms after they were able to have themselves fixed up at the agency. Izuku hoped they learned a lot from him, and maybe they were also able to enjoy their time with him. Izuku, over the years, has found himself loving teaching through taking in interns with him during his missions. As he still found himself smiling, Izuku made his way inside the mall supermarket, the address that was sent to him the moment he said that he already got out of work. This has been a routine for a while now, once or twice every month. Izuku looked at his phone. He was supposed to meet them at aisle J. He already heard some laughing as he turned from aisle K. He waved at the women who were both laughing at something, their big carts beside them, half full. "Izuku," greeted his mother as he went to them to greet her with an embrace. When he broke away from Midoriya Inko, he went to embrace the other, light-haired mother who never stopped supporting him for years. "Oh, my," laughed Todoroki Rei as she hugged Izuku back. "I hope you've been well in your duties today, Izuku." He pulled away and nodded at them. "Yes, we finally finished a case today, with Sakura-san and Itsuki-san. It was tough, but we pulled through. How are you both? I haven't been really visiting the both of you lately." "That's fine, son," Inko said. "Do what you must. Save who you must. Don't worry about us. Just remember, Izuku, you gotta save yourself too. We just want you to be safe and well, so you can do what you love all the more," added Rei with a soft smile Izuku known the woman for. "Thank you, both of you." Izuku nodded as he tried to keep his tears in. Inko laughed. "Let's shop for now, okay? We need to restock your kitchen, Izuku. I'm afraid you might be already tending to some other little friends in your empty cupboards." "Mom, it's true. You keep on eating out all the time. You gotta have some more nutrients in there, son." "Inko-san is right," Rei said. "You really need to let us cook for you in turns. It's not like we're doing something much these days. We just went to Korea last month. Before that, we both took up baking lessons." "Oh," said Izuku, startled that they were right. He has been doing a little isolation for a bit, and they were too quick to catch up on that. He usually tells them that he would be in the field for days just to keep them from visiting him too much. That has been happening since the 5-year anniversary. He smiled at the women. "Then, I'll let you guys visit more often. The missions I was handling dwindled down the past weeks, and I'm sure I'll be around you guys more. I'm sorry for being really busy." "No worries, child," Rei smiled. "For now, just get whatever you want. It's on us. We'll cook anything for you." Izuku nodded as they walked from aisle to aisle, feeling like a kid again as he placed all the snacks and the sweets and the ingredients he liked. Inko and Rei were so indulging of him, and this was one of the best memories and the best things he was able to do the past 5 years. After all the bags have been paid, Two Faces welcomed them in the night. waving as they met just outside the supermarket. Natsuo and Mayumi helped them load the bags in the trunk shortly before they rode the car. Natsuo closed the door and opened the engine, pulling out of the driveway of the shopping mall. "Hey, little Zuko, how's it going?" "It's been a while," said Natsuo without looking away from the road. "I'm just fine, Natsuo-Nisan. There's nothing to be worried about." "Oh," Mayumi reacted as if she was a bit disappointed with Izuku's answer. "Are you sure about that, Izuku? You know we're here to listen to any of your troubles, right?" "I know, Mayumi-Nisan. There's nothing for you guys to really worry about, I promise. Hero work has nothing but usual, and I'm getting good interns, so there's really nothing, you know," Izuku replied, trying his best to reassure them that he's really okay. That he has been okay for 5 years. That he has been okay for the sake of being okay, every year that came and went like a cold breeze against his cheek. "Well, if you say that it's okay, then it's okay." Mayumi looked back at him from the passenger seat and smiled. "If there's nothing at all, then there's nothing at all." Natsuo sighed loudly as the lights turned red. "Izuku, I know you know how long has it been. Aren't you going to do anything about it?" "Natsuo-Nisan, I understand that it can be frustrating, but we have to keep faith. He promised, didn't he? That we will come back. That we should just wait for him until he decides to return to us. There's nothing that should be done here for us, but to wait for him, right? But how can we sure that they're not holding him against his will by now? It's been too long, Izuku. Maybe it's time that you go there and save him. That's what heroes do, correct? They go out of their way to save people. So, go to that fucking island and save him." "Natsuo," reprimanded Rei as the car moved again, rounding a corner to Izuku's building. "Language." "Niai-san," Izuku said as he tried to make his voice sound steady and calm. "He's a hero, too. And by going there himself, he decided to be a hero for himself in his own terms. I refuse to go against his wishes just like that." He started to fidget with his fingers as Natsuo circled the gates, and to the drop-off. "When he never sent anything to us the first year of him leaving, I was also worried over the same things. That he may be receiving some untoward kind of treatment. That maybe he was forbidden to reach out to the outside world. But if he was, then he should be able to find a way to escape by now." He gave them a smile as they stopped moving. He gave the smile to his family, to the ones in the car with him. "I believe in him so much, and I am willing to wait for him. As long as it takes." Midoriya Izuku woke up to loud knocking. He groggily made his way to the door, almost slipping on the old rug. He already forgot that it was still on the doorway last night. He opened the door with only one eye open. The mailman tipped his head at him. "Deku, sir, a classified package from Toshinori Yagi." Suddenly, Izuku is fully awake. He signed off the package. He also signed another photo of him, presented by the mailman, wearing his newly upgraded hero costume. He said something about it being the perfect gift for his grandson. A picture signed by the #1 hero himself. Deku gave the mailman one of his best smiles, but his mind is already trying to deduct the contents of the package that seemed too heavy the longer he held it. After bidding the mailman a cheery farewell, he went to the nearest table he can find, which still turned out to be his dusty mahogany kitchen table. He opened his TV as he placed the package on top of the table, switching to the news channel. The contents of the new package he got was momentarily forgotten as he took in the information that was presented to him by his bright LED screen. In the middle of the huge screen, with tons of cameras flashing, Kaworu Kodo was being brought towards the police car on standby. He was looking down, but Izuku caught sight of the smile that he was not really trying to hide from all the cameras. Shinsu and Kaminari trailed the tall and huge police officers who were holding each of Game Changer's cuffed arms. They have been so persevering as they never gave up on the mission, even if they faced so many setbacks and lost so many trails. Izuku was so grateful for them that they were finally able to rein him in, the one and only key that made all of this possible. The one who changed the game for over 10 years of Izuku's life. The report covered how finally, the duo was able to stop Game Changer's schemes all over the black market for about a decade. It was not easy. They had to undermine the whole system of built by all the illegal traders and sellers up until they were able to find a lead through a simple transaction of some headache pills that led to his arrest. Eventually, after around a year and a half of intensive underground investigation, Izuku felt like some kind of weight lifted off of his shoulders, knowing all the suspects of the crime has been put to jail once and for all, having no choice but to answer for their trespasses. Justice was finally served, but Izuku still felt a little empty, just like every single day the past 5 years. Izuku's phone rang the moment the television report was done, and the newscaster moved to other headlines and breaking news. It was, of course, Shinsu Hitoshi. Izuku immediately answered the call. "Have you seen the footage?" Shinsu asked as Izuku picked up the call. "I just did," replied Izuku, voice surprisingly hoarse, as if his mouth has gone dried up on him without him noticing. Must be because he just woke up. "I wanted to kick his smirking face for you, just so you know." 𝗧𝗵𝗲, Shinsu said in a dead serious tone. "This little bitch was not easy at all. Took me and Denks 5 years just to bring this motherfucker in. I know it would not give us back the years we have lost, but Hitoshi, it's okay. I'm finally able to put it behind me because of this, because he's finally going to serve what he has done. You and Denki have my gratitude, Hitoshi. I know it has never been easy catching him." Shinsu chuckled. "Of course it was not. You have to fund my wedding at this point." This made Izuku laugh. "Then, consider that paid." "What? Really?" Shinsu's initial surprise was immediately replaced with an undeniable snark. "Well, if I have the wage of the #1 hero, then I guess I can also sponsor 100 weddings at once. Please redistribute the wealth to the rest of us ordinary folk. 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Hitoshi," Izuku heard Kaminari call from the other line. "Look at this. Okay, that's the bell. I have to go and get some loving from the bee." "Izuku, I hope your bee comes home soon," Shinsu replied with a deadpan tone before the line went dead. Izuku hoped so too. But that's what he can only do, what he had done for the last 5 years. He can only take a few minutes as a breather before his phone rang again. He answered without checking the caller. A loud, yelling, familiar voice got through the speakers. "Oi, shitty nerd. I made too much shit. Come over for lunch, you useless #1 hero." Another voice laughed over the yelling as the phone seemed to be moving away from the loud voice. In a calm voice, the other began to speak. "Sorry about Katsuki. He's been agitated lately. He insisted that you come this time. You have been canceling on us for a while now, and I guess he has been getting pressed about it. I, for one, would have been fine with that. I know how busy you have gotten, especially with all of the interns you have been mentoring a lot on top of the rest of the things you're doing. But I guess Katsuki thinks otherwise." "Was he thinking that I was avoiding him?" Izuku asked. Yeah, I believe that he thinks so. Or maybe you were escaping from something. We really have to deal with things now, don't you think so too? So, please come over this time." Izuku took a deep breath. Maybe it really was time. "Okay, I'll be there in an hour." When Bakugo opened the door, he was indeed in his sulking mode. It was complete with his snobbish stance, the glare, and the pout. Izuku smiled as he offered the box of desserts he brought from the couple's favorite shop. He made it double the quantity this time, just to be sure that he was going to be forgiven in the end. "Do you think you can evade some beating with some shitty desserts? Just fucking go inside, shitty nerd. We have a lot to talk about." Izuku took a deep breath as he entered the home, putting his shoes and scarf off, placing them on the racks provided by the door. Kirishima was already waiting for them at the dining table, happily typing away on his phone. He waved and smiled at Izuku when he saw him, ever the sunshine existence. Bakugo sat beside his boyfriend. Izuku sat across the table from the couple. Kirishima wordlessly served Izuku with the food Bakugo cooked, and they all started to eat without much of a conversation. Until, of course, in the middle of the meal, when Bakugo pointed a fork at Izuku. You. Explain yourself, now. Kaken, I don't understand. What should I explain? Bakugo rolled his eyes before glaring at him. You know what I mean, you shitty nerd. Speak. Fine, Kaken. Izuku frowned. I don't think we should do anything. We just have to wait. There is no rush about it anyway. We should not be worried like this. The fuck? It has been 5 years since he went to that damned island. Don't you think he's being kept there caged like some hopeless bird that he actually is? Deku, you fucking know that there's a high chance that he won't come back unless we fucking do something. No, Kaken. I trust him. He promised he'll be back when he's ready, and we should respect his decision. I believe in him, Kaken. If he needed help, we would know by now. Shouto, he's the number 2 hero. You should give him more credit. Bakugo only scowled. I know you're worried, Kaken. I am not fucking worried. Smiled Izuku, though it was sad. Don't be. My decision will always be to wait for him, and nothing else. He can come back to us once he feels like he's ready. He can take a decade more, and I will be fine with that. But he never even spoke to you, or any fucking else. It's like he fucking disappeared into thin air, growled Bakugo. And it's been 5 years now without any fucking communication from him. Do you even think he's alive? Kaken, that's enough, reprimanded Izuku. He looked at Bakugo, and then at Kirishima. There's nothing to do but to wait. Trust me, because I trust him with my whole heart. Just make sure you fucking know what you're fucking doing. If you come here crying and in pain, then I will gladly say that I fucking warned you. Deku. We're just worried about you too, Izuku. Kirishima smiled. You have been working harder than usual lately. We suspected that it was because it was the 5-year anniversary of the day Shouto left was just recently. If you trust him that he'll be back when he feels like he can, then that's okay. Kirishima patted Izuku's hand across the table. What we're worried about is your well-being. I'm fine. No need to worry. You know how it is sometimes. Kirishima nodded. That's true. I miss Katsuki so terribly, even if he's just away a few weeks for a mission. It's really hard to be away from that person, I understand. But we're here for you, remember that, please. No need to isolate yourself again. Thank you. You too, Kaken. Just don't get hurt, or I will kill you, glared Bakugo. I will try my best. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation, even if it was just short notice, Deku-san. The manager of the orphanage shook his hand again and again, bowing here and there ever since he got to their offices. Really, it's going to mean so much to the children. That's fine, Kujo-san. I would not let an opportunity like this pass. The little kids are really precious, aren't they? Yes, they are. Speaking of, where are they? They're just having their meal in the dining area. They should be guided in areas like this, so the other staff has been trying to teach them some basic table etiquette. They're fast learners, so teaching them has never been an issue for any of us. That's true. I can be with them after their meal, right? Yes, please, Deku-san. We're really honored by your visit. And of course, your generous donations over the years. We never expected that the number 1 hero will tirelessly visit us, especially considering how short notice it was. We just wanted our kids to feel better, now that the orphanage is celebrating its anniversary. This is really the best gift for them, Deku-san. Well, smiled Izuku. I am looking forward to be with all of them. The managers of the orphanage asked him to sit down, giving him a big book of the children's profile. It was the book that they usually show to couples who wish to adopt a child. As he flipped through the book, he remembered the Todoroki siblings suddenly. He wondered how lost and scared they must have been after Rei was sent for confinement at the hospital, with Endeavor as their only guardian. He wondered how lonely Shouto must have been. Izuku wondered how much he wanted to turn back time and meet Shouto when they were both young, when they were both unscarred with the hard realities of their lives. especially of those relating to Shouto's quirk and Izuku's lack thereof. Izuku was only able to tear his gaze away from the book when the door opened and the flood of small children came rushing in as they ran towards their corners and their self-proclaimed territories in the playroom where Izuku and the other managers were waiting for them. They all yelled the moment they collectively realized that the number one hero was, indeed, sitting in front of them. Deku! They all cheered. Hello? How are you all? Izuku grinned. The kids started to tell their stories at once, at the same time. Izuku laughed at their enthusiasm, patting their heads as they made a semicircle around him. Okay, I'll listen to everyone, I promise. Let's go one by one, okay? Izuku smiled at them as the noise died down. Who wants to go first? A serious little boy raised his hand up, as sharp as Ida. We have a question first, Deku-san. We are going to report a missing hero, Izuku hummed. A missing hero, huh? Yes, one of the girls in big pigtails nodded eagerly. We watched a hero documentary yesterday, Deku-san. We saw a really cool hero. He shoots fire on one side. One chubby boy yelled. A girl gasped. And he blasts ice on the other side. Everyone got back to their cheering and all the agreeing noises. Then, they all looked up at Izuku, eyes big and wondering and curious as they spewed out their questions. So, Deku-san, where is he? Why don't we see him on TV? Is he okay? Please make sure he's well. He's such a cool hero. Is he shy in front of the camera like me? Please tell him we want to meet him too. Yes, Deku-san, please bring him here. Izuku took a deep breath as he tried to hold back his tears. Yes, I'll definitely bring him here. Is that a promise? The kids chorused, eyes as hopeful as Izuku wanted his own to be. Yes, it's a promise. Izuku closed his eyes again, for a few seconds, before opening them again to shake himself awake. The elevator doors just dinged on his floor, and he just needs to drag himself from the distance of the lift to the door of his unit, in order to just let himself fall against some surface inside, and just get some needed sleep. Izuku yawned loudly as he dragged his legs from the elevators to his door, mindlessly taking out his keys from the side pocket of his backpack. He should never let himself underestimate the levels of energy children can have these days. Or maybe it was just because Izuku was no longer in his teens or his early 20s to actually have the same levels of energy. He should be by his 30s in a couple of years, and it was something that used to never bother him. Now, it was starting to, even though he was trying to avoid thinking about it for the longest time. But in the end, his path was already set out for Izuku. He just has to do what he wanted to do ever since he was as young as the children back at the orphanage. He just has to fulfill the promise he had set out for himself, to be the greatest hero, to be able to save everyone. Maybe he needs to save himself this time. But for his own personal happiness, there was nothing left to do for Izuku. But to wait. Until there was nothing to wait for. Izuku stopped. His already dead, tired legs frozen. Yet they were burning. He felt like he was heated, and at the same time, freezing. It was some kind of a too complicated feeling that was so right, given the circumstances that was just handed to him, right now. Izuku took a deep breath, trying to change his stance in order to prevent himself from falling. He imagined this scene, over and over and over again, the past 5 years without fail. And he refuses to go down, now that it finally happening in front of him. This moment, no one will be able to steal this away from him. Not ever. Izuku stared at the sight in front of him, as the most beautiful figure stood in front of his door. All the fatigue faded away as a soft laugh was brought out of him from the pureness and the gentleness of the feelings that hummed deep inside his chest. The feelings that have laid dormant for years, finally waking up, roaring back to life, at long last. Why haven't you gone in yet? Izuku spoke, with a light laugh. Thought you took your keys with you. I did. It was with me every day, said the voice that responded to Izuku. Was just wondering if I am still welcome or not. What a big idiot, chided Izuku. You were the one who told me to wait, remember? A smile was given to him. Izuku took the step forward. Are you my Shouto now? Have always been. With a teary laugh, Izuku leaped into his arms. Shouto caught him perfectly, spinning him around twice before putting him down, still in each other's embrace. Izuku, I'm home. Izuku laughed, bright and melodious. Yes, yes you are. You're home now, Shouto. You are, too. You're home. Thank you for waiting for me, Shouto whispered as he nuzzled Izuku's temple. Thank you for believing in my promise. I can just imagine how the others must have been feeling over the years that I have left you. But you didn't leave me. I never did. There was just so much to heal for, so much to go back for. I know, Izuku hiccuped as the tears started to flow. I know. But you're here now. And there's no way I would leave, replied Shouto as he pressed a kiss against Izuku's hair. Ah, I missed how soft you are. And I missed how warm you are, breathed Izuku as he attached himself against Shouto's chest, making the other hero laugh. We should get in. You must be tired, Shouto gently said as he picked Izuku up as if the number one hero did not weigh much, with one hand. He took his own keys with his other hand, opened the door and stepped in. Izuku pressed open the lights as they went in. Shouto went straight for the bed, gently bringing Izuku against his pillows. Wordlessly, he took off Izuku's shoes and backpack, letting him lie down comfortably. I'm going to get you some pajamas, okay? Just stay here. Like I'm able to go anywhere, chuckled Izuku. True enough. But when Shouto came back, Izuku was already dozing off, half asleep. Shouto was given a half smile. Hey, you need to change. But, Izuku. The number one hero pouted as he moved to a sitting position, and it made Shouto believe the 5 years he spent away from this sunlight all worth it. Come on, said Shouto as he helped Izuku out of his hero costume and into a pair of his favorite all-might cotton pajamas. See? Now, you can sleep much better. I want to talk, Izuku sleepily murmured. I missed you, Shouto, and I really want to talk. We can talk in the morning, replied Shouto as he carefully laid down Izuku on the pillows again. Pouting some more, Izuku latched on Shouto's sweater. Please, Shouto, I'm scared. I'm scared to fall asleep. If I wake up and you're not there. Shouto had to smile as he gave in, scooting onto the bed beside Izuku, putting the covers over them both. Okay, then, I will just be beside you all night. The whole night? Yes, Izuku, the whole night. Promise? Yes, I promise. Izuku hummed as he nuzzled against Shouto's chest, eyes already closed as he mumbled. I still have to bring you to the orphanage. They said you're cool. But you're hot, in my opinion. Well, that's just both of you. So, stay, okay? Okay. I love you, Izuku. Sleep well. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐻, love you, too, so much. Izuku woke up with a start, gasping as he got himself upright on the bed. An arm shot up, rubbing his side. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐻, Izuku, don't move so suddenly. Sleep some more, Izuku blinked. And blinked again and again. He looked down beside him. It was real. He was real. Everything was real last night, even though he was too tired to actually process every single thing. He really, finally, came home to him. Izuku's lungs constricted as he started to openly cry. Sobs started to wreck his chest. With the sounds, Shouto was inevitably got woken up. Through his tears, Izuku saw Shouto beside him. He felt Shouto wrap his arms around him, impossibly warm, impossibly tight. Hey, Izuku, I'm here. I know you are, Izuku sniffled. That's why I'm crying. You're here. What do you want me to do, love? I don't know. Shouto reached out, cupped Izuku's face in between his hands, squishing his cheeks, as he wiped the tears that helplessly fall down the other's cheeks. He took a deep breath as he pressed their noses together. Izuku wailed, sobbing loudly. 𝐴𝐻, Shouto closed his eyes, kissing Izuku full on the mouth. It was just a soft press, a gentle nudge, before he pulled away to embrace the world's greatest hero. But starting at this moment, for Shouto at least, Izuku was also his greatest treasure. I love you, 𝐒𝐻. I'm sorry for being like this, cried Izuku in his embrace. You tell me things like this as if I never broke down in front of you. But, Izuku, Shouto, just let me hold you, okay? No, Izuku insisted as he sniffed. Aren't you going to the agency? Ah, Shouto responded as if he forgot the agency's existence all this time, and that he took an oath to be a part of it. 10 more minutes. Okay. Their breathing became in sync quickly, their beating hearts completely aligned with each other. They did not move. Moments passed, with Shouto and Izuku laying still in each other's arms. Maybe an hour already passed, definitely more than 10 minutes, before Izuku moved around to hug Shouto properly, rubbing the other hero's back. They've been so worried about you, you know? More like they thought I won't ever come back. Not really, Izuku said. More like, they were really worried that maybe they were holding you against your will. That maybe we already need to rescue you. Kaken was especially ready to break into Island. Bakugo, really? Yep, you know how he is. Maybe I do, after so many years. Were you okay there? I was not. There were so many things I thought were real. There were so many days I just wanted to get out and tear the place apart, just to see you. But I knew, that time, that I shouldn't. I would never recover if I were to lose focus. Izuku nodded. I would say that I wish I was there for you, but I understand. I'm so proud of you, Shouto. I really, really am. You've become so strong, such a great hero, and it's an honor for me to be with you. You were my sunshine. My confinement room had this small hole in the ceiling. It was to let this really small ray of light in the mornings. Shouto tucked a strand of hair under Izuku's ear. You were that light, for me, for years. Whenever I see that light when I was woken up, I knew it was you. I believed that it was you. And that led me here, right back home to you. They have been trying to persuade me to go to you, but I never wanted to. My only desire was to wait for you to come back to me. Izuku pressed a palm against Shouto's chest, over his heart. My only wish was to wait until you're safe inside, here, deep in your heart. Thank you, Izuku. You never ceased to amaze me, Shouto thumbed Izuku's lips. You never failed to believe in me. Thank you. I love you. And I love you too, Shouken. Izuku nudged him with a grin. Hey, we're going to be late. Maybe Toshinori-san will understand if we skip this one. Shouto, you have to go on your first day. You have to report and get your assignment, at least. Only if you come with me. This, miraculously, made Izuku stop crying. He pulled away from Shouto's embrace. Well, okay. I will. Happy. Shouto nodded. One thing. Before we go. Izuku looked at him, and with that, Shouto pulled him in for a kiss. It was not just a simple peck as last time, but they knew, as their lips glide against each other, that this kiss was a promise of more to come, of knowing that time can never be against them any longer. Both of them are in each other's reach, and no one can change that ever again. So, this is why our phones kept on vibrating the last hour. Bakugo was not happy, for the record, because he did not get to attack Island. What a shame, to be honest. That would have been really fun to witness. Shinsu chuckled as Izuku and Shouto entered Toshinori's office. Izuku looked around. Denki was leaning against Shinsu, where they were seated on the sofa, tapping on his phone with earphones plugged in, probably replying to his ever-growing subscribers. Aizawa was napping on the side, with present Mike occupying a table, also tapping furiously on his phone like the younger blonde, with his huge headphones on his ears. Hitoshi, Izuku said with a frown. Where's All Might anyway? He went to the bathroom. As soon as Shinsu said it, Toshinori went in through a door by the big table in the middle of the room. Maybe that was the bathroom, then. He was wiping his damp hands against the sides of his pants when he went out. He grinned upon seeing Shouto. "Ah, Shouto, my boy. Ready for your assignments?" "Yes, Toshinori-san." The former symbol of peace hummed. "All right." He pointed at a door on his right. "That's the storage room. There's around 75,000 documents inside. Your task is to sort it out. You have to do all the indexing and the categorizing. And you have 7 days to accomplish this, Hero Shouto." Shinsu snorted as he leaned against Denki and closed his eyes. "Okay, so if the instructions are clear, then I will be off to a meeting. See you guys around. You can all hang out here if there's nothing to do." Toshinori waved at them before leaving the room. Shouto took a deep breath as he looked back at Izuku, who smiled at him. "Endless torment may come for me at any time, at any point of origin," Shouto said as he tried not to laugh. "But I'll be okay. Just do that." "Do what, Shouken?" He pecked Izuku's forehead. "Just smile for me, and I will be safe."